.22 rifle, the Uzi.
Are we ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats and let's get started. Great to see you here this morning in Brussels. And welcome to this Union for the Mediterranean Trade and Investment Forum number 5. We're looking at boosting employment in the Southern Mediterranean. My name is Natasha Walker, and it's my great pleasure to be hosting today's forum. A long day, with many exciting panels and speeches. If you need translation, all you have to do is plug your headphones into your translation machine and then press the on button, and you have number 1 for English, number 2 for French, and number 3 for Arabic. And thank you already to our translators. They have a very important job today. And yeah, this is and has always been an important space for technical experts to come together to exchange innovative ideas and practice on how trade and investment can really work for the people. And we all realize that the region is undergoing major conflicts and disruptions, and these at the moment overshadow many other very important topics for the Mediterranean. And we understand that people might feel very strongly, of course, about the recent developments in the region. We would like to stress that this forum is aimed solely at discussing trade, investment, and employment realities and prospects in the region. And we thank you in advance for staying focused on today's agenda and using today's opportunity as well to really discuss this important topic for the region. And now it's my great pleasure to invite our keynote speakers to speak to us and get this whole forum started. They're already on the stage, so I will invite Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean, Nasser Kamel. Please, could you take the floor? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
morning, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really pleased to be with you today, but before giving you my thoughts on today's event, I'd like to really express my gratitude to our co-president, namely the EU, especially all the DGs that are represented here, DG Trade, DG NEAR, DG Ample, which are with us today at a very high level. Also, my gratitude to our esteemed partners, stakeholders who are here present today, including my very dear colleague, the Director of IC. We're here for this year, actually, edition of the UfM Trade and Investment Forum, as you all know, of course, the 5th edition that we co-organized with our partner, very strong partner, the German Development Cooperation. Over 5 consecutive years, and I might say 5 turbulent years, we've been organizing this forum. Turbulent because we've lived through the last 5 years, the pandemic, of course, a major war in Europe, and unfortunately lately, an appalling attack that led to the death and captivity of many innocent civilians in Israel, which led to a campaign of collective punishment of the Palestinian people with complete disregard to international humanitarian law and the sanctity of civilian life. So, us being here, if it is anything, it is a strong statement, despite this current circumstance, a strong statement to our commitment to trade facilitation, investment promotion in our region. Not as an end in itself, but as a mean to a greater stability in our region. Which forces the question yet again that the prerequisite for stability, security, and peace is definitely economic development. We cannot just congratulate ourselves and proceed with business as usual when the situation in our region, as I said, is critical, to say the least. Something that was reflected perfectly in our 8th UfM Regional Forum. And for you who doesn't know what it means, it is our foreign ministers meeting that takes place every year. And this year, our foreign minister decided to focus on one single item, which is the situation between Israel and Palestine. This situation affects us all at all levels, but it does not blur our vision about the basics. And the basics are both intuitive and evidence-based. There is no security without development and no stability without justice, which lead us to the reality we all know that a just and a comprehensive peace based on a two-state solution will ultimately have a greater impact on our development and our welfare. That's why I need to say that it is precisely development cooperation that we are here to discuss and promote, because beyond the current crisis and disruptions, the global trade map is shifting. And like always, there will be winners and losers. Countries are facing geopolitical and economic disruption and value chain reconfigurations. We're talking about nearshoring, proximization, whatever the term is. And this will force them, yet again, to position themselves with respect to the age-old trade dilemma, or even trilemma, which is, are we going to trade, or raid, or protect? Definitely, at the UfM, we are 100% for the first one, which is to trade. In the Southern Mediterranean, we have the opportunity to create a virtuous cycle where increased trade leads to job creation. I was at the COP28 in Dubai yesterday, and the number of deals, in terms of renewables especially, are impressive, to say the least. And trade will improve living standards and ultimately enhance social and political stability. I would dare even saying geopolitical stability in our region, which is an overarching goal of all of us, but especially at the UfM Secretariat. One of the key aspects of boosting trade in our region is definitely the promotion of regional economic integration by breaking down trade barriers and fostering cooperation among Southern Mediterranean countries and between those Southern Mediterranean countries and their northern partners. If we do that, we can create a more seamless and efficient regional market, and this will not only encourage the free flow of goods, but also open up new opportunity for businesses, leading to increased job creation. And we all know that job is a challenge when we talk about Southern Mediterranean economic landscape. But for this to happen, there are major challenges that need to be addressed effectively, actually. The skill gap, the gender gap, and what I call the green gap. And we can add to that, of course, the digital gap. Not to mention the regulatory framework that is lacking many things. All of those gaps needs to be bridged. Just one example, trade in services, and you are the experts here, accounts for almost 1/2 of global exports and up to 2/3 of global gross domestic product. Unfortunately, in the UfM region, we do lack an adequate regulatory framework for trade in services involving the Southern Mediterranean countries. One other dimension, which is related actually to trade and service, is the intra-regional mobility of people associated with any successful trade and service within a region, which is still extremely hindered by security and logistical, I would say even political limitation. So there is a clear need to settle on a functioning policy mix that would attend to this dire need. We at the UfM Secretariat have taken the engagement to work on job, trade, investments. And we've taken that with our partners in GIZ to a new height with the launch of the UF Hub on Trade and Employment, which we announced actually last year during the UfM Ministerial on Employment and Labor in Marrakesh. And then came our partner in ICED and joined this magnificent initiative along the UfM and our German partner. This hub is perfectly aligned with the Team Europe initiative, and that is very well reflected in today's meeting, because the Team Europe initiative on job through trade and investment for the Southern Neighborhood converge in so many ways in terms of vision and efforts with what we're doing. And I'm pleased to say that the 3 pillars of Team Europe initiative will conceptually guide our discussions today. So that's why I'm quite happy, and I'm sure we will have a very fruitful day of exchanges and discussion. And we at the UfM will take very good note of your recommendation and any and all takeaway emanating from our forum today to keep on working to build and to build back better, as we say, creating decent jobs, of course, through trade and investment and promoting economic integration in our region. So let me thank you again and express the fact that I'm looking forward to welcoming you in future events, the forum and others, and leave you with one thought that I hope would ponder on. If we really want an area of common prosperity, trade should transcend not only our borders, but also our self-administered barriers. The future of trade is not merely a transaction or a value chain. It's a symphony of innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. In a world driven by interconnected economies, the exchange of goods, services, and ideas becomes the catalyst for a future where prosperity knows no border. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now it's over to Leonardo Rubinacci, Deputy Director General, DG Trade from the European Commission. Thank you.
Here we go. Good morning, everyone. So, Your Excellency, Secretary General, dear colleagues from the German Development Cooperation, dear participants, it's an honor to be with you today for this 5th UfM Trade and Investment Forum that focuses on a topic of absolute importance in the current challenging times, namely boosting the economies and the employment in the Southern Mediterranean through trade and investment. As we gather here today, the Union for the Mediterranean truly serves as a beacon of collaboration and opportunity, emphasizing the critical role that trade and investment play in shaping the economic landscape in the Southern Mediterranean. In what I'm going to say, you will hear already some of what the Secretary General has said. I wish to start by acknowledging the historical significance of the European Union's trade relations with the Southern Mediterranean. Our partnership has been instrumental in fostering economic ties that have created opportunities for growth and facilitated the exchange of goods and services. The Euromed region is the 4th trading partner of the European Union, and for most of the countries, the European Union is the 1st trading partner. And this is mainly due to the economic integration between the EU and the Mediterranean countries, facilitated by the network of bilateral FTAs. But we can do much better. Implementation and enforcement of the current trade agreements is insufficient, and hence we continue to keep a close eye on implementation and the respect of these agreements. Not for a generic reason, but simply because the lack of implementation of these agreements creates economic costs. Barriers, non-tariff barriers, ultimately create in the long term economic costs that we want to avoid. The regional integration, so the integration between the partner countries remains weak, let's say, despite the various efforts that we have done. The Southern Neighbourhood countries export over 80% of the goods to other regions in the world. So there seems to be a situation where the countries look rather outside, rather looking sideways. The trade provisions of the Euro-Mediterranean Association Agreements mainly concern trading goods. And therefore, there is a huge untapped opportunity to work on services and, crucially, on investment facilitation and sustainable investment. The current geopolitical situation is fueling glooming expectations on the future of the global economy. And certainly we are witnessing profound changes in trade policies and the geopolitical environment that point to increased economic fragmentation. We're also witnessing a change in political discourse with more and more references to moving from efficiency to resilience. But let's be very clear, this bears enormous economic costs. Higher import prices, segmented markets, diminished access to technology and to both skilled and unskilled labor, and ultimately reduced productivity. There are many scholars, many academics who have been writing already about this, and I'm sure that you have heard various different figures. I would like to mention a few. The global trade fragmentation in the form of an increase in trade barriers and higher trade policy uncertainty could lead up to a 5 to 7% reduction in global output in the long term. That would be, of course, unevenly distributed across countries. And, of course, the low-income countries would be likely to be mainly affected. If technology decoupling is acted, we could lose up to 12% of world GDP. And on top of this, the fragmentation in capital flows could add something like 2% in the range of 2% in losses of GDP. And I'm sure you will all agree with me that this is really not what we want, and this is really not what we should be looking for. Today, more than ever, I think, more than ever, trade has an important role to play, in supporting the economic recovery and the green and digital transformation of the economies. I want to stress these last 2 points, green and digital transformation. It is very important, and I will come back to that, that we look forward, that we try to work on the economy of the future. Trade and investment are key to connect countries across the Mediterranean Sea to external sources of growth, hopefully also to regional sources of growth. Exports support millions of jobs. The example of the European Union is telling. In the EU, exports support 38 million jobs directly, which is up by 11 million since 2010. Over the same period, total employment grew by 6%. And what is also very important is that all the statistics that we have point to the fact that jobs connected to trade tend to be higher paid jobs. So this is very, very important. Trade is important not only for the economy, but also for jobs and for well-paid jobs. Trade helps consumers because it increases the diversity of choice and it reduces prices. And trade supports employment and income. Of course, we recognize that trade also brings an economic disruption. Therefore, there are winners and losers, and it is very important that those who are on the losing side are supported and helped by other policies. Yeah. Trade and investment can be catalysts for inclusive and sustainable economic development. This is why we address the trade agenda and relations with the Southern Neighbourhood in a comprehensive manner, both at policy level and through our financial cooperation. This is where the regional Trade for Aid programs come in, because they are meant to support the implementation of the EU's trade policy, the trade policy review that we published a couple of years ago, which recognizes the need for an open, sustainable, and assertive trade policy. And that would allow for a possible upgrade of trade and investment relations between the EU and the South Med countries. But it also reflects the priorities of the Agenda for the Mediterranean and the Economic and Investment Plan, which is the blueprint for cooperation with our southern partners. The EU is using its comprehensive toolbox, including capacity building, technical expertise, but also working with financial institutions under the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus to mobilize loans and guarantees for investment. Regional programs are meant to set the ground for regional integration in the areas of sustainable trade, investment, decent job creation, the digital and green transition. And with COP28 going on in full steam in Dubai, it is worth noting that our programs aim to promote the external dimension of the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal that has always been presented by the European Commission as the strategy for growth in the European Union. We believe indeed that investing in future-oriented areas contributes to much-needed job creation and contributes to the opportunities linked to the green and digital transition. Developing a green economy is an area with enormous potential, and I'm therefore very happy to announce that the EU will soon launch a new 20 million euros regional program in early 2024 to support the transition towards a greener and more circular economy in the Southern Neighbourhood. All this is fully aligned with the regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment, which will be presented later today. I want to stress this concept of Team Europe. I've been in DigiTrade for something like 26 years, and I've done many different things, and it is really only recently that we have managed to put forward this notion of Team Europe. This is fundamental. If we want to have an impact, if we want to help, if we want to cooperate with our partner countries, we have to pull together our capacities. There is no point in one member state doing something and another member state doing something else in another angle. We're only going to have a significant impact when we work together on the basis of agreed ideas with our partner countries. This is all forming the basis for a very close cooperation with the Union for the Mediterranean, as I hope it will be witnessed very clearly in the forum today. And that allows me to close by wishing you a very fruitful meeting, and I'm looking forward to continuing this very important cooperation that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving us also even more sense of urgency as we move forward. Ines Rocha is next. She's Managing Director for Impact and Partnerships at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. Welcome. Oh, bit of an obstacle course.
Good morning, and really many thanks for the invitation here today, the European Commission, but also UfM, and thank you for that. So allow me to briefly explain who we are and what we do as the EBRD, so European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We have a private sector focused mandate. We are a multilateral development bank which has a majority European shareholding. We operate in 37 countries from Central Europe to Central Asia, but including also the Southern and Eastern Mediterranean region. And our mandate is to foster open and sustainable market economies with a mission to support the development resilience of the sustainable private sector. And I want to emphasize the word, private sector, because we are really a core 75% of what we do is private sector, and it's really important as a drive to growth. Our strength lies in our ability to work with both public and private stakeholders. We combine investments with advice and, very importantly, policy reform and technical assistance. And facilitating trade and investment and creating jobs is therefore very much at the core of what EBRD does. Now, this mandate and mission is very relevant for the Southern Mediterranean region, and indeed we did our first investments in the region back in 2012. And EBRD's focus has now been on making the economies of this region more competitive, resilience, fostering the expansion of the private sector, as I mentioned. We have more than 150 staff across 5 offices, and we've invested just over 10 billion in more than 230 projects in the region to date. And this goes from financing Africa's largest solar plant in Egypt, in Benban, to supporting, for example, small businesses like an olive oil producer in Tunisia. Our main focus in the region, one of the main focus is, as I mentioned, the growth of small and medium-sized enterprises. And at EBRD, we really believe that creating the conditions for SMEs to thrive is fundamental for sustainable, inclusive, and economic growth. Our support to SMEs goes in a number of areas, from financing, so we provide even direct financing. We're one of the few IFIs that provides direct financing, but also business advice to help SMEs grow, working with policymakers and creating an environment where this can succeed. And this is one of the reasons why we're such an active member and strong supporter of the Jobs Through Trade and Investments Team Europe initiative. Through our different programs in the regions, we are actually one of the largest contributors to the Jobs Through Trade and Investment Team Europe initiative. We have a total of 13 programs with a cumulative budget of around 1.8 billion. So this is 1 billion on ongoing projects and another 0.8 billion for future programs, all of which are supported by donor funding from DG NEAR. And this, I would like to express my thanks for that strong support. The majority of our programs fall under Pillar 1, Sustainable Trade and Investments, and Pillars 3, Inclusive Entrepreneurship of the Team Europe initiative. And I just give you some examples of our flagship programs, include our EU Trade and Competitiveness program. We have a very successful Women in Business program supporting women-led small businesses in the region, from financing to policy advice, and more recently our Youth in Business program in the Southern Mediterranean region. So EBRD is really an integral part of the Team Europe, and the Team Europe approach, as we recognize the importance of all European actors working together on common priorities and principles in order to really scale up and create tangible impact. We firmly believe that this helps align priorities, ensure synergies between us, and allow a more overall impactful response. And we are strongly committed as a partner in this area to build a collaborative approach. Finally, a comment we'd also like to make regarding the work of multilateral development banks. In a time which is quite complex, as highlighted by my fellow speakers, of global challenges and poly-crisis, there are increased calls, as you may know, for an evolution of the international financial system, in particular multilateral development banks reforms, in order to create bigger, bolder, and more impactful MDBs. A discussion point, which is particularly pertinent for EBRD and how MDBs can strengthen their capacity, is around supporting middle-income countries to address global challenges such as climate and nature-related risks and, post-pandemic, without decreasing support, however, to low-income countries. EBRD's operations are overwhelmingly in the middle-income countries. For the countries where EBRD was originally operational, this reflects the significant progress has made since the fall of communism in Central Europe, for example. And over time, shareholders have found that the skills that we have created in the wake of the fall of the Berlin Wall were also useful to elsewhere in the bank, first in Mongolia, then to Turkey, then in Southern Mediterranean region, and now more recently with the endorsement of expansion of the EBRD to Sub-Saharan Africa. We're very proud of our achievements in areas cross-cutting on the global challenges, and in particular, for example, on climate finance, and as we know, there's a COP28 going on. But first, as of December last year, all of our investments are fully Paris aligned. So this is very important. And our green economy investments have reached around 50% of our total financing. And this is the second year in a row in line with our 2025 targets. We have also now at the COP28 launched the Blue Mediterranean Partnership, a really important partnership with a number of our stakeholders also here present to support more nature-related projects in the region of the Blue Mediterranean. We have achieved this also at the same time as we've expanded our work on equal opportunities, so following our gender and equality of opportunities strategy, and operationalize our digital approach. So very much in line with what Deputy Director General Robinacci mentioned, sort of green, gender inclusive, and digital. So these are the themes as well that we have identified for our 5-year strategy. In the area of fragility, and we mentioned as well the point of resilience. So this has not been a core focus of the bank until now. But over the last year and a half, we've made also lasting contributions through building more resilience and supporting regional integration. In particular, our work in Ukraine since February 2022 on critical issues such as not just supporting governance reforms, public procurement, but also providing very much needed working capital and liquidity to Ukraine in light of the Russians' aggression. We recognize that a certain fragmentation of the system does need to be addressed, but this doesn't mean that we need to preserve what works. We recognize and build on the diverse strengths of all actors, and importantly, we fully endorse the Team Europe approach. The pandemic and the subsequent economic crisis, the tragic and appalling war on Ukraine, proves that Europe has a multitude of institutions that can effectively respond to unexpected emerging challenges in record speed and efficiency. And as an example, the EU IFI coordination platform, where I'm also very much involved, is an excellent example of this coordination of donors and implementing partners. But it also follows that from a system perspective, not everyone needs to do everything. In fact, the EBRD focuses very much on its own mandate, mission, operating model with a focus on the private sector. Let me conclude just by saying how much we value the opportunity to work together through this Jobs Through Trade and Investment Team Europe initiative to do more efficiently and further strengthen our working methods, encourage enhanced private sector engagement, deliver more synergies and efficiencies across the investments and activities that we carry out in this important region. Thank you again for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let's have the perspective from the Spanish Agency for International Development Corporation with its director, Anton Leis Garcia.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum. Good morning, buenos días, bonjour à tous. Excellencies, dear friend, dear Nasser, colleagues from the European Commission, from the German Cooperation, from EBRD. It is a true pleasure and an honor to be invited today. Like Nasser, I'm coming straight from COP29, so I'm experiencing still the thermal shock in Brussels. Yes, not an easy one. But we wanted to be here because this region and this partnership that we have with your countries, with your societies, with your business people, many represented here, with the Union for the Mediterranean is very important for us at a very crucial time, difficult and challenging times in the world and in the region. But once again, in difficult times, and I think that's a common value that we share on both shores of the Mediterranean, when things are difficult, you lean on friends and you talk to friends and you rely on friends. So let me start by thanking the organizers for the event, not just for the effort of convening this fifth meeting and for tackling these very important topics of employment, of investment in the Southern Mediterranean, but also for creating this opportunity and this positive, I would say, space for positiveness in challenging times. I think this forum, and that's no secret, takes place at a decisive moment in the Euro-Mediterranean partnership. And we think it will undoubtedly contribute to cementing employment and the creation of opportunities as a key priority for both sides. The relationship of Spain, of Europe, the European Union, Spain, but also I feed the agency I lead with the Union for the Mediterranean, and with this Team Europe initiative on jobs, trade and investment, 3 very important words, jobs, trade and investment, in the Southern Neighbourhood is crucial and strategic for us, and I think that's going to be debated today. As I said, we live times of crisis, not just in the region, and we've been, of course, very active. We are also a humanitarian agency, and I can tell you how many hours, days we have been spending with the region and with this ongoing situation in Gaza on the humanitarian front, but also this horizon of peace that we believe passes through the two-state solution, 2 states living side by side in security. But peace requires, and I think Nasser was alluding to it, peace requires development. Development requires stability. Peace, stability, prosperity, development are intimately interlinked. And the role of trade investment is of course, very crucial. These are times of crisis, but times of crisis are also times of great opportunity. It's not just political conflicts, political polarization, but also the climate crisis that we are tackling also as in the region at the moment in Dubai, that is the center of global efforts to tackle climate change. We are talking about a region that experiences great challenges in water scarcity, greatly exposed to climate adaptation. By the way, the region, when I speak about the region, I speak the Mediterranean, the northern and the southern shore. You know also more than 40% of Spain's territory is threatened by desertification, which is a challenge that we share with many of our friends and brothers and sisters in the south. So times of crisis, times also of opportunity, and at the same time, times in which development cooperation transforms itself from a model that was vertical, based on the idea of aid, to a model, I believe, which is the future for all of us, and I think the Mediterranean can be an example, one of partnership. We need to move from aid to partnership, mutually beneficial partnerships, listening to one another and tackling together common challenges and common opportunities. The Mediterranean, that is this sea that unites us more than separates us, is of course one of these opportunities. So I'm addressing you today not just as the head of Spain's development agency, but also representing the presidency of the Council of the EU, and I think I want to share with you what it is that is keeping us busy. It's only a little bit less than a month that is left in this presidency, to share with you what it is, what is keeping us busy and what will keep us busy till the end of the year in the area of cooperation. And I think that I will make the connections to this TEI, which I think exemplifies very well, first of all, the geographical priorities. As you know, we Spaniards are European, we are Ibero-American, and that's why in July we had this very important summit between the EU and Latin America, but also Mediterranean, and I think there has been a big space for the Mediterranean as well. We had to address long-standing issues in EU development policy at a time of transformation and at a time where the EU development cooperation through Global Gateway and through this innovative approach of Team Europe is transforming as well itself. The challenges are massive: growing poverty, inequalities, health crisis, we're still overcoming the pandemic, climate change, environmental degradation, geopolitical tensions, also massively aggravated by the war in the Middle East at the moment, and humanitarian crisis in Gaza, but in many other places, and I think our Mediterranean friends know it very well. Sudan is one of the worst humanitarian crises that you can see in the world today. Nobody talks about it, but it is there, with also great questioning of international humanitarian law, which needs to be abided by all parties at all times. And also profound transformations in the way international relations take place and the way they are also challenging us, those of us working in development. And in this context, the Spanish presidency of the Council has been endeavoring to promote and enhance EU consensus with the goal of promoting and projecting our common values, knowledge and interest in the world, but in partnership and listening to our friends, to our partners. And the UfM plays a crucial role, of course, in working with us in the Mediterranean region. We've been focusing on 5 areas that we think make a valuable and impactful contribution to the EU's efforts towards sustainable development worldwide. Number 1 is Team Europe. Team Europe is the how we go about things. The EU is the largest provider of official development aid in the world and sustainable finance, but we often look disjointed, like different flags here and there. We need to act more together, and I think that's what we try to do with these Team Europe initiatives, including this one, which is the most important, the most significant for the Mediterranean on jobs and investment. The TI Spirit came into existence some years ago, and it happened during the pandemic. Again, times of crisis are times of opportunity, of having innovation and positive change. And they aim to combine the development cooperation efforts of the EU and member states more efficiently. And I think this philosophy of working together or cooperating, working together, that's exactly what it means, should permeate in all our efforts in the field of development cooperation. On October 2nd, we held a workshop here in Brussels about lessons learned on the TEI, this TEI aiming at promoting global development. And this lessons learned approach will also be useful for the implementation of Global Gateway Strategy, that effort of the EU to better align development cooperation with investment flows, with the participation also of the private sector. We live in at times in which ODA, our official support, is no longer enough. We need to leverage much more funding, and of course our IFI's colleagues, EBRD and others, are crucial in this endeavor, but we need to bring along the private sector. I'll just give you a figure. ODA in the world is 200 billion euros or dollars approximately. The SDG needs worldwide are in the range of 4 trillion, the gap that we have every year. We need the private sector. We need the private sector in the south, and we need the private sector in the north. And I think that's what Global Gateway and this broader spirit of Team Europe, bringing along investors and bringing along the private sector, is all about. The second one is the triple transition. Of course, the green and digital. We have a very important domestic agenda led by the Commission on the European Green Deal, on digital as well. But we also think that it is important that these two transitions leave no one behind, that each of them is inclusive. We talk about green jobs, transformations that will be massive both on the digitalization front and on the green transition, but it is very important that these displacement costs are addressed and that these transitions are indeed inclusive. And I think in COP it is very clear when we talk about the just and fair transition, and the same for digital. You know, that's going to affect employment, it's going to affect specific regions, specific firms, specific people, and we need to bring them along. But we also need more broadly a social transition, and I think that's also what this DEI is about. It's about creating decent jobs, tackling inequalities, bringing the gender dimension as well. And that brings me to the third priority, which is, of course, gender equality. We are a feminist development cooperation. We work with our partners on the specific circumstances. There are great initiatives going on at the moment in this region. I was meeting a few days ago with UN Women. They are trying to increase women participation in the labor force by 5%, which will have a massive boost to investment and growth in the region. And it was very interesting to know, for instance, that Arab women are actually have some of the highest percentage of education in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, and that's a great potential that you have there. So you have the challenge of a very low female participation rate, so great opportunity for growth in countries on the southern shore of the Mediterranean, yet Arab women are actually a key element, and they are a source of immense opportunities. Fourth, we had a big category, which is global challenges. Unfortunately, global challenges in these 6 months have only increased. We tackled, of course, the Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine and the consequences, the very important consequences that has had on food security, on energy security, including in this particular region. The reform or evolution of financing for development, in particular multilateral development banks, is something that we've been also looking at. And last but not least, the humanitarian development peace nexus. And of course, trade and investment are also important in fragile contexts, in situations where with refugee flows, in situations where peace and stability is threatened, in situations of adverse climate events. It is very important to keep the private sector going. So, distinguished guests, I think much has been said about and written about Spain's Mediterranean and European vocation. I mentioned it earlier. We are naturally integrated in the Euro-Mediterranean region. We are Euro-Mediterranean. When we think the Mediterranean, we think of ourselves. We belong culturally and geographically to Europe and the Mediterranean. We share values, challenges, ambitions, and hopefully also solutions. But above all, we are united to our partners and neighbors in the Mediterranean by the shared desire to turn this sea into a web of webs, into a place where connections are made. We have to think, we are talking trade today. I mean, trade in the Mediterranean is way older than the European Union. It's actually way older than any of the countries represented in this room. Mediterraneans are traders. We've been trading with one another for much longer than any of our countries exist. And most recently, we've been supporting this effort through development cooperation. Spain is deeply committed to this region. It's one of our regions of priority for very, very long. We have invested 1.4 billion over the last decade in ODA, and that's only increasing. We adopted a new law on development cooperation and global solidarity that sets ambitious targets to continue growing, because we think times of crisis are also times to build bridges and not walls. And we have been working with the region through a program that we put together shortly after the Arab Spring. It's true the region has known, and different countries have experienced different circumstances. The world has changed, the region has changed. We are now working on a new program. The program's name is Masar, because we wanted to walk along and with our partners that path of development, prosperity. The road has been bumpy. There's been some obstacles along the way. There is some twists and turns, but we want to continue walking that walk along. Before, we focus mostly on governance, on gender equality and water as three sectors where we think we can bring added value to the region. We are adding two very important ones that have been mentioned today. One is the green and blue element as well, because we share this sea, we share this space, we share massive climate challenges, and we want to tackle them together. And the second one is the hope of the future, which is youth. And youth taking as a serious matter, not just keep young people busy, but create opportunities for the many young women and men that are entering the labor force over the next years and that deserve jobs. And we know that trade, investment, are actually key to jobs. We are very proud to be partnering, and it's actually one of the most strategic partners in the region, of course, the UfM. 15 years after its birth, the Union for the Mediterranean has proven to be a key actor and partner for the construction of a more cohesive Euro-Mediterranean space. Just a few days ago, 27 foreign ministers from the Euro-Mediterranean region met in Barcelona to address topics of importance, and of course the current conflict in Israel and Palestine. The forum was chaired by the High Representative of the EU, Josep Borrell, and the Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Jordan, Ayman Safadi, with the assistance and very important relevant role of Secretary General Nasser Kamel, who shares the stage with us today as well. We strongly support the role of the UfM as the key intergovernmental organization to strengthen regional cooperation and dialogue across the 43 member states, all of them, through specific also projects and initiatives that we support, including through this TEI, that address inclusive and sustainable development, stability and integration in the Euro-Mediterranean area. We have been continuously supporting UfM. We took a step further in 2020 with the signing of an MOU that we formalize our support. Other partners are here represented, of course, Germany, Sweden as well, that are close allies of the UfM. We've been providing support through this Team Europe initiative. We've been working on water, we've been working on employment, entrepreneurship, particularly focused on young women and on young people and women. And we are now working on two grand schemes, one focusing on green jobs or green growth, and another one on digital commerce, which is key also for social inclusion and for growth in the region. And indeed, last words about this TEI. This TEI is about mobilizing financing, of course. Like we are talking about 2.8 billion euros that we want to mobilize, all of us. But it's about mobilizing expertise as well, about knowledge, transfer of technology, transfer of knowledge, of experiences, both from north to south, because some of the challenges we share are common. No? Youth employment, inclusion, how to leverage the social economy. These are things that that are challenges both in the north and the southern shore. Spain, together with Germany, through BMZ and GIZ, France, Italy, the European Commission promoted this initiative, joined by Sweden, EIB, EBRD, and it is divided in 3 pillars: sustainable trade and investment, vocational training, vocational and technical training, and the third one, where we are co-leading with the European Commission, Inclusive Entrepreneurship. I think, and the representative of DG Trade was mentioning it, trade, investment generate winners and losers. What this TI is about is to maximize the benefits, to address these displacement costs that are of course important, and to make sure that societies in the Southern Shore, economies and governments benefit from increased trade and investment between the EU and the Mediterranean. Just last words to share some reflection on the importance of regional approach in our commitment with the Mediterranean region. We have a web of bilateral agreements. We have excellent bilateral relationships with all of the countries in the south, but it is very important to look at the region as a whole, as a space of shared prosperity. It's one of the least connected regions in the world from infrastructure, trade, investment points. We are an example, we Europeans, or the Northern Shore, are an example of regional integration. We do not want for others anything we do not want for ourselves. I think the EU is a great example of how we are better together, and I think with this TEI, we are trying not just to promote a closer links between the North and the South, but also closer links between the countries themselves. And I think the Mediterranean demands, our countries, our partners in the South demand, and they deserve a regional approach also from us. There are many common elements. There are many differences, of course, and a common perspective doesn't mean we need to forget about the specificities of each country. We know the region well, we know the countries well. We can talk frankly with them, but we need a regional approach. And I think this regional employment TEI has courageously placed this objective of having a joint vision for the whole Mediterranean at the center of the European agenda. We support the regional commitment financially, politically, and in line with the agenda for the Mediterranean, a strengthened Mediterranean partnership remains a strategic imperative for the European Union. This is what the region deserves, but this is also in the best interest of the European Union. And in this regard, the UfM will remain a key partner of the EU, of Spain, of course, but the EU as a whole. The UfM policy formats and regional platforms provide an important opportunity for exchange between governments, but also including, crucially, the private sector and civil society from and around the Mediterranean. So I'm convinced the coming sessions, this day is going to be an excellent opportunity to continue deepening and broadening our engagement in a topic that can generate structural and positive change, and be an accelerator for the economic and social development of the region. Thank you very much, and all the best for this day of work.
Thank you so much. And perhaps we could use the opportunity of you all being here on the stage to have a photograph. So if you'd like to just stand together, thank you very much. And as you do, just the 3 takeaways that I think are so important from this first session that we will be taking forward as we go through. First of all, this strong commitment and strong alignment behind trade as the catalyst for sustainable economies and good jobs. That's the first. So we share this strong alignment and commitment. Also, the need to go hand in hand. We were talking about partnerships, not aid. The need to have public-private partnerships. The need also for society to be part of the solution. And thirdly, this shared narrative that we have, that we're talking about the same gaps. We're talking about the same vision. The green, the digital growth that we're looking for, the gender equality, and also making sure that people are not left behind. So thank you so much to our 4 panelists. Let's give them another round of applause. Thank you. All right, but I think it's also very important right now to understand a little bit more about who's here in the room. And to do that, we have your voices, but we also have a digital tool. It's called Slido, and if you would like to access it, you should be able in a moment. Oh, let me share the agenda with you. It's on there right now. Let's go back to the agenda. I can share the agenda with you, just so that you have an overview of what's awaiting you. So we have the core of today are 3 panel sessions. And as we heard, they are based on the pillars of the TEI that we will be looking at in more detail in just a moment. And those will be punctuated by lunches and breaks, but lots and lots of opportunity for you to please also be involved. And we'll be using the tools for that in a moment. Very excited also about a keynote address by His Excellency Valdis Dombrovskis at the end of the day. Really, again, showing the commitment of the European Union towards the partnership. And then we'll be finishing at 6:15 this evening. So it's certainly worth you coming to Brussels today. We have a long day full of lots of input for you. So let's go back to Slido. So the first question that I'm asking you, and several of you have already answered, is which organization or organizations are you representing here today? So you can use this QR code, or you can go on slido.com and then use UfM as the password. And this is also the tool that will give you the opportunity of posing questions during the panel discussions. So it's really important, please, for you all to be on this platform. So let's have a look. Non-governmental organizations are right up there. 1/3 of you are also or representing CSOs, but we have international or regional government organizations with 20%. Private sector, we just heard how important it is for you to go hand in hand, also around 20%. Implementation agencies are up there, national governments, science research. Do we have any education? Can we just scroll down? Can we scroll down and see if we have anyone from education? Yes, we do. It's probably 1 or 2 people. Okay, fantastic. So very, very useful for us to know that we have a good mix amongst the experts here in the audience. Let's go to the next question that I have for you this morning. What are your hopes for this 5th UfM Trade and Investment Forum? There's no right or wrong here. We want to know what you want today to be in terms of value for you. So what should we be doing? Let's have a look. Networking seems to be the top one. Partnerships, joint ventures, implementation, better understanding the TEI. You'll have the opportunity to do that in just a minute. Cooperation, creating partnerships, exactly. Use those breaks as well to do that. Equal partnership. Realism, but also vision. I like that. Look, we have vision and realism. So let's be realistically visionary. What else have we got there? New knowledge, connecting peers, reaching investors, sustainable development and inclusive, supporting the SMEs. All right, fantastic. Thank you. Lots and lots of hopes that we have here. And we will make sure that also all the Arabic, because thank you also for writing in Arabic, that will be translated for me so that I can use that as we go on. Okay, so with that, let me now invite us to do exactly what one person here hopes we do, understand a little bit more about the TEI. And to do that, let me please ask 2 facilitators to come to the stage. Sumia Eluasuli has just arrived. Welcome. Please come and join me on the stage. She's an engineer in electronics and embedded systems. She's from an oasis in the heart of Morocco, which I'd love to see one day. And she's currently researching as a doctoral student and she's a technical entrepreneur. And you're committed to everyone being able to access technology as a source of good. Thank you very much for joining us, Sumia. And supporting Sumia in facilitating this session is Hamed Etrebi. He's Senior Economic Advisor for Economic Development and Employment at the UfM. Thank you. All right, and the 2 of you have a microphone. It's on already. and you can lead the sessions to help us understand a little bit more about the TEI.
Thank you very much, Natasha.
And I believe we're starting with a video.
Correct.
Shall we just hit the video? Let's hit the video.
In the pursuit of long-term prosperity, the importance of job creation cannot be overstated. It is a catalyst for reducing inequalities, strengthening community inclusion, and contributing to economic stability. In May 2022, a historic moment took place in Marrakesh. The European Union, along with Germany, France, Italy, Spain, the European Investment Bank, and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, came together to launch the regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through trade and investment. In 2023, Sweden joined this groundbreaking initiative, adding its strength as the 5th participating country. The goal? In line with the agenda for the Mediterranean and the Global Gateway Initiative, the Team Europe initiative aims to help our partners in the Southern Neighbourhood attract investment and boost their trade. But more importantly, we emphasize the need to link these efforts to sustainable and inclusive job creation. Why the Team Europe approach? Because together we can achieve more. The Team Europe initiative consolidates all our available tools under a single umbrella. We bring our forces together to support policy dialogue on common objectives, connecting trade, investment, and labour policies. We focus on 3 pillars of action. Sustainable trade and investment strengthen employment outcomes linked to trade and investment policies. Vocational training and skills enhance inclusive skills development and recognition systems for the digital and green transitions, especially for youth and women. Inclusive Entrepreneurship promote financial inclusion and enhance inclusive entrepreneurship, particularly for youth and women. To achieve these goals, we plan to mobilize over 90 programs, including a wide range of instruments such as technical assistance, grants and guarantees. Our aim is to bolster the initiatives for decent employment in the Southern Neighbourhood. What's next? More exchange, more ideas, more coherent programs. We invite interested stakeholders to share views, needs and priorities, because collaboration is the key to sustainable development. Job creation is not just about employment. It's about building a better future for everyone. Together, through the Team Europe initiative, we can create lasting change, bringing prosperity, equality and stability to the Southern Neighbourhood.
Thank you very much. So as we might have all seen, the Team Europe initiative celebrates the power of collaboration. And with this word, I invite the TI members to join me and Sumaya to the stage, please. It's going to be an informal setting, so we will all be standing up because there will be not enough seats for all of us. But some of you can sit, some of you can remain. So, Sumaya, please, I hand over to you.
Okay. I'm Sumaya Al-Wasouli. I'm glad to be here with you today. So I'm gonna ask one question to each one of you, and you have 2 minutes to respond. See it as a pitch. As entrepreneurs, we do this all the time. So, Mrs. Ingrid Schweiger from the European Commission. TEIs have been launched to join forces and have a transformative impact 1.5 years after the launch at the ministerial or the UfM ministerial in Marrakesh. Where do you stand with the implementation of this TEI on jobs through trade and employment?
Thanks a lot. Yes, Thanks a lot, Sumya, and very happy that you made it here. Yes, it was back in May 2022 that the TI was launched at the UfM Ministerial on Employment and Labor. And there, I think the message sent was, we are listening to the needs in the field of employment, the needs of our partners, and we want to really make a joint effort to mobilize the cooperation around it. And so, a bit more than a year, where do we stand? A lot has happened. We collectively looked at our cooperation. We mapped 90 programs amounting almost to 2.8 billion euro. We built a joint narrative, and we have reached out in different fora in the UfM to our southern partners. For example, on the UfM regional platform on industrial cooperation, on employment and labor, the UfM regional platform on trade and investment, to present it and also to listen to their views on job creation. And today is another event with stakeholders, so it's not a regional policy platform, but with multiple stakeholders. And we want to continue this listening, to experiences in the region and how we can transform that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ingrid, and exactly that's the thing. We have launched it during the Ministerial on Employment, and today we are doing a stock taking while we are celebrating the 5th edition of the Trade and Investment Forum to ensure that this link between trade and employment is always present and alive. Dr. Kalman, my next question is to you. Germany, from the very beginning, has been at the back of the Team Europe initiative on job creation. So how can we ensure that young people are integrated and trade and investment is embedded within this concept?
Well, thank you. First of all, maybe I'm Regine Qualmann for GIZ, so stepping in today also on behalf of BMZ and being a proud member of the TI initiative as an implementing agency. Thanks, Hamad, for the question. I think we heard already from the very nice, inspiring keynotes how we can all use trade and investment as a vehicle, as a catalyst for employment creation, for quality employment creation. But if we take it seriously, we know that that has some implications at several levels. It's not an easy task, and we cannot continue as business as usual. And I think the TEI really comes into this at the right moment to join forces at the various levels with the various partners, with the various tools, with the various modalities we've heard about. I was intensively listening to EBRD's input in that regard. So what are we talking about? I think at the policy level, really we need to become more employment orientated in all we do. Really take this forward, look at sectors. Some are more labor intensive than others. Look at who we can really support, which modalities have to come in at which level, labor markets, skills development, all that really has to be more in our focus. I'm a trade economist myself. Trade policy in itself can assist, but will not do the job alone. So let's look really so that more can benefit. Local content policy, so it really goes into partner countries, how can that be put in practice so that it serves employment creation. At the program level, again, I think skills development, including also soft skills, different skills, we heard about the digital opportunities, the service sector potential. Really, we can, I think there's more we can address there, and obviously the access to finance is another program level implication that we're addressing together. Yeah, and last but not least, and I think that was part of the word puzzle we just saw at the Slido exercise, the partnerships. How can we create really inclusive dialogue? How can we listen better? How can we change perspectives and really talk to the ones, listen to the ones, not to each other in our own communities, but really understand what the challenges are and tackle those. I think TEI and obviously UfM is really a very, very good platform to go into those dialogues and intensify them further. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sumaya.
Mrs. Rebecca Egred Amira from Sweden. You are the latest addition to the group. What convinced you to join the Team Europe initiative?
It's automatic.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. From the Swedish government side, trade is really a high priority for the MENA region. So we have a regional strategy that covers 12 countries in the region, and trade and employment creation is really at the core of that strategy. Of course, it's very much about fulfilling the demand from the partner countries. We know that employment creation is on top of the agenda of all the countries. We know that the need for economic growth and the strong link between trade and economic growth. At the same time, we know, as previous speakers has been talking about, that the inclusiveness of growth is really crucial. So I was very happy. We were very happy when we heard about this initiative that really brings employment into the trade contributions, because this is really where we need to focus much more. And I think really what we see as an advantage with this Team Europe initiative is that for the EU member states and the Commission to really pool our resources in different aspects and work together so we can reach a much higher result. And also for the partner countries' perspective, not to have, very fragmented contributions. Instead, a more collaborative effort will, I think, make a huge contribution, and at the end of the day, bring real change on the ground. So we are very happy to continue this partnership with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. My next question goes to Mrs. Rochat. Banks are very important members of the Team Europe initiative. How can we make sure that access to finance do boost trade, and how can we make also sure that they contribute to creation of decent jobs? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I thought actually the video that was shown is a really good representation of how our programs reach out, creating jobs and creating more inclusive, sustainable economies. So 3 aspects in our programs. I mentioned we had about 1.8 billion of programs, one already in place and another 0.8 to be implemented in future programs. So we have 3 aspects. So one is the financing, the actual financing, either directly to SMEs or through intermediated finance. And intermediated finance is also very important because it allows us to then reach out to the smaller end of the businesses which are not immediately within our reach directly. So that's on the access to financing. The second point is the advisory services. We mentioned with the support of the Commission, we have a large program that does advisory to small businesses, to startups, that goes from, for example, increasing standards so they can export to align with the EU standards, to supporting young entrepreneurs in setting up their own businesses, to supply chains. We have a program on supply chains, getting better integration of the smaller businesses into larger and more sustainable supply chains. And then the final element of our programs is policy dialogue. And this is very important because it's also about reform of the countries, of the regulations, of the rules, and to better integrate also small businesses and create more sustainable jobs. And let me give you an example. Some of the work we do For example, eliminating barriers of access to certain jobs to women. There are certain countries that do not allow, in certain sectors, we've worked with governments to allow the removal of barriers. We did an interesting study, for example, in our Women in Business program, whereby we noticed that credit officers were biased, had an unconscious bias against women. We'd had a same credit application, we just changed the name from a male name to a female name, and the rate of approval on the male submitted applications was higher with the exact same commercial terms. So working with our partner institutions, for example, on removing that unconscious bias, that's also very important. Increasing data, access to data of women participation, of access to finance for young people, or on the regional, more remote areas. So this is very important. So these three aspects, so not just access to finance, but advisory to small businesses, and also the policy dialogue, all combined are an extremely powerful tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, please.
Now Italy, with Mrs. Elisabetta De Piedronzonio.
It's very difficult, I'm sorry.
So you are the college of the pillar on vocational training. What the benefits of linking skills on job creation?
Thank you very much for the question. On behalf of Italian Cooperation, we are very proud to be here with the team. And the answer that comes first to my mind is that the obvious benefit of linking skills to job creation is helping people to find a job, to gain economic independence. But however, let me be a little more provocative with a question. Should the school system simply produce workers for the labor market, or should it rather train people for a long-term professional, and I may add personal development? The focus we put is on people in our projects, because we think that the people are at the center of the process, and the skills are very important, fundamental, but they first should be focused on the capacity of being prepared to the quick changes of the labor market and the societies too. So our work is has a priority with the gender issues, and we are very committed to give women the opportunity of having equality and equality education for socioeconomic empowerment. And we trust that the link between the school system, training and vocational systems with partners in the private sector is fundamental. That's why we work on partnerships also between young firms and well-established companies. And our challenge is to work in very marginalized areas where not just youth employment is an issue, but also the involvement and the capacity of very vulnerable groups, such as migrants, returning migrants, persons with disabilities are a big issue for us. And we try to involve also the diaspora groups present in Italy, because they can play a key role in the creation of new job opportunities in their countries of origin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elisabetta. My next question goes to France. Pleasure, Alexandre. My question is again about skills. How can skills help attract investments? and especially when these investments are in the innovative sectors. Please, you have the floor.
Merci. Je vais répondre en français. Changer un peu. Donc on l'a dit ce matin, c'est vrai que la disponibilité des compétences, elle est essentielle pour les investissements. C'est paraît une évidence. Et c'est la raison pour laquelle le travail que l'on mène avec l'Italie pour le deuxième pilier de la TEI sur la formation professionnelle est vraiment un pilier de cette TEI très important. De notre côté de l'Agence française de développement notamment, nous finançons des politiques publiques de formation professionnelle. Et je vais prendre l'exemple du Maroc, si vous me le permettez, puisque depuis 1999, la France a financé donc la politique marocaine sur la formation professionnelle, et avec ce qui a abouti à la création de 27 centres de formation professionnelle. Parmi ces 27 centres de formation, il y a 9 instituts dont la gestion est déléguée au secteur privé. Et on a parlé tout à l'heure de l'importance de ce partenariat public-privé. Il est particulièrement important en formation professionnelle, dans des secteurs innovants comme l'automobile, et puis avec la création de l'IFMIA de Tanger, mais aussi par la création de l'Institut marocain de l'aéronautique, l'IMA, de Casablanca. Donc ces centres-là, dont la gestion est déléguée au secteur privé, permet de pouvoir s'inscrire vraiment dans le développement d'un secteur économique. Et 15 ans plus tard, pour l'IMA, on voit qu'aujourd'hui encore, c'est un centre qui favorise les investissements dans ce secteur. Donc vous voyez qu'il y a un cercle vertueux qui se crée par la formation professionnelle. Et tout à fait récemment, le Royaume du Maroc a sollicité les financements de la France pour la création d'un nouveau centre, cette fois dans le secteur de la pharmacie. Donc on voit bien à quel point ce cercle vertueux peut être entretenu pour accompagner les investissements dans la région. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes très heureux de pouvoir travailler aux côtés de l'Italie dans la mise en œuvre donc, de cette TEI, en particulier sur ce pilier sur la formation professionnelle.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
So my last question to Mr. Anton Liz from Spain. So Spain currently holds the presidency of the EU Council. Which role does the collaboration with European partners play for Spanish international cooperation?
Well, it is crucial. I will be very brief because I had an opportunity to speak before, but this example here, having all these member states working together and working in particular with partners in the Southern Mediterranean, with governments, but also with civil society and the private sector, as many speakers already mentioned, is of course crucial. What we are doing is with the European Commission, we focus on the third element, the third pillar, which is on the social economy, for instance. We think it is a very good element. Why? Because, of course, investment and trade is about big projects, and we have Global Gateway. There is a number of big infrastructure projects and connectivity projects that we need to do in the South. But from the very beginning of this partnership, we wanted the bottom of the pyramid. We wanted to get people, and particularly those in vulnerable communities, to be benefiting from these investments. And we think the social economy can play a major role. It does in our countries, like cooperatives, social enterprises, SMEs as well, entrepreneurs, individual entrepreneurs can play a role. It is very important for us. That's what we've been supporting instruments to deliver concrete projects on the ground with our German friends and others. We're funding with more than 1 million euros these calls for proposals that picks specific projects put forward by entrepreneurs, like on green jobs in particular, and the digital commerce, digital trade, which we think it is important. We talk a lot about services trade, that's untapped potential in the South, and also great opportunities for the inclusion of youth and women. So that's why we decided to join this effort and to focus specifically on that element. Also with impact investment, which we think is a very essential tool. Only a couple of weeks ago, we organized in Madrid, as part of our presidency, an event on impact investment. There are some great initiatives going on in the Southern Mediterranean on this, on how we can leverage, in this case, European investors to work on sustainable projects in the South. thinking of climate, for instance, COP28 going on at the moment, climate adaptation is less about big infrastructure projects and much more about landing those projects on sustainable agriculture and so on. And there is great potential and great opportunity which we are trying to support with this TI.
Thank you very much, Anton. And if I may avail myself, Natasha, just for 1 minute, using my hat of the UfM Secretariat to confirm all what has been said, and also to tell you that in the UfM Secretariat we make sure that the principles and the pillars of the Team Europe initiatives are also embedded within all the ad hoc activities that we do organize, such as today. So not only, like the European Commission mentioned, Ingrid, about the UfM regional platforms of dialogue, but also in our ad hoc platforms of dialogue like today. And this is what we also are going to be taking forward in our work program for 2024 and the years after. So thank you very much. Natasha, over to you.
Thank you. But please, a round of applause. Thank you so much. And do stay here. So miraculously, we're a little bit early, so we have some time. And I would like to know if anyone has any more questions on the TEI, because this was certainly something that at least one person said on their hopes they want to understand a little bit better. So does anyone want to have a question? Please just raise your hand. Well, I have a couple of questions, and Sumaya, just you being here, I'd love to pick your brain before we go into our panel discussions later. First of all, from your experience, you grew up in a very rural area. You overcame, obviously, this unconscious bias that we were hearing about, and you have a good job. How?
Est-ce que je peux parler en français parce que my English, it's not
good. Arabic or French?
Okay, I speak in Arabic.
Of course.
Okay, that's great.
We need our
Yes.
So we have time to get the headphones. No problem.
Okay.
Do come back and join us on the stage, though, Team Europe initiative representatives. Okay, so again, how did you make it?
السلام عليكم. سميتي سمية الوسولي من المغرب. أنا ingénieur في l'électronique et système embarqué ou doctorante en même temps في le même domaine en deuxième année. و je suis co-founder ديال واحد الشركة مغربية اللي كدير دي سوليوشن اللي هما green, technologique et connecté en utilisant l'intelligence artificielle en même temps l'internet des objets. عندنا حاليا دو بروجي. لو بروميير بروجي سميتو سيلفا 4.0. سيلفا كتعني فتاة الغابة ولا فتاة الواحة، حيت انا من الواحة، من لا ريجيون ديال درعا فيلات اللي كتمتلك اكبر واحة في العالم اللي هي الواحة ديال درعا فيلات في المغرب. دونك سيلفا جات من هاد القصة. 4.0 سي لا 4e génération.
Slow down a tiny bit. Ah. This is amazing. Okay, this is one thing you need to overcome all this bias is to speak all three languages. Okay, just stick to one. And one language, please.
One language.
Yeah.
French. Okay.
Whichever.
Okay. I repeat?
So for me, the important thing is how have you overcome the unconscious bias? How have you, as a woman, been able to get to where you are as an entrepreneur today?
Ok, donc après que j'ai obtenu mon diplôme en électronique et système embarqué, parce que je suis actuellement ingénieure en électronique et système embarqué, et en même temps doctorante en deuxième année dans le même domaine, qui est l'électronique. Donc, j'ai fait mon projet de PFE, qui est Silva 4.0. Donc, la première fois, ou bien la première version de ce projet, on a participé avec cette version au concours Klimtna, qui a été initié par l'Union européenne au Maroc, en partenariat avec EBRD, et on a remporté le grand prix avec ce projet-là, ou bien avec le prototype de ce projet. Donc après, ce prix nous a motivés à continuer vers le monde d'entrepreneuriat et de proposer d'autres solutions qui peuvent satisfaire des autres besoins, surtout dans le domaine de la technologie verte. Donc c'est pour cela nous avons aussi créé ce qu'on appelle TixLab, qui est un laboratoire technologique. Son objectif, c'est de faire l'intégration efficace où on travaille avec les porteurs de projets, avec les startups, avec les entreprises qui ont déjà des solutions, mais notre objectif, c'est d'intégrer la partie ou bien l'aspect innovant et technologique à leurs projets pour être ou bien pour les rendre un peu plus technologiques, plus innovants. Donc, on travaille aussi avec les porteurs de projets, aussi les étudiants qui ont des projets de fin d'études. On les aide à développer leurs prototypes, à développer ou bien élaborer leur business model pour faire montrer leurs innovations et aussi pour contribuer tous ensemble à créer un futur qui est plus vert, surtout plus vert, plus stable et bien sûr plus technologique.
Thank you. Ooh. And this is also leadership of the future. I think this is what we need to be looking to. Thank you so much, Samaya, for being with us. And let's have another photograph of all these wonderful Team Europe Initiative representatives. I believe there may be others also, so please do join them. And I think this is also so important to see the commitment of so many different European countries and the investment, the financial institutions coming together. Look at the, watch the birdie, we say in English. One more. Okay, thank you. A round of applause, please, to all the representatives of the Team Europe Initiative. And ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our break, we would like to also have a group photo of you. And there are two ways of doing this. The first is, we're all going to look into that corner, which is where the photographer is going to be standing. And then afterwards, I'll ask you to join me outside for a more compact group photograph. But first of all, would you like everyone standing? I believe everyone stand, please, and look over into that corner. Thank you. Everyone standing? All right. Let's all look into the corner, please. Thank you. One more. Cheese. Ask Samaya how to say that in all 3 languages. Great, thank you so much. And let's all now go outside for the next group photograph. Please go straight to the left-hand side, and then we have a break until 11:15. 11:15, we're back here, 11:15, thank you. Do take your seats, and we will start directly. Good morning, and you. I could actually ask you to come and take a seat already. Yeah, and then we can get all the panelists up. Would you like to take a seat there, please? Yes, looks like yours. stage. Sorry, it's a bit lonely up there, isn't it? So we've had quite a lot of questions coming in on our digital tool about how to deal with regulations for SMEs, like the... oh my goodness. Oh no, that's no good. Oh, I don't want you to sit. Thank you. Do you know each other? Oh, it's how many? Let's have one each then. Yeah, please. Okay. 5. Okay, can I ask you to take your seats, please, as quickly as possible, and then we can get started. Nice to meet you. Hi, Natasha, and you, the wonderful. Please take a seat here. Good, me too. You look fantastic as well. Where's our other... Okay, so welcome back. And we're just about to start our first panel, where I will introduce you in just one moment to our panelists. But this is also my request to you to please make this an interactive panel. So please do keep your questions and comments coming in on Slido. Can we just have Slido up briefly so we can see the QR code again, please? Here we go. There's the QR code. And there are already some questions there that I will be picking up throughout the course of the day. So there's the QR code. All right. Our first panel of 3, so looking at one of the levers of the TEI, is looking at leveraging the job potential of trade and investment, where we're seeing structural gaps, supply-side constraints, impeding participation in regional and international value chains, limiting the benefits of economic integration in the Euro-Mediterranean region. So we want to know, how can the EU and the Southern Mediterranean countries increase trade and investment in the region with positive impacts on employment? Our panelists here, please welcome with me Léon Delvaux, Director for Neighbouring Countries, Industry Goods, Regulation Cooperation and Public Procurement at DG Trade from the European Commission. Welcome. Member of the European Parliament, Bernd Lange, who is Chair of the International Trade Committee. Welcome. Shahika Ashkiner, who's Vice President of the Italian Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Izmir, and President of EGICAT, which is the Aegean Business Women's Association. Welcome. And Yahya El-Wathik Bella, who's first Under-Secretary of State for the Ministry of Trade and Industry of Egypt. Thank you, sir. and Matthias Knapper, who's head of the Fibers, Textile and Clothing Unit supporting sector and enterprise competitiveness at the International Trade Centre. Welcome. So I have lots and lots of questions for you, but perhaps before we ask questions of you, let's see what our audience thinks to some questions that I have of them. So I'm going to start a poll right now on Slido. Again, no right or wrong, but we want to use your input as we go forward. What internal problems are holding the Euro-Mediterranean region back in terms of leveraging the job potential of trade and investment? Where do you see the main internal problems that are holding us back? And our panelists can also see what's coming in. We're seeing governance with procedural obstacles and barriers, but also the political instability and conflict. Cronyism, lack of information. Be more specific, what sort of barriers are they? What are we talking about? Sorry, you only have 25 characters here as well, so you have to keep it quite brief. Free roaming of people, we heard that before as well. Weak private sector, bureaucracy, lack of governance, real integration, corruption. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of governance issues in there, but also the skilled labor and the skills gap are also mentioned along with the weakness of the private sector. And let me ask you now about your sense of confidence. So do you currently think the glass is half full or half empty in terms of how you see the Southern Mediterranean's current participation in regional and international value chains? So are we on our way up or are we on our way down? Half empty. Oh, almost, oh, neck and neck. All right, but we have mixed feelings in the group, definitely. But we're seeing more confidence than pessimism in terms of what direction we're in, but we're certainly not there yet. And just finally, we'll be talking about institutional capacities that need to be strengthened. You've already mentioned the governance issues. So what are those institutional capacities that need to be strengthened at the regional level to leverage the job potential in regional and international value chains? What are these institutional capacities at regional level? Funding? Governance? Education? Funding's there again. The evolved partnership model. Just being able to exchange experiences, green investment, strategic vision and coordination, goodwill, political will, courage, equity, professionalism, empowerment, grassroots support. All right, so it seems that people are not struggling to name some of those institutional capacities that need to be strengthened at the regional level. Thank you. All right, let's turn Slido off so we can give all of our attention to our panelists now. And I'd like to structure this discussion in three main parts. The first is understanding how trade and investment currently contribute to economic growth and employment in general, and in the Mediterranean region in particular. Then looking at the challenges that businesses and traders in the region are facing. And then finally, and spending most time looking at the way forward. We want this resilient, sustainable, inclusive economic development. How do we get there? How can that become reality? So let me, and I'll be using your questions as they come in, so please do use Slido for that. So first of all, let me start, please, Mr. Delvaux, with you. How do you see broader economic and geopolitical dynamics? How are they affecting economic growth and job potential of trade and investment in the region currently?
Can you hear me? Yep. So first of all, good morning and thank you very much for having me. This is of course for us in DigiTrade an occasion to highlight the mechanisms we have in place, because I think looking at the very interesting first feedback you had there, I was struck that nothing or hardly anything was actually related to trade, because I think trade is an enabler. I think it's something that can enhance the impact of, but it's of course it doesn't create by itself the conditions for economic development. It's an enabler for economic development. So I think what we have put in place is, of course, our association agreements, FTA agreements, customs union, depending on which country we speak about. And we think, and I'm here going to make another pitch for Prodomo, if I can put it like that. Our agreements are quite dated ones because they mainly focus on goods, but we think, of course, our economic development and relationship needs to be in tune with the development of services, of course, the need for, and this is something we hear a lot in the region, of course, also the quest for investment. So I think this is certainly something we are happy to discuss further with the relevant partners in their configurations. But to come back to your question, I think the main is, of course, we have seen major shifts with the post-COVID, the post-pandemic situation, with the quest for nearer, closer supply chains. So I think there's clearly a market on that. And of course, in parallel, the need for increased diversification. We have seen with, there's been, over the last years, more attention and realization of the dependency and the risk of being too dependent on one or two partners in a given sector. So I think the neighborhood is geographically and also in terms of potential very well placed to take advantage of the two needs in the union to diversify and to have shorter supply chains. So to keep it short, I think this is the main, say, areas where I would see potential to increase trade and enhance economic development thereby.
And would you have pressed the glass is half full or half empty?
By nature, we need to be looking at the glass by definition of our job descriptions of the glass half full. Of course, we think we can do much better and much more, and I think we have put forward ideas on what to do. And as we have signaled when having our interactions, we are ready to go into new territories and of course also to listen to ideas. I was struck by some. I won't comment them now, but struck by some of the highlighted feedback. I think there's a lot also in saying, okay, we can make an offer on the EU side, we can make proposals, but of course it's also important that we receive requests or demands for something different or more. I mean, I think our door is open, and this is something I would like to underline here today.
Thank you. We'll come back to that also, because someone has asked, for example, how can we ensure that the beneficiary countries in the south are involved in this TEI, for example? We'll come back to that. Bent Lange, first of all, someone also addressed the question, how are we counterbalancing the Belt and Road Initiative's penetration in Africa? So if we're looking at the current situation where we are now, how good are we at counteracting that, for example?
Yeah, I guess firstly we have to reflect that the narrative of trade has changed. So this old Washington consensus, just cutting tariffs and non-tariff barriers, and then everybody is playing on the same rules, and growth is coming automatically. This is gone. Perhaps it was an illusion, because it's not reflecting the concrete conditions on the ground, and secondly, we are living in a fragmentation of the global system. So we have a new narrative. It's more stability and sustainability, looking that trade get really in the line of bringing benefit for the people on the ground. And this is specifically relevant, of course, for Africa. So the old-fashioned thinking, just taking the raw materials from you and then that's it, and how the situation in our partner countries is developing is not in our mind. That's really gone. So let's really look how we can define project and partnership based on fair trade, which is also giving added value to the partner countries. By the way, we should also reflect in the European Union that not only the southern Mediterranean countries are our partner in the south, they are partner in general.
Amongst each other.
Yeah, and in each other, and also to the European Union. We should perhaps a little bit go away from this European glasses of development. So, and having said, then of course we should really look how to further develop our trade agreements. So indeed, they are a little bit poor at the moment. Only trade in goods, no sustainability in. So there is, I guess, a development which we had, for example, in the agreement with New Zealand, quite recently concluded, which is going really in a different direction. And secondly, also to create in partnership project, like some Global Gateway project, where the need is defined in partnership, in really common discussion, and then also the realization of investment is in common partnership done. And this is, I guess, the new approach which is so needed.
How do we differentiate from the Belt and Road Initiative in that? How in the Belt and Road Initiative, what's the difference? How do we counteract that?
Yeah, of course. It is also a little bit geopolitically, no doubt about, but the important difference is really this new narrative, the stability and sustainability. And if you're looking to projects from China and the Road and Belt Initiative, we will see only investment, sometimes with Chinese workers, and let's say not well reflected consequences on some infrastructure project. I could deliver a lot of examples like the highway through Nairobi, for example, which a lot of problems and so on. So no, let's really define the projects together and then looking what consequences for stability and sustainability it will bring.
And thank you very much, Mr. El-Wathik Bella. To what extent is that defining things together already happening? To what extent do you experience an exchange of needs, an exchange of expertise within the region right now?
Hello, everyone. Actually, we are now facing a lot of problems. We are facing a lot of challenges. We are facing energy security, food security, instability, political instability, disturbance in supply chains, and many other issues, high inflation rates, high interest rates all over the region. And it's the right time, and it's very crucial to come together more than any time before, for the region to be together, to come together, to integrate. We used to face a lot of barriers, and some of these barriers are still in the region. Non-tariff barriers, tariff barriers still, regulatory reforms, political instability, as I have mentioned, divergent regulations, infrastructure deficiency, access to finance, a lot of problems. So we are looking at some solutions. The harmonization is very important. The harmonization between our countries and the region is very important. Harmonization of trade policies as much as we can, We need to use the EU initiatives like the Team Europe Technical Assistance. We need more grants, loans. Trade facilitation is more important now than ever. Technical support on sectoral basis, not just in general, but on sectoral basis. Economic integration in the region to face what we are facing nowadays in challenges, in disruption, in supply chain. We need technology transfer from the north to the south. We need to share experience. We need new trade links. We are facing a lot of problems. And even the shipping costs getting too high. The components are getting too expensive for the region. Importing from outside the region, will be very costly in the future, so we have to come together. Of course, there are a lot of policies and a lot of laws and regulations that the EU is establishing now, the CBAM, the due diligence and deforestation and others. And actually, this will not, I know it's very important to co-op with the European Green Deal, but as I mentioned before in other forums, it's very important to get together to get more experience and support from the EU about how to implement this and co-op and comply with this. Actually, I've met some ministers from ex-European, East European countries, and they are members in the EU, and they mentioned to me that it's hard to comply with these regulations in the time being, and they are members in the EU. So you can look at the developing countries in the south. How can they face it?
I have many questions relating to that here also.
And definitely, it will raise the production cost. All this for the producers to comply to all these requirements, it will raise the production cost. And production cost, I will upfront it to, at the end, the European consumer will bear higher prices than before, definitely.
So listening to you, I can understand why almost half of the people in the room said the glass is half empty.
Right.
A lot of challenges that we're facing, and we will definitely come back to talking about where we see solutions for those. But let's stick with the question of the challenges. Ms. Ashkina, if we're thinking of small and medium-sized businesses, for example, not just the big businesses, what sort of challenges are they confronted with? Whether it's market access, protectionism, what sort of things are coming on your desk?
Hello. First, before I reply you, I really want to thank to UfM officials, especially to Mr. Abdul Kadir El-Kisasi, where we met in Barcelona 2 months ago, and that he invited me here. So I'm really privileged to be one of the speakers of this panel. You know, as myself as a businesswoman, an exporter for 30 years in ready garment made sector, I have a different aspect from you officials, because I'm really living the problems every day of production, export, all the problems that we are facing, the employment problems in Turkey, in Europe, as we are exchanging trade. So I have a different point of view. And here I'm also representing Italian Chamber of Commerce, as I'm the Vice President of Italian Chamber of Commerce in Izmir. And I'm also in the board of Asian Exporters Union since 16 years. I mean, my point of view is different. Of course, there's so many challenges. But first I have to just generalize, you know, Turkey historically has always been a bridge between in Mediterranean. I mean, we always had you know, we had historically, economically, politically, Turkey has always been a bridge between East and West, between Asia and Europe as continents. So, and it's a very big potential. We have 85 million people, where the population is equally divided between women and men. So it's really a very big potential to be used by Mediterranean, being a part of Mediterranean, and by the European community, European countries. But I don't think it's being advantaged as much as it seems. Like, I want to point out to the FDIs, foreign direct investments, which could have been done much more. Like, I want to give an example from 2 Italian companies, because, you know, the first thing which will increase employment everywhere in the Mediterranean region is foreign investments in different countries. So, like, I will give you an example from Fiat SPA. Fabbrica Italiana Automobili Torino, which we all know, it's a very famous Italian car brand, and they invested $3 million, and they are making 1/3 of the total investments made in Turkey in automotive sector by themselves, and they created an employment of nearly 15,000 people, which consists of blue-collar and white-collar workers, and nearly 6,000 people who are working as sales agents. So that's a big potential. So another striking example is Ferrero SPA, which also made a big investment in Turkey. You know, Ferrero SPA is the manufacturer producer for Nutella and Roche chocolates and Kinder Surprise. I'm sure you
We
all
are in
know
Belgium,
about.
though, so we have strong competition here.
Sorry?
We have strong competition here in
Oh
Belgium.
my God. Anyway, so they have actually, this company has nearly 46,000 of employees all over the world, and nearly 3,000 employees in Turkey, because they have just, they've been investing in Turkey since 1964.
So these are very positive examples of FDI in Turkey. And you're saying there could be more.
Yeah.
What's preventing more?
I mean, of course, there are challenges for the foreign companies, especially from Europe, because Turkey, still being a, I don't know, Muslim country or a different, still not being a part of European community, let's say, still the application is still pending for I don't know how many years. So maybe there is a little bit of a threat, or people are a bit frightened still to make investments. There are some challenges.
Let's go into that in more detail. Yeah, thank you. Matthias Knapper, what about smaller and medium-sized companies when it comes to their challenges that they're facing in investing in the southern Mediterranean countries, also in trading and doing what we're all saying is important, using trade as an enabler?
Okay, thanks very much. Let me just start by giving a little context why I'm here. So we are an implementation aid partner at the International Trade Center of CEDA and the government of Switzerland in a program that we call Minatex that supports the textiles and clothing sector in Jordan, Egypt, Tunisia and Morocco. And there we're working, in fact, with a lot of SMEs, trying to make them more competitive so that they can export more and through more export create jobs. And we actually have two companies here that later on also on stage that can give some more insights from their perspective. But in terms of textiles and clothing, or say garments, because we don't have that much textiles in these four countries, at least not in Turkey, but in the other countries, companies need to move away from just the sewing operations. And I'm coming a little technical because that's what I'm here and what I'm talking. I'm not a politician. So we're trying to help them to move up the value chain, to create additional service to their clients. Not only the productivity and the compliance issue, but being it social or environmental, but moving up in the pre-production area, which includes finding the fabrics or producing the fabrics themselves, do the product development, do the design development, and then also go into branding and market branding, and then through branding also market diversification. Because not only the European Union is the most important country and market for Tunisia and for Morocco. If you look into Egypt and Jordan, it's more the US market. And why it's more the US market? Trade policy. Because they have free trade agreements and they have very easy rules of origin requirements. I'm not a politician, but I'm saying you want to increase more exports into the European Union, you have to look into the rules of origin requirements for textiles and clothing from the perspective of job creation. There are other political parameters, but I'm not looking at these. I'm just looking into what creates jobs. Jobs creates market access, because investors will invest in Egypt or in Tunisia or in Morocco because they get an easy access to the market. And with this easy access to the market and more competitive scenario, they will export more, and through this additional exports, they create more jobs.
Mm-hmm. You're convinced?
Yes, I am convinced about this.
So
but despite the challenges, of course, in the market itself right now,
right.
we're talking about a very, very difficult market situation. Hopefully, it's only temporary.
Right, and are we making this market situation more difficult? Bert Lange, we're hearing a lot about these additional requirements that are making all these challenges even more difficult to overcome. I've had questions coming in saying, how do we support traders to react to the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or also the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism? How are you aware of these problems, first of all?
Yeah, of course. But once again, in this old thinking, this old narrative, producing there where the costs are the lowest and also the environmental standards are the lowest. I had just recently a heavy discussion with the CEO from Siemens, and he said to me, yes, perhaps we were a little bit naive bringing all the production to China. And I said to him, that was not naive, that was the economic rationality of the past, going there where the conditions are the best. And I guess this is really not the thinking of today. We are looking to jobs based on the ILO conventions. More or less all countries worldwide have ratified the ILO convention, and it is more than justified to bring also via trade measures the right for the people on the ground to have the possibilities based on the ILO convention in practice. Or the Paris Climate Agreement. More or less every country of the world has signed the Paris Climate Agreement. Why should not trade bring benefit for the implementation of the Paris Climate Agreement? Or we have a lot of UN environmental conventions on biodiversity and so on. And I guess this is also a responsibility of trade to establish this. So there is a common goal. And now it's the question how to implement it. Yes, we have some additional unilateral legislation, but really based on these international conventions. It's not our European standard, it is the international common standards and the common goals. I had a quite long discussion with the Environment Minister of Brazil, Madame de Silva, and on deforestation. And we discussed a little bit also our common goal to stop the illegal logging of the Amazon rainwood forest. And then looking what is necessary. Geolocalization, perhaps using satellite photos from Europe, traceability process, certification process, how we can do it together. And at the end of this conversation, she said, oh, this legislation is a help for my policy. And therefore, we should really discuss how we can implement this legislation, like deforestation, like CBAM, like the due diligence legislation, in cooperation to really have a benefit for the environment and the people on the ground. It is possible. It is not just an additional burden. Of course, we have to look that the certification process is as easy as possible, and also for small and medium-sized enterprises reachable, that's for sure. We have an eye on that, but let's discuss in partnership how we can implement it in Tunisia, in Indonesia, or in Brazil. There are different systems, and we have to reflect this as well.
Mr. Wathnik-Bellard, do you also see the opportunities behind these stronger regulations if the support is also there? For good jobs in the region?
As I have mentioned, yes, there are some opportunities, but definitely we have to be ready and we have to comply with it. If we need to comply with it, we need the EU support, because already we are facing a lot of challenges. They are enough to hinder any efforts for trade and investment. If we are talking as an example about the trade and investment in Egypt, trade with the EU, Egypt trade with the EU jumped from 23, 24 billion US dollars to 37 billion US dollars in 2 years. But I'm scared that after all these acts and all these regulations, it will be coming down. The investments in the region, if we are not ready to comply with all this, definitely the intra-investment will come down. We need to look at how can we integrate together to comply to this situation.
What would be the short-term needs that need to be done now?
Actually, in Egypt, we are trying to give awareness to our business community about all this due diligence and the CBAM and deforestation and all that. But there are like 30% of our exports, as an example, will be affected by this new regulations. At least 30%, the cement industry, fertilizers, steel industry, and others. And even the ready-made garments will be affected as well. So I mean, this is the core of the situation. And as I mentioned, we are not anti-implementation of the European Green Deal, but we need more awareness, we need more programs for awareness to our business community. We need funds in order to get your expertise to come to our countries, to the EU expertise to come to the South Mediterranean countries, in order to give them more and more awareness about how to implement, how to measure, how to calculate the carbon tax, and all this kind of things.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Lever, is that support going to be able to go to the southern Mediterranean countries to provide that capacity?
I think that's very much the objective, of course, because these measures have not been introduced. I think Mr. Lange very clearly expressed the rationale of them. And now that we have them, because we also have a shared ambition, I think we need to make sure that indeed they don't impact negatively trade. It's rather the contrary. It should be a tool to enhance the way the production is taking place in these countries, and also can provide additional market opportunities, because of course those, I mean, for instance, there's a distance already, the geographical distance. I think the routes are much shorter, so this also has an impact. But I think our colleague was mentioning, for instance, for an Egyptian case, indeed the part of Egyptian exports which would be impacted, and I think this shows how important it is indeed that we can find the means to ensure that they move up the value chain in that sense, that they comply with European norms, and I think this is certainly potential for a win-win, and there will be, I think we have started already to reach out quite significantly, but of course this conversation has only about started. We will continue, and we certainly looking for solutions that are the benefit of both parties. I mean, the tools are really there to move. Of course it creates a pressure, of course it creates a push and constraints, but it also should be used as an incentive, and that's the way it's meant, because the European Union will not save itself by closing down. We want to increase I mean, we want to help change the way goods are produced, and our neighbors, I think, are the first ones that we want to work with on that.
And someone's just commented, it's hard to understand how some government representatives from the South blame the EU for protecting their citizens' consumers' rights. I'm not seeing that so much as that it's just difficult to get there right now. We're seeing that we're putting up hurdles that need to be overcome, but at the end of the day, we know that this is going to lead to more sustainable, environmentally friendly, but also decent jobs. I'm not hearing that we're blaming, but that there's a real need now to facilitate that implementation and measuring. Ben Lange, you wanted to speak? Yeah, please.
Indeed. So, and looking to two of this legislation on CBAM, we of course want to motivate everybody in the production of 6 important commodities to reduce CO2. Steel and cement, you mentioned. are two of them. To have a concrete perspective on the production and also the emission level, we are collecting now for 2.5 years the data before this legislation is really coming into force. And in the parliament, we introduce in this legislation a review process after this 2.5 years to take into account the result of this 2.5 year period, and specifically also looking for equivalencies from third country. I know steel coming from Egypt, cement from Tunisia, and we have to look how these can be fit into the CBAM. So it is a process of cooperation, similar to the due diligence legislation. By the way, it's not fixed now. I think it will be fixed in a few months. Looking where are specific risks. And of course, there is a difference between the im and export from a specific good from a country where everybody is happy about the environment and labor conditions, compared to a supplier from a country where we know there are problems. And this will lead to a different treatment, that's also sure, so that the companies really can be go for an easy way of dealing with the impacts on export from products and supplier where we know there are no risk. And this will be based also on a database with AI, so that is a tool specifically for small and medium-sized enterprise, and this will be developed in partnership as well. So there will be a long implementation phase, I assume, 4 or 5 years, so that this additional barrier, which of course I heard often, will really not be implemented. It will be a tool to really implement and benefit for labor and environment.
It's interesting that the digital transition will also support the green and social transition that we're talking about. Mr. Ashkenaer, someone says here we need to work more with the business communities and the business NGOs to find out what the benefits of this transition are for them and how it will affect their businesses in the future. Basically what we're saying is we need to act now because we're seeing these barriers, but at the end of the day, there's a vision. So are you seeing that part of your role is also to explain the transition, the benefits in the future?
Of course. Actually, I believe although the legislations European EU is putting on the suppliers is educating us in a way as suppliers in Turkey to produce goods on a more environmental, on a more sustainable base. So it's really pushing us to reach to a higher level of production. As I said, Turkey, especially Izmir, where I come from, is an exporter city, and we have so many different sectors in our city. We have so many factories, but when I look at to the environment, actually we are not a producer like in Bangladesh, or we are not Indonesia. I mean, our suppliers in Turkey are very high educated in the sense of Green Deal, like, we are faced to so many audits, like most of the factories who need to produce, for instance, I'm jumping maybe from one title to another, like I'm going to give another example of Inditex. Turkey is the second supplier of Inditex, which is the biggest, universal brand. So, but in order to be a supplier of Inditex, where in Turkey maybe 50% of the textile companies are supplying to Inditex, you have to have you have to pass special audits. And it's not so easy. So what happens is, and also in 2030, in order to export to European community, there will be even more other challenges which are waiting for the suppliers. So we have to get prepared. And of course, what we are doing is we are giving education, we are, teaching not our own employees in the companies to get prepared for 2030, because otherwise we will not be able to export anymore if we don't obey to the rules, to the legislations which are put in front of us. So it is actually, I believe it's something very beneficial. I mean, we shouldn't look at it as a barrier, but we should benefit from these legislations. And the northern countries, like I'm mostly lately exporting to Scandinavian countries, Sweden and Denmark, where, and we are producing sustainable organic goods for babies especially. So every time, every year, they are putting some kind of barriers. Like the last time, they were measuring the carbon footprint that we are causing on each export we are making to this company in Sweden. So, when I go to a meeting with them, they just, in front of the screen, they show me the carbon print we are creating on each export, on each delivery we are making to Sweden. So it's very beneficial for me to see the results of our export.
Thank you. And very interesting also to hear the role that you're also playing in educating, in helping that understanding that this is an investment in the near future.
This is really an investment, and it's actually also competition. So whoever is going to get over this competition, as suppliers, let's say, I'm talking in Turkey, we have so many suppliers. So whoever is going to educate himself as a company and educate their employees in this long run will be a very competitive company and a survival in the universal competition. So we all have to educate ourselves, educate our employees, and take the steps for the Green Deal. For creating less carbon footprint.
Thank you. And Bassam, thank you for your questions. They're great. He's posed another one for you, Mr. El-Wathik Bella. How many Egyptian SMEs are ready for the digital transformation and green economy? And is there a government initiative or a non-governmental business organization, perhaps also similar to what we've just heard, who support that? And what do they need to do so?
Actually, what I have mentioned before, we are not anti the European Green Deal, of course, and we are not anti to comply with the European Green Deal. But we are currently, as I mentioned, we are facing a lot of challenges, not only the southern region, the southern Mediterranean, but also the northern Mediterranean, inflation rates and interest rates and energy costs and everything. So it's coming all together. That's the main problem, that it's all coming together. Actually, in Egypt, to comply with the European Green Deal, we formulated a council headed by the Prime Minister and members, different ministries and different ministers are in this committee or this council in order to give awareness through the Ministry of Environment, through the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and in the Ministry of Trade and Industry we are following all the regulations needed to comply with it, and we are trying our best to give awareness as much as we can to the SMEs, especially the SMEs, because they do not have enough financial resources in order to comply with this. So we are targeting this in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, and we are supporting different entities and different organizations to give them this kind of experience, and we are holding seminars and conferences to give this awareness. But it will need some time in order for especially the SMEs to comply with all this regulation, especially what I've mentioned they are facing in the time being. And there is no other, if we are talking about nearshoring, and if we are talking about having the Mediterranean as a hub for investment, tourism, agriculture, and other, we need to come together more than that. We need to involve the governments in continuous dialogue. We need to inform get the governments, the business community, as well as the civil society to get together, to give awareness, and to have continuous dialogue, not only through forums and conferences, but to have like an open dialogue, exchanging ideas, even to have like a think tank.
At national level or at regional level?
Regional.
Regional.
Regional level. A think tank in the Mediterranean to discuss especially all this kinds of requirements and regulations, and this think tank to be like an organization to give thoughts, to give experiences to other, national think tanks among the Mediterranean.
Wow, thank you. It sounds like a whole of government approach as well. So, Mr. Dalvo, to what extent is DJ NEAR, so a lot of trade-related support programs going on, and DD Trade, to what extent are you ensuring that technical assistance is part of the policy?
No, indeed. So, thank you very much. But can I come back just to one other point before, because but I'll try to reply to your question first. No, so this is certainly part of our approach, and indeed there will be two regional programs, one on green and more circular economy with the Southern Neighbourhood, and one regional program on digital trade. But if I may maybe react to what our colleague just said, I think this think tank, and if I can say this very spontaneously, this think tank idea sounds like a job description for the UfM Secretariat. I mean, I think this is this is why we have this body. I think it's certainly to help understanding the evolutions in the respective parties of the agreement, and then to indeed identify this kind of need. So I'm happy to take this forward and maybe to discuss that with them. But if I may comment on the investment, because I think there was at some stage of our discussion the issue of investment. And indeed, if we look at the numbers, they're not very encouraging. I mean, the foreign direct investment in the region has been going down. For instance, we look at the numbers I have with me here. So in 2021, we had 112 billion euros investment, which is a decrease of more than a quarter compared to 2019. Of course, we had COVID and so on, but nevertheless, I think that the trend is not very encouraging, and I think without attracting the ability to attract foreign direct investments, all these transformations we have been discussing about, the digital one, the green one, I think there will really be clearly a problem of scaling up the production. So that's also why, and I understand there will be a discussion on this later, but I nevertheless want to flag this here. We have said very clearly on our side that we are ready to envisage sustainable investment facilitation agreement, so which indeed cover the sustainability commitments, which we think is not just important for the EU, but more and more important for acceptability of trade, and indeed ensuring that trade actually is force for good, if I can put it like that, but also as a signal for the interest of EU companies to come and invest. So I think the idea is to indeed improve the governance, improve the where it's necessary, the transparency. A lot of the highlights that we had at the beginning of the discussion, and this for us, of course, such an agreement as itself doesn't change fundamentally, but it's an important signal, I think, that the given country is ready to go towards a route of a win-win situation with the EU, and I think this is very important for our investors. I heard our Turkish colleague indeed indicating in the Swedish case what are increasing demands on sustainability, on climate-related issues, and I think this trend clearly is not gonna be disrupted. It's gonna be increased. So I think this is really the way to go.
Mr. Knapper, how can investment be facilitated so that more investment is attracted to the region?
No, that's the $1 million question, no? I think if you look into how investment often takes place in textiles and clothing, you have a kind of a partnership between three entities. So it's not someone who says, okay, I set up a factory and then I export to Europe. No, it's a a partnership between three entities, which is the major buyer who sits in Europe, a brand or retailer, who says, okay, I need to import this quantity of garments, in my case garments. He or she is usually a supplier somewhere in the world, but for whatever reasons, nearshoring, duty-free access, friendshoring, he or she would like to have this production closer to home. So this brand will talk to his often Asian supplier and says, I would like you to produce closer to my home, because supply chain problems I can manage better, because duties I get an advantage, I can get faster delivery from you. And then this partner needs to, this often Asian supplier needs to find a partner in the host country, being it in Turkey, being it in Egypt, being it in Tunisia or wherever. So these three entities need to come together. And without the European buyer, the brand or retailer, giving the commitment to an Asian supplier saying, I buy from you, still you are my client, but you produce in the Mediterranean.
And do you see, I mean, we heard that maybe there is some reticence, maybe there is some unconscious bias we were talking about earlier this morning, that people actually don't want to maybe invest in, you said, a Muslim country. Is this an issue?
For textiles clothing, I have not overseen this as an issue. Not at all. Bangladesh is a Muslim country. Indonesia is a Muslim country. I'm not saying something about China. So they are not, I don't think so.
Okay.
What scares people away is the conflict. Yes, we wanted to bring some buying houses from Asia to look into Egypt and other places to go there lately, but they didn't come because they say we are scared because we don't know what's happening, whether Egypt is affected or not. So they didn't come. They canceled the visit to this country because. But it's like we're not talking Africa. Well, partially we talk also Africa, but everybody puts Africa in the same pot, but it's not. And maybe it's also a little bit the same here. That yes, it's the Mediterranean, yes, it's the Middle East, but the countries are all different.
And they have so much to offer, as we've heard already as well.
But in the mindset, maybe there is still a thing to put everything in the same basket.
Bernd Lange, is there anything that you think the northern countries of the Mediterranean, the EU, should be doing to get rid of some of those myths and diversify, show the diversity?
Yes, but of course the problem is really more complex. So we need, of course, some investment agreements. We are just concluded one with Angola to make clear that the treatment is fair. And we have also some problems sometimes with European investment in some countries. For example, the treatment in public procurement, for example, so that there is no discrimination of foreign investment compared to domestic investment. That's a really important criteria. And secondly, of course, we have to, let's say, rebuild our support for investment, our project. So we have this Team Europe idea, so to combine the support mechanism of different member states, that's really important. So also a long experience of measures of member states of the European Union going in the totally opposite direction in some countries. So that I hope that it's over, we can really combine this together. And then we have the Global Gateway projects, and it's now the second year of Global Gateway, and the first projects also established in the Mediterranean countries. So I guess in Egypt we have 3, in Tunisia we have 1, also in Morocco, the TWEM project, quite interesting to support the public transport. So that this is really also really motivate private investment as addition. And firstly, I guess we have to reflect inside the European Union more how to secure European investment in the third country, specifically in the Mediterranean. So the export credit system giving bank security for investment. Here we are really in a situation where we really reform the situation as it is, specifically as a European approach. We have at the moment really also national approaches on that, but this is also crucial, I guess, for supporting investment.
And that should speed things up a little bit.
Yeah, of course, we have different approaches in different member states.
Right.
So in Germany, we have the Hermesbürgschaften for companies going outside the European Union. The conditions are totally different from the French agency, and this makes no sense. Also regarding the target third partner country, so we need really a constructive European approach, which is really easy, also for small and medium-sized enterprise, but also looking to sustainability of investment and give then even a higher weight of security.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I think that's one of this, harmonize and make it easy. Yeah. Would you like to comment?
Actually, I would like to point out to another maybe solution for more investment in the Mediterranean zone. Like, as you know, Spain, Italy, Greece, and Turkey are main producers of olive oil. I also have a small enterprise in olive oil in Izmir, so I'm a little bit into it lately in the last 2 years. And I had made a small investigation, as I'm also a part of it now. Normally, Spain is the biggest producer of olive oils in the world, and also Italy and Greece, as well as Turkey. But what happened is, due to climate change, in the last year, the production of olive oil has dropped nearly by 50% in Spain, whereas in Turkey in 2022, it reached to the peak point in the last 10, maybe 15 years. So what I'm looking at this point, I believe, like in these 4 Mediterranean countries, we should build up a common organization, maybe for now I'm talking about olive and olive trees. This can also be for cotton, for some other common, like for wines maybe, because Turkey is also a very big wine producer, besides Italy, Spain, and French. We can create some regional and sectoral clusters in a way. Because on the other hand, Canada, United States, and Brazil are the main importers for olive oil in the world. So we should use the advantage of Mediterranean region, just bringing our forces together. I mean, now I give an example for the olive oil, because olive trees are grown only in the Mediterranean region, nowhere else in the world. So this is really a very big force that we all Mediterranean countries have. So why not creating a cluster in these specific products,
right,
and being very powerful against the other import markets, which are at the other side of the ocean. Japan is also one of them. So, we have overseas markets, export markets. So I believe this could be a good integration and powerness for increasing the export of the Mediterranean region.
And it goes very much towards what I'm also reading. I'll just translate the French. We need to redefine partnerships towards greater equity. We don't need to have this sort of beneficiary in the south and giving from the north. You're saying south-south regional sectoral partnerships. They could be doing the business outside of the European Union as well. I would like to ask the question that I referred to before, Mr. Delvaux, about also on the lines of equity. How can we ensure that the beneficiary countries, it's written here like that, in the south, are involved in the TEI? So how can we really make sure that this is an equitable, so the people we have on stage next time will be maybe more representative of the whole region?
Well, I would assume they are. I mean, I think that's a bit one of the first comments I made. I think very clearly these initiatives, they respond to requests, and I think they say the consequence of a dialogue. I don't think that. I mean, otherwise they would be rather pointless. I think if we can offer different options, but I think the options have to be seen as useful and taken on board by those they offer too. Otherwise. So I don't know if there's a specific questions underlying the question, but I would assume and take for granted that they are very much the outcome of a dialogue.
Let me use the opportunity of giving you the microphone. So if anyone would like to comment or ask questions, particularly on yes, sir, and please tell us who you are and whether you have a question directed at one of the panelists or a comment. Thank you.
Oui. Je me présente. Are we talking French if it's okay?
Sure.
Je me présente Yassine Serhani. Je suis président de l'association marocaine de la communauté achat, qui englobe les directeurs achats du Maroc. Et je suis en même temps président de la Fédération africaine des achats. Donc, j'ai deux questions, s'il vous plaît. Une pour M. Yahya. Donc, c'est par rapport à la partie, on va dire, environnementale. Il faut savoir qu'il y a 3 scopes, on va dire, de bilan carbone. Le troisième et le plus important scope, c'est celui qui est lié à la supply chain, qui représente entre 50 et 80% de l'empreinte carbone. Et cela, il est géré par des supply chain managers, des directeurs achats et des directeurs supply chain. Est-ce que cet acteur principal, qui est la direction supply chain, est inclus dans toutes les stratégies nord et sud-méditerranéennes comme acteur principal et très important dans l'optimisation de l'empreinte carbone? Je n'ai pas l'impression, en écoutant toutes les discussions qui ont eu lieu dans ce forum, comme quoi cet acteur-là n'est pas désigné, parce que 70 à 80% de l'impact du bilan carbone vient des supply chain et donc vient des supply chain managers, que ce soit des entreprises privées ou publiques, et aussi des directeurs achats qui vont choisir les meilleures, on va dire, options possibles en termes d'acheminement, bien sûr, et de supply chain pour pouvoir baisser l'empreinte carbone. Deuxième question, ça va aussi dans le sens de ce qu'a dit M. Yahya, c'est par rapport, on va dire, à la préparation des pays sud-méditerranéens par rapport à ces Supply Chain Due Diligence Act, par rapport à ce mécanisme d'ajustement de frontières de l'empreinte carbone frontières européennes. Il faut savoir que les pays européens, ils ont été préparés depuis bien longtemps. C'est-à-dire ces pays-là, ils avaient beaucoup de principes, de régulations, comme la régulation, on va dire, principe pollueur-payeur. Par exemple, les déclarations non financières, par exemple en France. Et ces entreprises, elles ont été entraînées, on va dire, quand je dis entraînées, c'est s'entraîner à baisser l'impact du bilan carbone sur plusieurs années, même des décades. C'est-à-dire sur une vingtaine d'années. Maintenant, on impose une régulation qui, on va donner une période de transition de 2 ans à des entreprises, surtout les SMI, donc les moyennes et petites entreprises, qui ne sont pas prêtes du tout. Et le risque encore, il est géopolitique, parce que ces entreprises peuvent avoir aussi d'autres choix de partenaires. Là, on parle des Chinois, des Américains, du BRICS et d'autres destinations qui, elles, n'ont pas imposé ces régulations. Donc, comment on va travailler aussi avec ces pays sud-méditerranéens et surtout avec les SMI pour qu'ils soient prêts? C'est ce que essaye de dire M. Yahya tout à l'heure. Et je pense que plusieurs pays de l'Europe de l'Est aussi ils sont concernés par cette question. Merci.
Thank you very much. So the first question went to... I didn't... Okay. Would you like to comment on the second one, first of all, Mr. Knappe, about very quick...
No, okay. I wanted to make, I can make a comment there. Je peux répondre en français là aussi. Et je crois que, c'est pour la question, la première question. Je crois, pour mon secteur, textile et habillement, les scope 3, les émissions de scope 3, toutes les chaînes de supply, ça c'est les clés pour le textile et habillement. Et si on regarde les petits entrepreneurs qu'on soutient dans notre programme, eux, ils ont scope 1, mais ils achètent les tissus dehors de la région européenne au Méditerranée. Ils achètent ça en Asie. Et le coton, ou quel autre type de fibre, vient peut-être d'un autre continent. Alors le savoir-faire de le faire, de savoir ça et de le tracer, il n'est pas là sur beaucoup des PME. Et là, il y a les liaisons aussi avec la digitalisation. Et parce qu'à la fin, ça va tous digitaliser. Et on doit avoir les outils et on doit savoir les savoir-faire, comment on peut tracer toutes les inputs à travers toute la chaîne de supply. Ça, et le scope 3, c'est très important. Et on travaille avec des marques suisses, par exemple. Ou pour eux, Suisse, c'est pas Europe, mais une européenne, mais eux, ils ont aussi les défis, les challenges. Ils ne savent pas, ils savent pas comment tracer tous les carbone, les foot carbone à tout le long de la chaîne de supply. C'est quasiment impossible. I just wanted to, for the first question that you asked to the gentleman from DG Trade, for me, and I asked this question at the beginning, what is the role of the TI? For me, and the question whether there should be someone from the countries there.
Yeah.
For me, TI is a kind of a development partner coordination framework, no? But who best can coordinate partners' input than the countries themselves? So yes, for me, there need to be the partners from the countries themselves involved. I know it's hardly there. In textiles and clothing, there is no partner coordination whatsoever in the countries concerned. A little bit in Egypt, a little bit in Morocco. But there is no vis-à-vis at the government level that can tell you this donor or this development partner should do this, and the other should do that, and the third should do this.
But maybe
that's why it's BTI is set up, I assume.
Well, this.
But ideally, it should involve the countries themselves.
And maybe we can go back to that think tank idea and activate also the Union for the Mediterranean to play a role in brokering some of those needs to the TEI. Your question on procurement. Who can answer the question on procurement? Please, Mr. Davor.
I can try, but I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
So it's the involvement of the procurement organizations.
Non, en français, c'est juste, j'ai bien compris, mais en français, ça va.
Can you use the microphone, please?
C'est l'inclusion des organisations achat et supply chain internationales et nationales, parce qu'il y a des représentations nationales comme un acteur clé dans la réduction de l'empreinte carbone des pays du sud de la Méditerranée. Certains pays, ils ont des organisations achats nationales qui, elles, est un acteur majeur dans la mise en place de cette coopération, on va dire, régionale et surtout cet alignement, on va dire, avec les contraintes carbone donc, imposées ces derniers temps. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, si j'ai bien compris, l'idée, c'est d'avoir des partenariats au niveau des centrales d'achat, c'est ça? Je pense que...
Il faut savoir que la Suisse, par exemple, ils ont une organisation de tous les directeurs achats de la Suisse. La France, ils ont des organisations achats qui représentent tous les supply chains et directeurs achats de toute la France. Et le Maroc est là aussi, la Tunisie est là aussi. Donc ça, c'est des organisations achats qui sont des key actors ou des acteurs majeurs pour diffuser l'information dans les entreprises, pour travailler avec ces initiatives, pour pouvoir justement aider les entreprises à aligner. Donc, dans tous les pays européens, il y a pratiquement des organisations achats. Il y a une fédération internationale achat et supply chain. Donc, je pense que cet acteur-là, il n'est pas présent dans toutes les panels de discussion et même dans les initiatives, dans la préparation des initiatives. Ça, c'est la représentation de toutes les entreprises, du secteur public et privé dans la partie supply chain et achat.
Okay, merci, c'est plus clair. Je pense que c'est une très bonne idée. C'est plutôt une incitation que vous nous soumettez et on est parfaitement disposé à la relayer aux personnes qui effectivement s'en chargent. Je pense que la DG Commerce en tant que telle n'est pas en lien direct aussi avec ces entités, mais je pense que c'est une suggestion qu'on se fera un plaisir à relayer, notamment à nos délégations et aux États membres pour voir ce qu'on peut mettre en place. S'il y a un déficit de flux d'informations à ce niveau-là, et surtout si c'est un moyen pour y remédier, je pense que c'est une très bonne idée. On va le regarder avec les collègues.
Thank you. And this is exactly what this meeting is for. It's an expert meeting to exchange on that. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Can I have a microphone up here? And then it's the gentleman over there afterwards. Thank you.
Well, I represent the Israeli Manufacturers Association, and actually I'm a bit, first of all, I think the discussion is extremely interesting, but we only have one representative of the private sector. And at the end of the day, you have to listen much more to the people that operate on the ground. So it's very nice to, and we heard the Commission and we heard the Parliament, etc. The problems are at the level of the manufacturers on the ground. Now, we have a very good example with Egypt. I don't know how many people knows. We have a qualified industrial zone where 400,000 people are employed in Egypt in a joint venture between Israel, Egypt and the United States. Why? Because the United States have been much more flexible, and there is cumulation between, or actually an easy cumulation, where you have an Egyptian product that have 10.5 added value from Israel, it enters free of custom to the United States. Now, we just heard a reply about, I mean, the issue of cumulation to actually facilitate South-South cooperation, and those complications that the EU is making, the pan-European, I think that you need a PhD to understand how to accumulate in the pan-European rule of origin. And this is something that the Commission can do easily, and we have examples that it works. So the quiz, we had it with Jordan, which also supplied a lot of jobs. Then unfortunately, or fortunately for Jordan, they signed a free trade agreement, which make that agreement redundant. And by the way, when you talk about investment, you have to look also around. The gentleman here just mentioned the BRICS. Most of the investment in Jordan came from Southeast Asia to take advantage of that, okay? So we have to open up to investment. Not all investment will come from Europe, on the contrary, and Europeans should understand that they should facilitate those things. But at the end of the day, it is creating jobs, it is creating wealth for the country in the South. And the attitude or the bureaucratic attitude of the North are not exactly conducive to that. And I'm sorry to be a bit blunt, but bring more business people and they will tell you what to do to make life easier, to create jobs and to create trade South-South, and together the South vis-à-vis the North. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to comment? I think that's also a standalone statement, and I saw some nodding in the room as well. All right. Yes, please, Mr. Davo.
Well, on not inviting businesses, of course, I don't feel directly responsible, and of course it's very interesting to have your views expressed here. I think the Pan-Euromed Convention is indeed a very, say, sophisticated tool, but it's a tool to integrate the region. So we don't want to be promoting imports of textile from Asia. So I mean, we want this is really the kind of circular economy I think we are looking for. We want to create added value in the region, in the southern Mediterranean region. I think that's a policy objective of this convention. It's not to import let's say the entrance from China.
Okay.
This is
Matthias Knapper and then Bettner.
I don't want to comment, but I just want to compliment what he was saying, because he was saying a little bit in my sense also. We looked into, and it's about accumulation. So we looked into a little bit the statistics and of what's interregional trade in terms of textiles and clothing. And if you look into Asia, interregional trade of total textile trade is about 80% or 75, 80%. If you look in a region that's a little bit similar to Mediterranean, but with the US market, Central America, you still have 22% of all trade in textiles and clothing be intra-regional. If you look into the 4 countries that we are working in, the Agadir countries, 2%. So there is no regional cumulation. So the idea that you have a trade rules that stimulate investment or say trade in intermediate products for the final product to be exported duty-free to the US market, to the EU market, so far did not work. Mm-hmm. So one needs to think a little bit out of the box, maybe to find other ways to doing it. I'm not political again. No? I'm not.
Bert Lange.
Of course, we are inviting always business, because otherwise we will not have the opportunity to make good legislation. So you see in my committee, I have always a representative of business with me. But regarding the regional cooperation, is of course one of the major tasks in our EPAs in Africa. It's the main target, and the accumulation is also possible there. But the really small south-to-south trade is a hindrance, and that is also linked to several factors. But of course, if you have an intelligent model to support it, let's discuss it. And I'm open-minded that. But of course, it has to guarantee that products are really based in different countries of the Mediterranean and not coming from China. And I had indeed one example where a textile product was just relabeled in a Mediterranean country and then brought to the European Union. And of course, this is not respecting the rules of origin and the added value which is necessary to be respected as a product from this country.
Okay, thank you. So we're hearing there are real prerequisites. The one is the origin, but the other is also that these really are decent jobs that are coming out of it. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Haitham Bouajila. I'm president of Textile and Tunisian Textile Apparel Federation. My question is related to still to the rules of origin, because they are a big topic for us in the area. I have as two examples the denim industry and the workwear industry and medical industry, who are three very important segments for us in Tunisia, in Morocco, in Egypt, etc. We have two solutions. Full integration in the area, so the origin accumulation is okay, and then we can go free tax in the market. The other solution, we have to be supported by the UfM and the European Commission, because when I speak about denim industry in Tunisia, we are working on the premium and the luxury segment. So 75% of the finished good garment is made in Tunisia. Nevertheless, for the origin, if the fabric is imported from Asia, from outside of European area, the product has not the origin, so it is taxed. This reflection, this intelligence, common intelligence, if we can use it and we can reflect about the importance of the added value made in our area, can create thousands of jobs and of opportunities. So let's think about.
Is there a need to be more pragmatic? I'm hearing. And you want to add to what your colleague has said, please? Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Ben Aissa, I'm the Vice President of Tunisian Exporter Companies. Just with my experience now, I think South Mediterranean countries and European countries have to work together to go to the future market, which is Africa. Last year, China exported to Africa more than $200 billion. And this year, until 6 months, $141 billion. And this continent in 2050 will be more than 2 billion population. So I think now Tunisia, with his integration to the African continental free trade area, is very important to go with European. Egypt is the same thing. We started with 8 countries now that all Tunisian products, and only with 35% integration products, we can have sell product to West, especially to West African countries without duties. I think this is the opportunity to work together with European countries, and maybe is the last thing, the last solution, because this continent, with his huge people and opportunities, if for the next years we are not going to work together, no more solution. China are there, right. Turkish are there now, India are there. So now the strategy now is to go together. to work together to have this market. Imagine now the traffic between African countries is only 15%. And I imagine if European invest in the North Africa and Egypt to integrate this market will be a solution for all these countries. And believe me, for 2 or 3 years ago, in the future, no more solution, because China is coming with all his, I was in this area last month. I want to give you one example. They sell tomato paste with a credit of 6 months to these African countries.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we are not going to work together for this area, we are going to lose this.
Okay.
And such countries as Tunisia or Egypt, they are looking other joint venture with other countries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Elwathig, Bella, you wanted to also corroborate on that.
I'll just need to add, this is very important comment and intervention, actually. Actually, regarding the FDI, yes, it declined in the region in 2022 compared to 2021, but Egypt was a bit lucky. According to the latest UNCTAD report, we received FDI of $11.4 billion in 2022 compared to 5.1 billion in 2021 with an increase of 122%. Actually, when I analyzed this data, I found out that it's 70% is coming, because we are talking now frankly, it's 70% coming from Asian and Gulf countries, about 5% coming from the UK and Turkey, and less than 20% from the whole EU. We are talking about nearshoring, but we need to put it real on track. Right. We need the Team Europe to maybe connect more with the business community in Europe and give them, we will submit all the information needed for Team Europe, and they can, not only for Egypt, but other countries as well in the region, they can send it and submit this information, transfer this information to all the business communities among Europe to know the opportunities, and we are getting back to what our colleague mentioned here. We have started the African Continental Free Trade Area, 54 countries already members in this area. It's the biggest FTA zone worldwide. And 47 countries from the 54 already finalized their ratification. So we have 2 or 3 months to finalize all the ratifications needed. What we are looking at, there is a big market in Africa, a very big market in Africa of 1.4. People think that the African market, they're poor people and poor countries, but that's not right. It's a 1.4 billion citizens with a 600 million annual imports.
And digital competence.
Yes, and 4 billion consumption a year. So we need to work together to enter Africa. Chinese are there, definitely, as he mentioned, and the Indians are there long time ago. So we need to work with our colleagues in Europe in order to export together to Africa, to manufacture in Egypt, in Morocco, in Tunisia, and export duty-free, zero tariff to Africa. This is very important, and there are a lot of opportunities in Africa. I'm adding on his intervention.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you. Another reason to have the glass half full as well. Now, I'm going to take 1, 2, 3 more. We won't have time for any more, unless you keep it really, really short, please. Let me have some new voices. And you can use the lunch break to go in deeper. Yes, please, sir.
Good morning. I have a question for Mr. Lange. I'm Marcelo. I'm from a Spanish CSO working in Morocco for SME development. And we detected circular economy in the textile sector as a space to create job opportunities for vulnerable communities. The problem with circular economy in textile is that the technology to recover, collect, and separate textile from plastic is very expensive. So many times for SMEs that do not have financial access, it's very hard to participate in this space. And since the circular economy has both an environmental promise but a social one as well to create jobs, I just wanted to ask, where do you see SMEs' participation in textile circular economy?
Who would you like to ask that to?
To Mr. Lange from ITC.
Yes, we are.
From ITC, Mr. Knapper.
No, because we are just making a legislation on that, on the circular economy for textile sector, separate collection, also some support schemes for really going into a more deep industry for recovering the textile sector. So there are opportunities. I hope we will finish the legislation in this legislative term.
Okay, thank you very much. Very briefly, if you want to add.
It's not difficult to make very briefly, but I absolutely agree with you. We are also in touch with Eurotex. You're probably a member of Eurotex. Eurotex themselves say there is no, we can't really deal with this right now unless we get a lot of support from the Commission and others. But circularity starts with easy things to do, sorting and all these things, which is not done, either post-industrial or post-consumer. We visited last Wednesday a virtual circular entity, Dutch-Moroccan entity in Tanger. No, they import post-consumer waste from Europe, and they do the whole value chain. They mutualize it, they shred it, they go through the spinning process, they recreate fiber from cotton, which then goes back into the textile circular, and for which you can't really recycle that much, all these mixed fibers, especially polyester, goes into non-wovens. So there are examples that companies, this is not a big company either, but it's a joint venture of a European and a Moroccan entity. So there's possibilities that for job creation at a low end, but also the high end overall. But be frank, if Europe would like to recycle everything post-consumer, there's a big problem in Europe itself and also in the Mediterranean. But at the same time, a big opportunity.
Okay. Very briefly,
I want to take your attention also to women workforce, that our panelists are all men except me, and I'm also representing the Aegean Business Women Association here. So of course, I wouldn't be leaving the stage without making an emphasis on women empowerment in the world, in Europe. And as we are talking about mainly on the textile sector, of course, women workforce is very valuable, very important especially in textile sector, in ready garment main production. Like in Turkey, the rate of women working in business is 34%, while when we look at the textile sector, it increases to 55%. So this is really a very important number, and it's not only in Turkey, I'm sure it's in Egypt, the same in Morocco, in Tunisia. I'm sure it's the same in all countries. So this brings forward the support for women enterprises, women entrepreneurships, and the finance we should get from UfM or from European Parliament, especially for the women entrepreneurs, not only for textile sector, but for all kinds of sector. This is really so important, and I know that there are so many grants. Like we, as an association, we have realized already 3 European Erasmus projects for empowering the business women entrepreneurship, and we did it with Spain, UK, Portugal, Romania, Lithuania. They were our partners. So like one was, just to give an idea, it was about creativity of women, like to have more women who have creativity skills to have their to open their own companies.
Right. We will be picking this
Yes,
question
I
up
know
after lunch as well.
Yeah, I know, but I just, as a woman entrepreneur, I also wanted to point out the importance of financial support on women entrepreneurship, not only in textile sector, but on all sectors, because we really have, especially in Mediterranean, we have so many skilled business women, which needs to be supported.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Keep it very brief, please. Thank you.
I will speak in French, if you want me to be quickly. Alors, ma question, elle est à l'attention de Madame, la seule femme panéliste. Je crois que vous m'avez entendu. Alors.
This Ashkina.
Ashkina. Ma question est pour la seule femme panéliste et entrepreneur. Alors, j'ai bien aimé votre proposition tout à l'heure quand vous avez parlé de l'huile d'olive et de créer une espèce de consortium entre les pays. Bon, je m'appelle Mostra Bakouche, donc je suis conseiller un cabinet de consulting pour l'accompagnement des entreprises tunisiennes. Mais il y a juste un petit bémol, c'est que les 5 pays que vous avez cités, ou les 4, qui sont l'Espagne, l'Italie, la France, la Grèce et la Turquie, font partie de la rive sud, nord de la Méditerranée. Alors, la Tunisie exporte quasiment peut-être entre 80 et 70% de sa huile d'olive à l'Europe. Alors, l'idée est géniale, mais il faut qu'elle soit équitable. Alors, je ne sais pas si vous avez déjà les détails de ce projet en tête, mais j'aimerais bien avoir un peu plus d'idées là-dessus et un peu plus d'explications. C'était ma seule remarque. Je ne sais pas si c'est une question ou une remarque, mais c'est à retenir. Merci.
Thank you. And might I just actually suggest that you take that up in the lunch break, because I'm sure that there's actually going to be others here in the room as well who are saying, hold on a minute, that sounds interesting. How can we work together? That's exactly what this is also for to have that networking. I've got Hamid, please, at the front. Thank you.
Natasha, since I'm from the House, I concede my small part to Rima Bougagis from OECD, to which I know that we are short in time, so I will pick up mine next session.
We have a lot more time. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that there are other hands going up. Please, thank you. We have 2 more panels this afternoon where I hope to get your questions. But now, yes, indeed, I would like to ask Rima Bougagis, who's the legal analyst at the investment division of the OECD, to join me just briefly on stage, if you would do, please, Rima. And we can give her a round of applause as well, I think. Thank you. So I understand that the OECD is developing with the EU a joint report on the sustainable investment facilitation agreements. So what can you tell us? Nope.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Natasha. Thank you, Hamid, as well, for the few minutes. I'll be brief because this has been very informative and really covered everything. And also, I realize I'm standing in the way of lunch, so I'll wrap up quickly. I think the common thread throughout today's talks has been FDI is crucial for governments in achieving their sustainable development goals and commitments. And while general investment policies do contribute to this, more tailored policies can also further enhance the FDI impact on sustainable development, sustainable investment. So this brings me to your question pertaining specifically to what a role that investment facilitation can play in achieving SDGs, and more particularly in line with today's theme, job quality, skills, upskilling, and job creation generally. I'll just say a few words very, very briefly on the initiative launched by the OECD last year, the FDI Qualities Policy Toolkit, launched in 2022. And it provides governments with more detailed guidance, policy tools, instruments, avenues for reflection to further enhance the impact of FDI on job creation and skills. And it, amongst other, it identifies investment facilitation as one of the instruments, investment policy instruments to enhance job creation, develop wage and non-wage betterments, improvements in relation to the labor market. Because as we know, and facilitation has been mentioned this morning, further during this panel, insufficient, inaccurate, or uncertain information, including on labor regulations, but not only on investment conditions in a country, may lead to suboptimal decisions by economic actors. And similarly, burdensome, unpredictable, lengthy procedures can also hinder FDI flows. And so, very briefly, IPAs, investment promotion agencies, can play a big role in developing and implementing facilitation programs to enhance transparency, to reduce administrative barriers to investors, to perhaps even offer tailored aftercare facilitation services for investments and projects that are identified as being sustainable investment projects, and that, for example, create a minimum threshold of jobs that have specific qualities conditioned to it. So this very briefly brings me to one of the issues that you've raised. One of the points that you've raised is that indeed the OECD is currently finalizing, has prepared and is currently finalizing a report with the financial assistance of the EU Commission, I should say as well, a report which evaluates the current investment climates of 5 southern Mediterranean countries. These are Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia. And it focuses on core investment facilitation standards enshrined in the EU's Sustainable Investment and Facilitation Agreement, which the first of which was recently concluded between the EU and Angola a few weeks ago. And it also looks at the sustainable development priorities also enshrined in that agreement. And so this was just to tell you that the report's conclusions will be presented to senior trade officials next year at a UfM Trade and Investment platform. It seeks to consider how investment facilitation standards can be best implemented to harness positively the impact of FDI, including in relation to jobs and skills, and also consider avenues for cooperation. So we look forward on engaging on those issues with you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, merci, and shukran.
Thank you. Great. Okay, and any questions to you in the lunch break? I'm sure you'll be very, very pleased to get them. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our first panel. It's been really, really interesting and important panel, also to understand from you, and that we all want the same thing. We all want good jobs, and we all want green jobs in the region. But that we have a sort of threshold right now to get over, which is adding to other challenges that southern economies are facing and needs the support. Education was mentioned, but maybe there are other jobs for the UfM, let's just call it that, to help the countries get on board and be able to align. We've also heard how important the private sector is, and Bent Lange has said he never does anything without consulting the private sector, but we've also heard how different the different needs are, and so those needs, those specific diverse needs, also need to be brought to the table. So thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to hearing about these South-South partnerships, these clusters, and maybe the lunch break will facilitate some kind of very interesting collaborations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all your questions via Slido, and see you after lunch at 2:30. 2:30. Can you stay for a photo, please? Can you stay for a Come back and join us for our exciting afternoon session. What a morning it was. Just wait for people to come in. You can have a water or I think a coffee. Are you allowed coffee in here? Otherwise, we have a coffee break in just over an hour and a quarter. Yeah, come on. Mohammed is going to use his presence to bring everyone in. And whilst you're here, might I draw your attention to the scribbles that have been going on. So we have, it's not just me being the facilitator here, we also have a lady called Blanche Ellis who is working in the background, virtually listening into our conversations and scribbling down what she hears. And this is what we can see here. So this is, I think, her listening to our panel discussion just now on leveraging the job potential of trade and investment. And I love the way that she's given a lot of emphasis to the way forward, because that's what we were doing. You remember at the beginning, we started with the glass being pretty half empty because there were so many challenges simultaneously all at once. Yes, they are. No one's denying that. But we have a lot of good examples, and we do have the TEI as an instrument that can help us on our way forward. Let's go to one of the other ones. What have we got? Oh, this was the welcome. Look, she's brilliant. She's even drawn the speakers. And what we see here are those gaps. The skill, gender, green, and digital gaps we'll be referring to this afternoon as well. The danger of fragmentation she's got down there. Let's go to the next one, just so that we have an overview. And you will have access to all of these scribbles. If you want to explain to someone what it is we were talking about, this can be very useful. So this was the Team Europe initiative, where we say, yes, we need to be doing even more intensive listening to the needs of the companies, of employers. The word inclusive jumps out there for me. I think I can see it 3 or 4 times. And collaboration is the key. Great. Thank you. And yes, look, there's Sumia as well, the wonderful engineer and entrepreneur who's helping others embrace the advantages of technology. All right, and that brings us to the afternoon. The afternoon, we have 2 panels. My guests for the first panel this afternoon are already here on stage. Let's welcome them, and then I'll ask a couple of questions to you. It's Regina Kvalman, who's from GIZ. She's head of the Department for North Africa. Welcome, Regina, again. Rami Boujave is Chief Operating Officer of Berytech in Lebanon. Welcome. And you can tell that Rami is an entrepreneur because as soon as he knew that I was in this universe, we got in touch on LinkedIn. Brilliant. Then we have Ingrid Schweiger, who's also been on the stage already as part of the Team Europe initiative, Deputy Head of Europe of the DG NEAR. Welcome. And I've just called him a hero because he is. Mohamed Magdi is CEO, Executive Director of Esperanza in Egypt. And an unfortunate situation where the CEO of his own company also has difficulties getting a visa. But you managed. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, before we get started, again, some questions for you on Slido, if I might. It helps us to know what it is that you think and expect about the topics that we'll be discussing. So I've just started a Slido question. Can we move over there? There's the QR code, if you want to answer that. I think this is a really important question. I'd like to know what's like the USP? What's the unique selling proposition? What's special about entrepreneurs in the region, in the southern Mediterranean region? What is it that you have that is of particular value? What is it that entrepreneurs in the south have? I'll ask you this, Mohammed, as well in just a minute. What do you think? We'll get our first answers in. And this is female, male. In fact, while we're waiting, Mohamed Magdi, why don't I ask you, what's special about entrepreneurs in the region?
Actually, there's some points like, I would say, first of all, like the region is really rich with many ideas. The region is full of young people that can create miracles, to be honest. Part of being here that my company is depending on the young people, over 60% of the power. Less than 30 years, even less than 27 years. So why? Because they have their own creation, they have their own ideas. The other thing is, in the region now we have quite enough people that are well educated.
Right.
They have a lot of ideas in many fields, even in food, in mobile applications. They are one of the leaders in the whole world.
Right.
One of them, I would say, there are some technology colleges in Egypt where they are, the graduates are, most of them now are in Germany or in France or somewhere. My cousin is there, actually, one of them.
Right.
So young people is having ideas, and I think this is part of why the region is rich with that.
And it's very much reflected in what we're seeing here as well. The flexibility of young people, the creativity of youth and women I'm seeing here, innovative ideas, taking risks, exceptional determination, courage, la persévérance, merci, resilience, passion, competencies, qualifications, sense of community, skills. We heard that as well. There's a huge amount of skills, and later this afternoon we'll be talking about the skills gap, how to get those skills to the right place. Fantastic, thank you. Let me ask you another question, if I may. Everybody, this is to you. What are your top 3 reasons why women and young people are underrepresented in the economies of the region? I'll just go through them. So structure of the economy, which fails to deliver good jobs. Is it a lack of access to information? Inadequate education systems and skills recognition? A lack of equal pay? A lack of flexible and safe work environments and transportation? Inadequate childcare facilities? Intra-household barriers? Or is it something else? You can pick 3. So what is it that's really holding women and young people back in the economies? Intra-household barriers are up there at the top. And lack of access to information. And the structure of the economy I'm seeing at the moment. A couple have said other. Anyone want to elaborate? What else? What's missing? Anyone want to elaborate on what's missing? Otherwise, intra-household barriers seem to be the biggest problem holding people back. Actually, no, it's been overtaken now by lack of access to information about relevant opportunities. Keep these in mind, because this is what our colleagues are thinking. Let me ask you now about specifically entrepreneurship. So what's preventing job seekers from actually becoming entrepreneurs? What is it? Insecurity, lack of safety net, culture, the risk, fears of failure, access to finance, lack of good regulation, red tape, good paid public sector jobs, bureaucracy, lack of seed capital, lack of finance, safety, funds. Very interesting. A lot of the things that you said were in favor. In my first question, what is it that makes people from the region stand out? Were some of the things that are on here. Courage, flexibility, the skills. But yet, they're obviously not equally balanced amongst everyone in the region. Very interesting. Thank you so much for that, for giving us an idea of where you see the situation right now. We can get rid of Slido now. Thank you. And let me just introduce you to the structure of the discussion. And again, I'd love to have your comments, so I'll be coming to you. It's a slightly shorter block that we have this time, but I'll definitely be coming to you, please. So first of all, I'd like to know, what's the vision? What do we want in terms of entrepreneurship in the region, particularly for women and young people? Also to understand the challenges a bit more, and we've also talked about them a little bit here already, and then how to overcome them. So let me start, perhaps first of all, Rami Boudjaude. I've been practicing. Boudjaude. That wasn't bad, huh? What's the vision for entrepreneurship made in the Southern Mediterranean region? How would you like to see entrepreneurs contributing to and strengthening global, regional, and local markets? Think big.
Well, the vision of entrepreneurship made in the South Med is a transformational one, I believe. It's a vision for positive change, sustainable future, and a prosperous one, because prosperity is a very important component of, a decent living for people in the region, and a more equitable one as well. It's a vision of openness and smart globalization, where we create value from within and share it with the world, support and grow the economies of the country and the region. It's also where science, digitization, and innovation are used to solve challenges and improve access to better living for all.
Wow. What is a typical entrepreneur? What do they look like, Magdi? Can I? Yeah, thanks.
I would say innovative before everything, and accept risk, because risk is part of the game. And having knowledge, like some people, if they don't have the real knowledge, it's just an idea without knowledge is ridiculous. But the innovation and the risk is part of the character that is fitting to that. As much as you get older, the risk is less. Mm-hmm. The creation is, because if I'm saying that I'm almost 50 years old and I have some ideas, easily can come from somebody which is 25, well educated. My experience was always in sales and marketing and opening new sources for the governments. However, when I used this year to have a really interesting training from ITC, my kid, the one that I put her into this future, into this career, exceeded me by much, because her ideas were totally out of the box.
Right.
So
let's. What does she need in order to not feel unsafe?
Support.
What sort of support?
Number one, support that this lady, for example, in the company, she has all the right to criticize me myself and her colleagues, of course, in a certain limit. But I need to get what is inside her, what she thinks about, and try to frame it in the right way. It is the same across the whole thing. If I'm talking about a small scale, it is the same. You can do it in the region, in the country. So that's very important. She needs, besides support, she needs a lot of training. She feel like the normal basic training that out studies that she got from the university is not enough. She must be ambitious, by the way, one of the characteristics that need to be there. If you are not ambitious, you will do nothing. If she has ambitious and got the science, and I would say, and this is one of the challenges that is not there actually, after you give her everything, you need to to count down what she did with all the power you gave the person. To give funds is not enough. I can give you money, and you make a good idea, but nobody is following up with you, and you're only 25 years old.
Mentorship, really.
So you lose the money, and he will lose the passion to do something else. He will feel like loser. So they need the guidance of the elder generation, the experts. Actually, this is part of the thing, that it's not the matter to give the chance, not to give the money, but you need to give the experience.
Okay, thank you. Going back, Rami Boujade, to your vision of the openness, for example, the people taking risks. People are doing that already. Why? What is the ecosystem that is currently helping them?
Well, I think entrepreneurship in our region is a mixture of opportunity and necessity. As you know, we have 1 in 4 of our young people in the region unemployed. Yeah. What we're losing as well is we're losing a lot of the most or the best educated youth in our region, moving to Europe, moving to the US, moving to the Gulf countries, moving to other places. And these are some of the people that could really, transform the region. So we're always very excited to work with the ones that are willing to stay, or we try to attract them back to come and do something. So going back to your question, the ecosystem in the region is, if I go back, I've started working in the ecosystem back in 2014, so it's 9 years that I've been there. And at Beritech, we work in Lebanon, but across the region as well. And you could see the ecosystems really evolving with time. You see a lot of things taking shape. A lot of our ecosystem leaders and people that are managing those incubators, accelerators, and so on are getting more educated about the matter, exchanging. Actually, we have one of our employees with UfM this week in Sweden attending an ecosystem visit and exchange. So that's an exciting thing for them. We had many of our team members also being exposed. We're part of a European Business and Innovation Center network. To gain knowledge and exchange. So if we're looking at the ecosystem in the region, it's evolving. There's still a lot to be done. So when you look at the ecosystem, you look at government's role, you look at the academia role in terms of innovation, you look at the policies, the framework, the private sector, you look at funding as well. And if you look at the MENA region, in every country there are some lacks of some sort in how this ecosystem is developing. But I think we have hope in the change. And if I look at, the role of GIZ in the region, the role of AFD in the region, or of the European Union in the region, there's a lot being done there. And I think there's more to be done as well.
Let's go to GIZ, Regina Kvauman. If we're looking at the current situation, someone wrote here, isn't youth and women in entrepreneurship a contradiction? So my question to you is, what's going on now? And perhaps particularly, is it a contradiction? Why are women and youth so underrepresented in the economies?
Yeah, I think it's seemingly a paradox, because when we look at those that come out from schools or studies, we really have, we first of all have a very large young generation. I think it's the famous 1 million entering the Egyptian labor market alone each year. And then secondly, many of the very well qualified are female, are women. So, and then the paradox appears when they disappear from the statistics and they do not appear in those numbers in the labor market to begin with, and then even less so as entrepreneurs. And I think a number of the things you have already mentioned can help to explain that. Maybe looking at the women, and that was one of the, there were a few things mentioned there, and I think in our Slido we had people looking both at the young people, and there are different barriers than when we look at specifically at women. Let me just focus on women just briefly. We do have the traditional pattern of women doing the unpaid care work, and that is a pattern that, and we do have so many who break through that pattern, and they are role models for the others, but I think that is something we really have to look into. So there is a double challenge. It's a higher barrier for women to do both, to be, trying to work or be in paid work or even be an entrepreneur and still have the expectation on them that they would care, would have children, would care for the children, would care for the elderly in the family pattern, in the networks.
Is that changing at all?
It is, and that depends a bit. That's, of course, a bit, there's a variety in the countries. It's much different in the rural areas than in the urban. You have much more childcare and maybe better social systems in the urban areas than you would in the rural. But that's an extra challenge for women. On the youngsters, I think it pretty much matches what you said about, growing with experience and age. And I would like to add, I think we need systems that allow them to fail. Fail fast, learn, and start over. And maybe that's something that during this panel we will look into, how can, with this types of mentorships, that's something that as GIZ we look into, how can we really accompany them over some time, even if they have a good idea, a good business idea, and they get access to funding, but then still, there's so many things, and maybe your market is not just right, but you have to change it a little bit, and then you can, and you can try over, and you need someone to reflect this with and to exchange on that. And as much as I agree that there's so much creativity, so many ideas, and I love to travel to the region and meet these youngsters, in these incubators, and they present to you what they've just done with their 3D printers, and that they have real solutions to actual real problems. But then, you have to create that market and really keep on serving that market well. And that is where additional problems may occur. And so it's not a one time you enter and then you're an entrepreneur or something. It continues. It's a struggle. I mean, you've worked throughout your life in that. And I think that's what we need to look into.
Would you have had more challenges if you'd been a woman getting to where you are today, Mohamed Mahdi?
This is quite a good question. Listen, I honestly don't believe that there is a big difference at the moment. There was some challenges, but the picture is totally different these days. Socially, financially, it's a bit different. Actually, a lot of ladies, I would say now, have the challenge to prove themselves more than the old days. In the old days, part of what I want to add is that, again, the old mentality of at a certain time, at a certain period, a woman must get married. After a certain period, she needs to get kids. That's the main rule for a lady normally in the Eastern countries. This is not anymore. Like from the ladies I'm working with, it is not a priority to get married.
In the cities?
In the cities.
Right.
Of course, they are struggling with the mentality of and the nature of the community. But I think, as I said, they are very well educated than the old generations. They have the power, they have the personality to persuade the community to accept what they are thinking of.
Thank you. Ingrid Schweiger, if we look at good practices of young female or non-female entrepreneurs, how have they made it in the different countries? What have been enabling factors, but what have also been hurdles for them?
think one of the elements which really matters is, and it was mentioned before, this ecosystems approach. So good practices for female entrepreneurs. It requires a whole set in place in countries, and it starts from the policy framework, the regulatory framework, support institutions, donor funding, access to finance. These are really, I think it's the combination of all these elements which make it into best practice for female entrepreneurs if this is in place. And I still think there's a large gap between female entrepreneurs in the cities and in rural areas. I mean, that's a very different challenge and situation. And I think it's also something when we talk about inclusiveness to keep in mind and to focus also at the underserved parts of female activity and female entrepreneurship.
Thank you. You talked about access to finance. Where are we seeing good examples of that, or is it still very difficult?
It's both. I think there are very good examples, and what works already in the region, what we see, there is an established consensus on SME access to finance. I think it's recognized by all the countries. There are big support structures in place in countries like Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, and so on general access to finance. However, when it's about young entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs or alternative business models, I think this is where the gaps are. And for example, in the European Commission, in DG NEAR, we promote a lot in the region social entrepreneurship and social economy, because it's an alternative business model. It has a strong traction for young people and women, because it's not only about jobs and economic opportunities, it's also about a sense of purpose or giving back to society. And that requires very specific financial instruments, for example. And there we are actually working with Germany and KfW to set up an impact fund at regional level for young social entrepreneurs. And that's particularly strong. Also, women are represented there.
Thank you. Did you profit from something like that?
I wanted to highlight two things. The first one is related to the gap between women and men in entrepreneurship. And I second the fact that we have a big divide between rural and urban. And even in the urban side of things, the support or the approach for women to become entrepreneur in our region still requires a lot of work. So when we have one program called Femmes Francophones Entrepreneurs that we run in Lebanon with UfM, and it has been 11 years that we're doing that. And you realize a lot when when women come to the table and they pitch their idea, a lot of times it's thought of as a small idea. They don't take big risks. And when it comes to financing as well, they don't ask the big tickets. They always are, they tend to do a lot with, they want to be, sure, they don't take big risks. So they tend to go more with smaller tickets or smaller milestones, etc. And I think that risk avertness is not only in the region, it's across the board when you look at literature of women entrepreneurs. So a lot of times we push them to the other side. We tell them, go take risk, rethink big. And as it was mentioned, mentors have a big role in pushing forward those kind of ideas and forward. Now, when it comes to financing for women entrepreneurs, one of the things we tested in Lebanon, we created something called the Lebanese Women Angel Fund. So we created a fund by women investors to invest in women-led businesses. And it was, in the beginning, we said we wanted to have women having 50% shareholding in a business for us to invest in. And it was very difficult to get that. Sometimes you have social pressure, sometimes the business is, put in the man's name. In some places in the region, we have issues for a woman to open a bank account. They ask for the husband or the father to be with her. So we're still technically, those young educated women that we have in the region, yes, they are forefront women, but there are still regulations and social pressures that are putting a lot of efforts on them.
Structural.
Yeah, so there is a lot still to be done, whether it's on the social aspect or the tech aspect, all the pressure of society of staying at home and leaving. It was mentioned in the morning that we have one of the highest number of women in STEM in the region, but yet you don't see them much in the workplace. And I would tell you from our experience at Veritech with 20 plus years, a lot of the most brilliant entrepreneurs that we've seen and very dedicated to get there were women who were pushing their way through. It takes a lot of resilience and courage to go through those months, and they work double in terms of hardness to get there because they are afraid that people will not take them seriously.
Where are they coming in their career? I'm asking because I've got some interesting comments here by Stefan. Where's Stefan? Thank you, Stefan. They're great comments. Women are working 4 to 7 times more in unpaid care work in the MENA region. This time is missing for economic participation, but subsidizes men. But Stefan also says successful entrepreneurial journeys often don't start after university, but after several years of a corporate career. Trying to make young to be entrepreneurs is maybe not a promising approach. What I'm wondering from Stefan's 2 comments is there not something, I mean, if you're doing unpaid care work, you're gaining in skills. Can they not be used also for entrepreneurship?
They can, but I think they are under a societal pressure. So when you talk about healthcare, there's a lot of that pressure of taking care of your parents if they're elderly, or taking, the concept of putting your, elderly in care facilities is looked upon, in a negative way in the region. Looking after children, daycare, etc., sometimes it's not there as an option. So that pressure of looking after the household is still a very big burden on the women in society. Now, going back to the other question that was there about, and it would be, major, and it requires policy change for, flexible work. In a lot of our countries, flexible work is not an option. Policies in the workplace is not there for facilitating women returning to work after maternity leave, and so on and so forth. So these are all hurdles in getting women to the workplace, whether they are entrepreneurs or not entrepreneurs. This is part of the women participation at the workplace that is a major concern. Now, going back to the question about having entrepreneurs that are, post few years of experience in the corporate rate, and I, in a normal working environment or a landscape, it makes a lot of sense. But when you're having a lot of those young people that are graduating from university and they don't have matching jobs, they will either emigrate or they'll have to create their own thing. And here we're stuck with 2 levels of entrepreneurship. We're looking at the necessity entrepreneurship, where it becomes a micro-enterprise, somebody running his own business, his own trade shop, etc. And that's one area, one reality that we have. But with that, you have the money circulating in the community. You have the baker selling bread to the carpenter selling, wood for some, and the economy does not grow. And then you have the opportunity entrepreneurship, where they're either trading with other regions in the country, or they're selling services for abroad, or they're creating value of products that could be sold somewhere else. And I think this is where we really want to put the efforts, because those are the entrepreneurs that to create job for others, with scale, their businesses, and be able to bring in, trade transactions outside from abroad into the country, and so on. And if we go back to that, those young people that we support need to be able to be there, and becomes more and more difficult for them to succeed if they don't have the right support around them, because it's more difficult. And I'll go back, there was a question, sorry, I'm hijacking the mic. There was a question, there was an input that came in before about, people not taking risk when they grow old, and they take more when they are younger. During the Lebanese crisis in 2019 till now, we've seen a shift a bit in the entrepreneurship, type of entrepreneurs that move into our ecosystem. Before the crisis, we had a lot of those young graduates that come in with ideas and they want to move forward. And when the crisis came in, many of those young people emigrated to do masters or something else outside of the country. And then we ended up having, because of the recession, a lot of young professionals with 5 to 10 years of experience who were losing their jobs because of the economic downturn, moving into entrepreneurship. And you could see that they had, you know, the drive, the will, and the resilience to make a difference, and they were faster to coach and more serious about their job. But the innovation level dropped because they were framed in a box in their previous job. So it was difficult to come up with really disruptive ideas. But they made it, and they made it through. So yes, it's a double-edged sword when it comes to age and experience. But I think in the reality of the MENA region, it's a lot about, you know, what can we do with these young people that have the education and the foundation, and how can we take them to the next level?
And avoid losing them on the way, right?
Yeah.
Regina, someone says here, successful businesses are usually started by serial entrepreneurs. That is why youth entrepreneurship is important. So going back to starting young, after all, even if it means failure, how can we encourage youth to not be afraid of losing face from early failures? Again, this goes down to the ecosystems, but what can we do really specifically to encourage serial entrepreneurship?
Yeah, very good question. I think we are trying to develop better approaches to that. Not this, it's a one-off thing, but really to accompany over longer stretches of time. Let me go back to one thought I had earlier. I think large enterprises also matter in that they have a role to play in displaying gender diversity management. And they are the ones that then buy also from smaller or from startup enterprises, buy the services and so forth. And networks are being created and trust is being built. I think that is always part of a network. It's not, you look at the little entrepreneurs by themselves, they will not trade with each other, they will, you know, enter into something, into a bigger system. So that we have to look at the changes at all levels. Now back, Natasha, to your question, what can we do for the serial entrepreneur? Make them part of this larger network, bring them on board. We have you know, approaches like business angels and so forth. Bring them back as mentees and mentorship approaches. Let's, you know, demystify failure. I think not easy as a German to say that, but that is certainly something that people have to learn. And the sooner you fail, the easier it is, you know, because the risk maybe wasn't, the investment wasn't so huge. But the main thing is that really to think of it as a larger cooperation. I don't know. I worked in much earlier times academically on a concept that was then called the industrial district, and it went back really to explaining how some of the certain sectors in certain European areas, like the metal works in Solingen or the shoes from Emilia Romagna, how that really developed. And it's always a larger ecosystem that has both cooperation and competition aspects in it. And there is something about this trust building while you grow together. And I think with all the new trades we have, you know, all the larger, sometimes more conservative companies, and I'm looking at you because we have them in Egypt. We really have the big ones there that, you know, have their market share. They also, you know, they are part of this changing mindset and letting others come in, letting these providers of new solutions, of quicker approaches, of digital services really be part of this larger ecosystem. And I think
it's almost answering a question that's just come in, which is what is the role of the greater sized companies in promoting new supply chain models, entrepreneurship opportunities in their countries? Would you agree? Mohammed Magdi.
Yes, I do agree.
Yes. And then we've also got another question actually about large companies, and then I'll come to you, Ingrid, because I know you wanted to speak, which someone says, I think that we speak a lot about entrepreneurship and we forget the importance of intrapreneurship, which can be a great concept for female managers and can offer big opportunities for the growth of companies and female managers before they then become perhaps entrepreneurs.
I would say this is most probably this is what is from a lot of examples from what I see, this is what happens, that but what I want to say is that entrepreneurship will increase in the near future because of the people will take the risk, as Mr. Rami said, even maybe for the elder ages a little bit more, because simply the job I offer to my employee will never recover the devaluation happening, for example, in the currency. So accordingly, he needs to make something. This will push the people to move fast, to do something. Anyway, the risk here will be more valid.
Okay, thank you. Ingrid.
Yeah, Natasha, I wanted to come back to another aspect, how to facilitate, for young entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs. And this is the notion of de-risking, because it's about risk-taking. And of course, starting as an entrepreneur or creating a new business, we know that only 10%, 15% make it at the end. And I think that's also a step where donors like the European Commission come in. And I think this morning the European Fund for Sustainable Development was mentioned. This is our cooperation with the banks, for example, EBRD, EIB, KfW and others. And what we do is we add grant money to de-risk the investment, to make it cheaper and to make it easier, and to help in this segment, which is more risky, when young people or women entrepreneurs want to grow their business and they need access to finance for it. So this notion of de-risking, I think it can be provided for.
Thank you.
I'll go back to the market pull approach. You've highlighted the examples of the clusters, big industries capturing on them, and I'll go back to one example we started in Veritech back in 2017. We started an agri-tech accelerator. Agriculture in our part of the world is still looked upon, negatively, or, as they look at the farmer in traditional clothes and so on. And when you look at the one thing that people do is that this the only thing that we do daily is eating, You go to the dentist once every while, etc. And you see a lot of apps about dental, appointments, and you name it. So we wanted to make sure that people look at agriculture as agriculture being half science, half engineering, because it's no longer just an art, it's much more than that. So we started attracting young people to relook, people from mechanical engineering, tech, computer science to join in. And then what we did on top of that is that we created a cluster for agri-food innovative companies from Lebanon. And in that cluster, we get them to join in. And the reason was to get them to play a role in pushing forward the industry, but at the same time to act as big brothers and early adopters and early buyers from the startup. So creating that value chain where some of their challenges go downstream to the entrepreneurs to build solutions for, so they're not just building solution for the sake of building ones, but at the same time, it's about, answering demands and needs in the market. So the fact of having clusters supporting the innovations and startup is very important. On top of that, we're currently part of a project called the Euromed Cluster Forward, which is funded by the EU. And in that, we have cluster exchange and knowledge between the North Med and the South Med. And lately, we had an exchange done with our partners in Spain, if I'm not mistaken, where we sent those clusters to be exposed to what's happening there, and they identified that there are linkages that they could be doing with Egypt, Palestine, Jordan, I think, and one more country. Emmanuel can correct me with the Anima network. We've done that. So there is also a big role of cluster exchange, cluster knowledge, and clusters lifting other smaller businesses, because if we don't have that market pull approach, we'll be just playing in a sandbox. If we don't have those startups supporting bigger industries who can then trade with Europe or trade with cross borders, then we're just creating a place where entrepreneurs are, carrying checks and taking pictures with donors and saying, we created entrepreneurs. Those are, poster children. These are not entrepreneurs. We want them to get to the level where they are raising capital, where they're employing tens and hundreds of people at a certain point. This is what we want in the region. This is what's important.
And going back to that question of market pull, there's a question here, perhaps Regina, you could answer. Are training institutions in southern Mediterranean countries ready to provide relevant mentorship models fulfilling entrepreneurs' aspirations, i.e. market pull information mentorship models? Are they ready for that?
I would believe there are people better placed to answer to that question in the audience here, because there are some representing training institutions.
Would anyone like to comment? That's a great idea. So, what are mentoring models looking like at the moment in the region? What works, and how do you ensure that you really have this market pull? Can I have a microphone, please? Can I just borrow your microphone a minute? Thank you.
So in Morocco, I'm in contact with many organizations around, we call it Club de Dirigeants, which means Directors Club or CEOs Club, but for very small companies, just the startups. And these people in COVID time, it was very hard for them to continue business. So they built up like organization. Now it's hold more than 5,000. There's also other kind of organization, international ones called the BNI. It's international organization. There is local organizations too, and they're sharing, information. They're sharing techniques, skills, but they're also sharing business because in the time they need each other for the business. So this kind of organization make all the partnership, the new entrepreneur deal with each other and especially find mutual solutions, especially in hard times like in COVID time, and sometimes was very difficult for each other, especially for beginners. So.
Thank you. And what you're saying is this is not theoretical mentoring. This is real hands-on mentoring, and it even results in business. Yeah. Great. Yes, what's your example, please?
Thank you. My name is Tanan Khassaoune. I'm from Business and Professional Women Association. We export Jordan. I would like to share two examples that has been very successful, and one is specifically under trade. So under We Export, we have We Grow program, which is specifically when we do capacity building, there is coaching hours or mentoring hours directly on how the companies and the women can actually practice and ensure proper implementation of their learning. And it's guided through a structured conversation in order for them to take it forward. The second part, because of the VUCA model that we're currently living in our lives and the uncertainty, we have power meetups. Those power meetups as networking, where a group of the same sector companies are sitting together, exchanging knowledge. It's kind of a group mentoring, peer-to-peer support. And in that context, to be honest, that was very successful because a lot of companies were on the verge of closing their business. But because of those sessions, they were able to stop it and look into, we're not alone in this challenge. And there are other areas or potential of how to pivot their business by this conversation of like-minded people. Thank you.
And just a question back to you. Is this specifically for women or general?
To be honest, it is for women, but we are into the women inclusive, so we don't actually we have men coming in those discussions because it helps both companies to come together.
Okay.
And the We Expert today actually, initially it is tailored for women, but all our materials are inclusive and we have men as much as women sitting, as long as there is a good equity in gender equity in that conversation.
Thank you. Let's have one more. I think perhaps the gentleman there. Or maybe two. I'll give you both. This is a good example.
Annie from UCAS, Palestine. Actually, we have two kinds of mentors. The first one is the internal mentors and in-house mentors and external mentors. Let me just explain the in-house mentors. They are so close for the startups and they supporting them and let them just being introduced to the external mentors. And within our network of mentors, external mentors, we have two kinds. The first one is the startup who select the mentor and within his scope and within his preferable mentor, and after that we just contact the mentor and see if he could be match his benefit, and after that we are connecting the mentor with the startup, and we establish a platform, Coach, its name is Coach, and within this platform we are monitoring the mentor and scheduling the mentoring hours, and after that the mentor gonna just put remarks about his coaching sessions and mentoring sessions, and after that we are just mentoring and we are overviewing these remarks and comments, and after that we giving the suitable and support for the startups. So these are the two kinds of mentorship. The external, the first one, as I explained, the startup who choose the mentor, and the second thing is we have a mentor network, and within this network, as soon as we find some benefit for one of our startups, we are just assigning sessions for each startup separately in particular.
Thank you very much. And finally, just have another example. Yes, please.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Emmanuel Noutari from Anima. We are a business support organization network in the Euromed. In a recent initiative we have been implementing in partnership with DigiNear called the Next Society, we were running startup support programs and entrepreneurship support programs with some people in the room also. I'd like to make a testimonial on women entrepreneurship. We probably supported like 200 entrepreneurs within the program, and we had like 35% of women in the cohort. And we ran within this program a tech transfer initiative, so trying to help researchers. It was another part of the program to help researchers to take their research to companies or to become entrepreneurs with the result of their research, or to license it to company. And so it was called Innovation Factory. Beritech was part of it as well. So it was coaching entrepreneurs, researchers to become, in a way, entrepreneurs. And in this program, we reached 60% of women. So we found that in this researchers community, in this researcher sphere, there are a lot of more women that are there. Because they work hard, because they get the PhD, and because they get until the end of the university journey, and so it was interesting to see how many women entrepreneurs you can get if you go to this kind of population, which are research and PhD people.
And do you measure how many stay successful entrepreneurs?
But it's difficult to know because overall you get in the end you get probably 20-30% of the entrepreneurs that really grow, create a lot of jobs, etc. It's not all, obviously. So I did not measure the success of women versus male in this exercise. Okay. It's always difficult. Another comment I had is on entrepreneurship culture. I think entrepreneurship is not only creating a company, it's also having a behavior of having an idea, running a project, and this you can do that in your company, you can do that in an NGO, you can do that in your community. Right. So I think it's a
useful skill.
Exactly. So it's this culture that needs to be spread, including, and someone was speaking about entrepreneurship, it's very important. I think the way we manage companies, especially now with the Z generation arriving in our companies, the way we manage companies should change and go more into this entrepreneurship and not vertical but horizontal management, having project implementation. And I think business associations, young business associations, have a great role to play in this regard of spreading a new culture of management.
Thank you. Ingrid Schweiger, there's so many good examples of what's going on. We've just heard. Thank you so much for sharing, and I'm sure there are many more also in the room. What are the remaining gaps, particularly perhaps when it comes to women, in terms of the support that they need?
I think indeed it showed that a lot of good examples are there, and I think on the general, the instruments and the support measures, it's there. The gaps, I would say, it's when it comes to implementation and when it comes to very more specific target groups. You know, when talking about women, I mentioned before, but from what we see, for example, the needs of underserved segments or women in rural areas, they are particular, and there is much less happening in that area. This is one area. The other field I mentioned before, when talking about social entrepreneurs, they need access to finance. But if you look more closely, they have very specific needs because they are sometimes not legal companies, they have more informal setups, they need small tickets. So to go really, I think the gaps are when you go to specific groups and look at their real needs. And perhaps, and there I bring it back a bit to the Team Europe initiative on a larger level, the link to job creation. I think there is also gaps. We assume economic development, entrepreneurship, it automatically translates into jobs. And I think experience has shown this automatism, it does not happen. So it needs really a closer look, proactive policies, measurement, indicators to fine tune, you know, how can we really encourage decent job creation. For me, it does not happen automatically, neither on the northern rim of the Mediterranean nor in the south. And that's why we had this initiative for the Team Europe and the pillar on inclusive entrepreneurship, which is very much targeted to youth and to women, indeed.
One of the answers to that question that I posed at the beginning about what is it that makes entrepreneurs in the region successful, someone wrote vision and realism. So there's both. Mohamed Magdi, if entrepreneurship means innovation, I'm reading someone's question here, and openness to take risks, does it mean that it also requires an open, i.e. democratic, structure of society, so young people and women are really able and willing to put their ideas out there? Do we need that?
Definitely we need that, but I would love to add, based on the percentage said here and another percentage said here, that the successful percent of the projects is around 30%, something like that.
Good.
Huh? This means that there is another 70% that lost the chance and got out of track, and 70% of the money, the funds, unused successfully. This is because of the goal. These 30% succeeded. They know exactly what is the goal. Any project is having a mission and a vision. But what is the vision of these people? These guys, too young to know the vision. So the guidance and training that they need to take is to, okay, when you make a project, you need to put what is your vision and how to reach that. For example, I know some person who is really brilliant, one of the most intelligent graduates of the Applied Art College in Egypt, and he got a fund, by the way, to make his own. He's fond of leather products, so they gave him the fund, but and they are following up with him, by the way. But the guy is too young to find himself a real goal. His goal is just to sell these in the surrounding malls. This is not a goal.
So he doesn't know, doesn't have that market pull?
Of course not. Number one, he's a background of textile engineering and engineer.
He's an expert, but not a marketer.
He is not a marketing. He's not a marketeer. So nobody gave him this kind of guide. So this will add a lot of stress on him to make this happen. If he's having either he study or somebody guide, this make his goal easier. Number two, they need to think big. Local market is okay, a step, but we all target to export. Actually, the goal now is to collaborate between the North and the South. So South, if producing something, then we need to market it to the North. So the marketing here and how to think big. It's not a matter to sell this and get £2 profit. It's you need to have $2 profit. So the goal is not there. The young guys and the guidance. This will help to increase at least the percentage.
We're coming back to the ecosystem again, and it's just not enough to have a good idea. Did you want to comment, Rami?
I wanted to go back to the question regarding funding. And I think, you know, when it comes to funding, there are multiple layers across the life cycle of an entrepreneur that people need to look at. If you look at the scale, you start with usually grants that are given, and then you move to the angel investment level, and before that you might have family, friends, and fools that might invest in you, and then you go up, you know, to different stages of funding. Now, if you look at our region, there is still a very conservative mindset in terms of investment. And Ingrid have highlighted the importance of funding that is a de-risk funding or catalytic funds that are there. And I think this is very important. A lot of the activities that are happening at this stage when we're looking at those young entrepreneurs that we're supporting to reduce unemployment, etc., is looking at that first tranche. We're giving them grants, we're giving them support, and they get to a place where they either fail or fall because there is no follow-up support. And I want to share an example of a program that we're running, and it's part of a global program called Water Energy for Food. And in this program, we're working on what we call scale-ups, so companies that have already in the market, you know, generating anything between $500,000 and above in terms of revenues, but they need a lot of potential, a lot of activities to grow. And this is a program that is funded by, again, the EU, CEDA, Netherlands, NORAD, USAID, and BMZ. And it's a global challenge across 5 hubs. Veritech is managing the MENA region. And we've managed through that program to help out of 40 scale-ups, 12 of them to raise 33.5 million euros in the last 2 years by helping them in facilitating investment, setting them to get ready to get investment, connecting them with investors, and getting them there. And this is where, you know, we're looking at making a difference. In that program, we're looking at producing more with less. So it's basically looking at companies that are looking at the agriculture production with less water use for more production and more efficient and renewable energy. And here we're looking at companies that are in remote sensing, helping advising, you know, farmers and communities to produce more with less. We're looking at renewable energy pumping that is smart and adapted so that we're not pumping more because we have cheaper energy, and when the cost of energy is lower, then the farmer can produce more, can grow his production, and so on. We have another company that works on valorizing waste of shrimps, for example, to use it as a biopesticide and a bioenhancer for plants, and so on and so forth. So when we're looking at those companies, these are the companies that are innovative, that are transforming the region and scaling employment along the way. We're talking about, meaningful employment. They will adopt and hire those top engineers that are coming out of universities. Another interesting component in it is that we're looking at companies that are adapting solutions for people at the base of the pyramid. So people that are in the farming communities and rural communities, we're looking at testing with those companies microfinance mechanisms to help them adapt to their production. We're looking at products that are solving solutions for women in the community. So when we're looking at funding, it's very important that we look at the different stages. And we're going to lose people along the way. So the people that are moving from the idea stage into the early adopters, into the scaling, requires the right funding. And I think one component that we need to look at in the community that support entrepreneurship in the region is empower more investments from the region. So a lot of capacity building for not only banks and financial institutions, but for angel investors, for venture capital funds, and using funding with EBRD, EIB, KFW, etc., to de-risk and catalyze investment.
So it's very hybrid, yeah, Regina.
Yeah, I'd like to take you all on a little walk that I was able to do, and it adds to some in a different angle to what you just said. We've been working for a long time on sustainable tourism. Tourism being one of these big potentials of the Mediterranean region, or this region. And that was obviously becoming an uphill battle during COVID times. And what we try to do is, again, of course, go away from not the large hotel complexes on the seas, but really look at cultural, forgotten UNESCO sites and so forth inside the countries. And one of the surprises is the Medina of Tunis, which is a place that is being traditional, and sorry to all the Tunisians here, which is traditionally visited at the end of Ramadan, but not much often otherwise, or you didn't used to. It's a bit of a poor part of town. It's a bit darkish in many corners. It's nothing where you would want to be walking normally at nights, maybe, unless you live there. And then something happened, and a number of small enterprises got together, but the network became bigger and only then gained scale when some external support came in there and actually made them, know of each other. So small cafe, small Airbnb, nice museum, a creative book club of some kind, 12, 20, 50. And then they created the story of the Light Festival of the Medina in Light or something. In Ramadan, yes. And that is, it actually does highlight, in the literal sense, it highlights the culture and the creativity that is in the Medina. And it sets the stage with spotlights in the night, so people have to come in the evenings when they normally maybe wouldn't come. And then gives the spotlight to the creative social entrepreneurs to, and it's wonderful. It's just lovely. So just for everybody to take home like an image, what another vision can be. So it really highlights also with locals for locals the Tunisian heritage, and it's lovely. And that's a change of mindset. What you can do together when several entrepreneurs then share an idea that this is also an entrepreneurial undertaking, and they want to really move quickly to a base, where they can do it themselves, and they must, because the project funding is running out.
Right, and in terms of the support, it was not, we're looking at different sorts of support. The one was mentoring, but this is more just connecting the dots, making people aware of each other, and then standing back and watching the magic, literally. Does anyone have a question or a comment that they'd like to give us? I have time for perhaps one or two. Yes, please, the two ladies.
I want to point out a different point of view, looking at the women entrepreneurship. Here you all have talked about the funds which have been created to initiate a business for women, or the challenges in each country, in the rural areas or in the cities, but nobody has touched the psychological parts of creating a business for a woman. So although, like, for instance, if I have to give an example from my own story, I was 27 when I started my job with 10 second-hand machines. And in my time, nobody was talking about even the funds. So, and it was incredible ambition. It was incredible sustainability. Like now, I have completed my business, my factory, 30 years. I mean, it's 30 years old. So, and I was alone. I started the road as a woman, just by myself. And at those times, as I told, we were not given, nobody was talking about the European funds, or neither the local funds, or actually now Turkey is giving lots of grants to women entrepreneurship. But coming back to the new generation, so I believe the most important thing is to have them, to inject them this ambition like we used to have 20, 30 years ago. What I see in the new generation, in the young generation, is they get tired of everything. So even though you just bomb them with millions of dollars or millions of euros, what they are lacking is the ambition which we used to have 30 years ago as a woman. So I believe we, as mentors, women mentors, we should also work on the psychological parts of empowering the young ladies.
And someone here says why entrepreneurship should not be included in the education system, maybe also to get that ambition early on. The lady behind you. And I have 2 more hands going up, 3 more hands. 4. Will you all keep it really, really short? Are you happy with it? Yes. Excellent.
Okay. I am Suzanne Abu Farha from Palestine, working with Tomorrow's Youth Organization. We have different programs related to entrepreneurship and women economic empowerment and youth. My comments is from our experience with working with youth and women. It's not enough always to focus on the hard skills. We have to focus on both, to be a combination between soft skills and hard skills. Sometimes it's not enough to give them money, to give them hard skills, but still they need something in their behavior, in their personality. So this is important to focus on both of them to succeed and to pass and to have their businesses for more than 1 year or 3 months after having the grants.
Right,
So,
and to be able to deal with all the ups and downs.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. The gentleman back there first, and then I'll come over to you.
مساء الخير، أنا صهيب من الأردن. بس كان عندي تعليق وراح أتحدث باللغة العربية. Yes. اوكي، شكرا كثير. انا صهيب من الاردن. كان عندي تعليق فيما يتعلق في تمثيل النساء والشباب، التمثيل الناقص اللي عم بيكون لهم بالقطاع الخاص تحديدا. كنت اشير لتجربه ولفايندينجز، مخرجات طلعت معنا بخلال شغلنا مع النساء والشباب بالارياف، انه تختلف الظروف والاسباب. كانت اهم الاسباب اللي طلعت معنا بشكل عام فيما يتعلق في عدم وصول النساء للفرص الاقتصاديه هي الذهنيه او العقليه تحديدا. وهي العقلية اللي كان على أثرها أنه النساء بيحتاجوا لكثير موافقات ليقدر توصل لقرار العمل. قرار العمل كان بيتدخل فيه الأب، الزوج، الابن، فهي دائما عم ترجع للرجال داخل الأسرة تقدر تحصل حتى على الموافقة للوصول لسوق العمل. وكانت التحديات اللي بيعانوا منها أنه إذا كانت عم بتعيش بالريف وبدها تتوجه للعمل في القطاع الخاص وتركز القطاع الخاص في المدن، او خلينا نحكي المحافظات الكبيره في الاردن زي عمان، اربد او زرقاء، فهي بتفوت في مأزق ثاني، مأزق المواصلات، عدم توفر وسائل النقل العام. واذا كانت متوفره بيكون بشكل عام تكلفتها مرتفعه، بالاضافه بتحتاج لخدمات رعايه للابناء وللاطفال، لانه برضه باعتقاد الرجال في المجتمعات الريفيه، ولا مش قصد التعميم، بعض الرجال في المجتمعات الريفيه بانه واجب الرعايه والادوار الرعائيه هي تقوم فيها النساء، مش الرجال والنساء تحديدا عم توقع عليهم نفس المهام او نفس الادوار. والمشكلة كمان الأكبر كانت بأنه لما تقرر تطلع للعمل في ظل كل هاي المعيقات بصير الوظائف غير مجدية، لأنه الدخل اللي بتاخذه الحد الأدنى من الأجور أو الراتب اللي بتاخذه بيروح منه جزء لرعاية الأطفال، جزء للمواصلات، جزء لكذا، فبصفت هي عم تدفع مصاري مش عم تربح، يعني ما في جدوى من الذهاب إلى العمل تحديدا نحكي في بعض الحالات. بالإضافة كمان وهي أكبر مشكلة كمان كانت تطلع معنا بالفايندينجز، إنه في مشكلة تحرش النساء لما تطلع من البيت مثلا في وسائل نقل وسائل نقل غير آمنة، مش وسائل نقل آمنة زي مثلا السرفسة أو زي المواصلات الغير آمنة، فهي ممكن تتعرض للتحرش بشكل عام من خروجها من المنزل وأثناء عودتها، وهذا مش له علاقة في القطاع الخاص، له علاقة في البيئة المحيطة ونظرة المجتمع للنساء العاملات أصلا. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I'm just going to be able to take two. I haven't heard from you, and I'm going to take you, and then we're going to.
Thank you so much. My name is Ghalib Hijazi. I'm General Manager of Business Development Center. I came with my colleague Zakaria as well from a program, a well-organized program that BDC have designed, and we are managing right now in the 4th year. It's a multi-million program called the National Self-Employment Program. Through this program, we have noticed and learned a lot of things about engaging women and as well engaging people from young youth people or from rural areas. I want to just to specify or highlight two things. One thing, it's about, and Mr. Majdi, he highlighted part of it during his intervention. And the most important thing for us, it's focusing on behavioral skills and these competences that it is exactly needed for any entrepreneur, whether a woman or a man. And some people, they are mixing up between behavioral skills and technical skills.
Yeah.
Behavioral skills is the most important thing. When you ask someone, if you want to start a business, what kind of things or successful factors you think that will make your business successful, he will ask for money first. And I think Mr. Abu Jude, he agreed with me because he met a lot of entrepreneurs and startups in his life. And the second thing, they will start asking about mentor or something like that. We do believe at Business Development Center, as any startup or a business owner, they need what we call 5 A's. Access to finance, access to human resources, access to information, access to knowledge, access to market, all these A's, definitely. But the most important thing, to focus on how they can transform their passion into action.
Right.
This is one thing. The second thing, we start provide them according to their maturity level, to their idea maturity level, with all required services that will help them to implement their idea on the ground or to grow their businesses. And this is how we build it, how we start our national self-employment program called INHAD. INHAD means rise up. So this is one thing. The second thing about mentorship. Mentorship, it's a process for us. It's not about just, it is a little bit in the, because you have asked previously about what is the status of mentorship in the Middle East or in the region. I can see it, it's a little bit distracted because there is there is no one-stop shop or one place that you can go for and understand what kind of mentorship you need.
Right, and we've heard it's very different sorts of mentorship that you need depending on where you are. Thank you very much. And finally, please.
Thank you so much. I feel like I'm abusing my power as a UfM, but I'm going to intervene as a youth expert who has been working with young people for the past 9 years in capacity building. And I could tell you that young people do not lack vision or mission. Some are very visionary and they have a very particular and precise mission. The issue is, like Mr. Abu Jawda has mentioned, that sometimes we do not provide the correct guidance, especially when we launch projects. And I think that maybe something to reflect on, since we are in a Euro-Mediterranean setting, that projects or entrepreneurial initiatives are more prone to succeed in a US model, which is very flexible and has less bureaucratic procedures than the European and Mediterranean procedures. That maybe we should reflect on that, and maybe we should think that although we had created a lot of guidelines for young people to be familiar and be very informed about the procedures, that maybe we should start thinking about changing the procedures and making them easier instead of wasting so much time on informing the people on how to use them.
Thank you. I was going to give you the last word as well, Ingrid. Is that something for you to take home and chew over?
No, indeed, it's. I think it's a point well noted and well taken, but there is, of course, always a certain, wherever you use public funds, and that's what the donors are doing, there is a certain minimum of procedures which are necessary. But I also believe a lot can be simplified. So.
And that takes us back to this whole question of simplification, harmonization that we've had all along today. But I think what this panel has also shown us is that there's a huge amount of passion, vision, know-how, and urgency out there in the countries. Young people who, if we don't grab them and turn them into entrepreneurs or support them in turning themselves into entrepreneurs, we're going to lose them. We also need the older generations, though. We need to have the expertise from mentoring programs that cater for the different needs that are out there. And that needs to be followed up on. It can't just be a one-off. So it sounds really promising, what I'm hearing, but it also sounds like a very fragile plant that we need to be looking after together. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. And please do stay here for a photograph. And everyone else will be taking a break now and coming back together. I'm just going to give you 25 minutes. So at 15:15 at 4:15 for our final panel. Thank you. Our last session. All right. As everyone comes in, so I have a question first of all for everyone. Who has met someone today that they have not met before? Who has met someone before they've not met before? Good. It's not all hands. Not all hands have gone up. Yeah? All right, wonderful. That is one of the big aims of this conference as well. Yes? Okay. I would like to take the opportunity of inviting you to find someone else in the room that you have not met today and go and introduce yourself to them. Everyone stand up. Go on. It's the end, not the end, it's the nearly coming to the end of a long day. You now have the opportunity, please stand and just go and introduce yourself to someone you have not met already. Just take 4 minutes and then go back to your seats, please. Go on, go across the room, find someone you don't know yet. Do you know each other yet? half as interesting as you. Good. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please do take your seats. Everyone take your seats, please. Woo. Okay, let's get started. I'm seeing lots of cards being exchanged. Excellent. All right, let's get started on our third panel. Our third panel of the day is Bridging the Skills Gap. So as you can see, our panels are definitely all leading into each other and coming out from each other as well. But I did want to give you the opportunity of meeting at least one other person that you've not met so far. Okay, so while the level of education, as we've seen in the region, is very high, also amongst women, young people are coming out of universities very, very well qualified, but employment is still amongst the lowest in the world. And this skills mismatch, as we've been talking about until now, is creating a huge amount of waste and loss of young people who are leaving the region. So what are governments, companies, and educators doing to ensure that competencies match real-life demands? And our panel here, our final panel, and please join me in welcoming Khalib Hijazi, I've got it right now, I'm sorry, General Manager of Business Development Center, Jordan. We've already just heard from you as well. Thank you so much for being here on the panel. Sang-hyun Lee is Director of the Employment Department at the International Labour Organization, the ILO. Emmanuel Rohr is from the Directorate for International Affairs at the EU Commission. Welcome. DG Employment, of course. And Lamia Shafai is CEO of Education for Employment in Tunisia. So our wonderful panel will be discussing questions that I will ask, but as usual, after I've asked you a couple of questions as well, so we know a little bit more about our audience. So if we can have a look at the Slido again, and if you need to use the QR code, it's the same one that we've been using. So I'm asking, what are the 3 top skills that young people will need for sustainable jobs in green and digital fields? I guess we need to add entrepreneurial skills to this list from the last discussion as well. Science, technology, resource management, mindsets and behaviors. We certainly talked about that just now. Monitoring, evaluation, systems development, learning, complex problem solving, or is it something else? What is it that the 3 top skills? You can press 3 different answers. There we have the mindsets and behaviors. That was definitely part of the entrepreneurial skills. But science and technology is still up there with mindsets and behaviors and complex problem solving following in close joint second place. All right, so we'll be looking at that in a little bit. And I'd like to also, complex problem solving has jumped up. Ask you about specifically women. So what's preventing women from upscaling in areas that would be attractive for sustainable jobs in green and digital fields? So this is specifically looking at green and digital fields rather than maybe some of the generic problems that we were talking about just now. So what's presenting bias, lack of orientation, funding, traditions, specifically for green and digital fields? Mindset, high cost, lack of knowledge. So we're maybe looking at new science and technology skills that are not there. Training, prejudice, Nothing, someone says. That's good. Cultural exclusion. Okay, thank you. And let me ask you a simple question, which is probably quite hard. How confident are you that the Southern Mediterranean region will see a significant closing of the skills gap by 2030? This is another way of asking the glass half full, half empty question, but now I'm giving it a date. How confident are you that the Southern Mediterranean region will see a significant closing of the skills gap by 2030? Look at this. We are ranging from 2 to 10. Okay, we do not have consensus here in the room. That's interesting. Oh, my goodness. I'd love to hear 2 people giving me a reason. If anyone would like to give me a reason why they pressed the 1 or the 2, and someone else who pressed the 9 or the 10, I'd love to understand what gives you confidence or what makes you say I'm not confident. Anyone want to share? Yes, please. Do we have a microphone for? Thank you. Are you up or down? Can we see the picture again? The microphone's not on, and we need to see the picture. Thank you. Try again? Yeah.
Here it is. So I did not go for 1 and 2, I went to 4, and the reason is based on information and statistics. It would require 150 years until we get to a gender equity and that equality, and that is as per the World Economic Forum studies. So, and because we are under that gender parity accelerator, and it's an accelerator study, I do believe there's a lot of full forces needs to be done, and starting from the mindset.
Okay.
And when I say mindset, it's because of a lot of people claim that they don't have any discrimination or unequal rights, but actually the opportunity, there's a lot of stereotype and limitations, unconscious bias.
Thank you. And this question is not specifically focused on women. It's on generally the skills gap. Who's really confident that we will have closed the skills gap? Anyone want to share? What gives you the confidence? Yeah, please. Microphone's coming.
I think after COVID crisis, there was like a geopolitical orientation for the Mediterranean than the Chinese, Moroccan or North African relation. Sorry for that. And now this area or the Mediterranean become more strategic because if all the constraint we had before, transportation constraint, leading time constraint, the production in the North Africa, which many industries launched all over North Africa from Egypt to Morocco. So, and there is also a geopolitical area also in Western Africa. Okay. So I think all that make this region will progress quickly. There is a new finding for new resources of energy, and there is new also resources for hydrogen and green energy. So all this make this area very important for the world and for Europe and for other countries. And I think the light now is spot on this area. And people there, they are high qualified. And the industry growth in this region make the people, both genders, men and women, be ready for this challenge.
Can I ask you to put the microphone, if you would, sir? You were shaking your head. I'd love to know why. Your colleague right next to you. What makes you less confident?
I think that he's optimistic.
I think he is.
I have another view. I am pessimist for the evening.
What do you think is most?
Because it is the crisis of our educational system.
Right.
In the south. I thought that it is not performant. No.
Okay. Thank you. So there's no right or wrong here. We don't know where we're going to be in 2030, but I'm going to use my discussion with you now on the panel to find out what's working, what's not working, and then how can we make what's working work even better. So let me first of all, Emmanuel Roy, if I could ask you, what's been done so far to really bridge the skills gap?
Thank you, Natasha. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of my director, David Dion, who wanted absolutely to be with you today, but who is still in a meeting at the Council of the European union in an interinstitutional negotiation. So sorry for that. But I'm very pleased and honored to be with you today, as I'm in charge of the Union for the Mediterranean. So indeed, I think that we all agree that there is clearly a demographic challenge in the region. The region is one of the youngest, as one of the youngest population, and this has, of course, an impact on the labor market. Also, there is clearly a high unemployment, a skills gap, brain drain, and a lack of opportunity for the young people. So the skills gap has been one of the main issues of the fifth Union for the Mediterranean Ministerial on Employment and Labor, which was held in Marrakesh in May 2022. The focus of this ministerial meeting was precisely on employment and employability of the most vulnerable, especially young people and women. So at this occasion, the ministers of the region, of the 43 UfM member states, took a political commitment and endorsed a very ambitious and action-related ministerial declaration. So based on that, and in order to tackle this challenge of the skills gap, we have adopted a Union for the Mediterranean Roadmap 2022-2025, and we implement through actions, events, and projects these political commitments taken by the ministers in Marrakesh. I would like to take some examples. For instance, last July in Madrid, we organized a high-level event on skills in the Mediterranean, and some of you were there, where we discussed these challenges and how to tackle these challenges all together. We have also set up with the UfM Secretariat as well as the German Cooperation Agency, GIZ, UfM Community of Practices on Youth Employment. And some of the members of these community of practices are there. So Mrs. Lamia is one of the members, but you have also other members attending today. So these are concrete examples of what we have been so far achieved to discuss skills in the region and to find together with all the different stakeholders, including social partners and civil society, how to discuss and find solutions together.
So there's a lot of attention that has been drawn to this topic and a lot of convening that has taken place.
Yes, and this regional Team Europe initiative on jobs through training and investment was also launched during the ministerial meeting of Marrakesh on employment and labor. So there is really a clear political commitment to tackle this issue.
Thank you. Ms. Lee, why do improvements in education in the region, and we're hearing there may be problems with the education system, but we're also hearing that a lot of people are coming out of universities with very good STEM degrees, for example. Why is it not translating into higher employment?
I think that's a very difficult question for all of us, especially particularly in this region. But I think it's probably helpful to remind ourselves about the purpose of this forum. This is about the trade and investment and also the job creation, employment. So we normally consider, as many of you already said, trade provides economic opportunities. But what we have failed, sometimes successful, but in many cases we failed, is to translate these actually economic opportunities opened up by the trade into real, genuine, decent job opportunity for all, including women and young people. That's why overall landscape, one of the reasons of the overall landscape for the trade negotiation has become very difficult. that. That is the message I heard from the Mr. Lange or Ingrid on the importance of this topic for today's discussion. Where something got wrong is basically there are many issues. The one thing I have to mention is that the skill issues, for example, that's an important tool making connection between economic opportunities and the real opportunities. But this skill is a very funny thing. You all talk about the training skills all the time. Everybody, every single people talking about this. So everyone's business in a sense. But because everybody's business, but at the same time, nobody cares.
Yeah.
So when you look at the real funding, investment in those countries in skills, and also investment by enterprise, I'm not talking about individual enterprises, over aggregate number in all these countries, despite all the rhetoric about how important skills are, but actual investment has been declining in many parts of the countries at the moment. That's where we are. So it's a bit of we have a bit of an issue of the collective rhetoric and also the collective failure at the same time. So probably the result we may have seen is nothing surprising. So we are making lots of investment in education. Of course, I can see that. But there is not much or sufficient investment in training skills part and also labor market institutions. That's why we don't have a good mechanism to translate into that. Another part of the story is that our training and skill development is very much still supply-driven. We talk about the skills gap, but actually we are talking about two different things. Even all of your countries, when it comes to skills gap, it's a combination of the over-education and under-education at the same time. You have many people in your country, I'm pretty sure including young women, for example, they have absolute great qualification and absolute great education attainment and skills, but they couldn't find a job. That's overqualified. And then they actually reduce their expectation, find somewhere on the job which may not be satisfactory to their ambition. But of course, when it comes to digital and other sectors, you can see lots of the shortage of skills gap. That's where we are. So we have a situation on both sides of the story. Supply side, as I mentioned, still insufficient investment. And whenever we make investment, this investment doesn't pay off. So there is no wonder if recently we look at, including your countries, what is the financial return to skill development or education in your countries? Actually, that actual return has been declining in almost all countries. So this shouldn't be a surprise for everybody. I think that's the overall issues. Probably I will come back to what will be some possible solution later. Thank you.
Do we have, let me just stay with you, do we have a benchmark region where we're seeing a better investment leading to jobs situation?
Right now, I mean, all I want to say is all the countries in the region, they are doing lots of things here and there, but somehow putting them together, somehow they don't add up for something really meaningful, impactful. Probably in that sense, something good example is a bit of outside of region at the moment, because of course, obviously, Asian countries are doing better in terms of the investment, in terms of the location, and in terms of placement, and etc. But I heard lots of good examples, not the global example, but some anecdotal or some the local-based good examples from, for example, Tunisia, for example, Morocco. There are lots of investment I know in Jordan as well. Once again, I said, how can you make some of the critical impact or scalable impact, large impact on the labor market where we are talking about the millions of the new job creation?
Thank you. So, Lamia Shafai, what are some countries, let's just take Tunisia, what are countries doing to help bridge the skills gap right now?
Thank you, Natasha. First, I would like to thank particularly the UfM and the European delegation for giving me the great opportunity, privilege to be part of this great event and among this honorable panel. So, about Tunisia, actually, We worked, and as one of among the recommendations that came from the community of practice in which I'm contributing also, about the alignment between the demand and supply and the importance of the partnership between the different stakeholders, the government, the private sector and academia, and how to really bridge the gap and anticipate on the demand of the market. I am presenting here also Education for Employment. We are an NGO working on employment, youth employment, job training and placement, and entrepreneurship. And in our model, we really focus on, we have a market-driven, demand-driven approach. So we start by really analyzing and assessing the needs of the market. And in this consideration, we collaborated a lot with the Ministry of Higher Education, but also with the private sector, particularly in the ICT sector, to try to build the dialogue and really try to connect and align the let's say, the study plans and the curricula on the needs of the IT sector. And this was really very well perceived. And recently we worked also with in collaboration with the GIZ on a project called Digital Works to try a new model of training, which is the dual training, study and work, with a set of, with companies in different regions, but also with private sector universities. And this was really very well perceived by the different stakeholders. Here comes the, for instance, for public universities, the capacity and agility to adapt, especially in sectors like digital sector, and it was really very well mentioned here, to adapt to the really the very fast pace of change in technology and to anticipate to the needs of the market. So here, I mean, there is a challenge for the public sector to really follow up with the change in the market, and there is a need to put together like a task force or mixed governance to really anticipate on the needs of the market. Second, about the orientation of youth, and Mr. Lee mentioned earlier the importance that the youth are aware of what is needed in the market. And here I would like to highlight, for instance, for the perception of vocational training. Usually we have like a high number of university graduates, but we don't have that much number of graduates from the vocational training. So there is a need to orient youth from at an early stage about what is provided by the market, and also enhance the image of vocational training among youth and among the society I mean, all along. And finally, about the gender. Also, there is a need to orient also the programs to be so that there is gender equity, to avoid any biases about like women oriented to specific jobs and not being able to take some jobs. So here also there is a work to be done at the level of the society. And in Tunisia we have a huge number of university graduates from the STEM part. You've mentioned STEM, so here we are orienting women towards jobs in the digital sector, in green sector, and also in entrepreneurship, technology entrepreneurship.
What are some of the ways of doing that? How do you make STEM, ICT, attractive for young women?
Actually, surprisingly, in our case, for the Digital Works program, we have like almost an equity between women and men. And actually, in university, you have a higher number of students, women, lady students in the STEM fields, and particularly the digital field. But then, when they, I mean, in terms of the promotion and career promotion, we lose them in the track.
Right.
So here, there is work like to sustain the positioning of women in their career.
Let's go to Jordan and let's put ourselves into the situation, Mr. Hijazi, of someone who has come out of university with a good STEM education. What do they face in terms of what next? Why are they not falling into a job?
Thank you so much for this question. Please first allow me to apologize on behalf of His Excellency, Mr. Naif Stiti is the founder of BDC and the former Minister of Labor, who should have been with us today, but for unseen circumstances of his uncle's death, he couldn't make it today, and I'm replacing him today. And I would like to thank UfM for this invitation, and I would like to thank you as well for moderating all these sessions and for your hard work. Actually, at the Business Development Center, what we have been done for the past 20 years, when His Excellency Mr. Naif established BDC, we always and frequently meet with the private sector to understand their needs. And as well, we meet with job seekers. And what we found all over these years that we have a lack of having a matchmaking system that will help our young youth people and employers to understand the needs and to fulfill the gap. And in order to make sure that this completed, we used to engage as well the academia and bring some academic people in our sessions, in our focus groups or our orientation groups, to let them hear from both sides, from the supply and the demand side, to understand what exactly needed. When we talk to the demand side, we found that they need self-motivated people, proactive, committed, loyal. They are bringing new innovative ideas to their work. When we talk to the youth and we ask them what kind of jobs you are looking for, some of them, they have answered that I need the high salary, low working hours, long vacations, something like that. So our role as Business Development Center, we are not a recruitment or a training company, but we are a development organization in Jordan, that we are trying to fulfill this gap between demand and supply side. And what have been done, we have designed different programs that we already worked with UfM, thankfully, on promoting this program called Maharat. Maharat means skills. And through this program, it's like a community that we provide different types of skills, starting from behavioral skills. We are trying to change the mindset as well. And the last and the third important pillar, which is the employability skills. In addition to that, we are trying to link academia and the private sector. Without linking and engaging private sector with academia and with the supply side, we will not be able altogether to fulfill or to bridge the gap between what exactly required and what we exactly have in the market. So if we look at from the Jordan context, young people aged between 16 to 30 years old, they have a high unemployment rate. It reached to 45%. A large percentage of these young people, they are neat. And some of them, they are not either unemployed or they are not in education or not in training. So the percentage is 39%. So either they are seeking for work or for a job, or they are discouraged by workers or out of labor force. So not for the reason related to schooling or training. And the need percentage, it is higher within women or females. So young people, they prefer jobs sometimes in public sector. Why? Because it's more secured and less working hours, and the perception of safety, greater safety. So that's why what we are trying to do to change the perception of young youth people, that they should look at the value behind the position, the value behind their career path. And we start working with them, coaching them, how they can build their career path step by step until they reach to the to their objective, to their goal. This is one thing. On the other hand, we need to work as well with the demand side, which is the private sector. We need to build the capacity of human resources, people that they are working in selecting right people and working on their talent and working on their career path. Because sometimes there is like, again, a gap between who's managing and who's
Right.
selecting people to work with them, who's selecting the team itself. So BDC as an organization that we have designed several programs for building the capacity of our young youth people, we have noticed that with a good partnership with the private sector, we can then bridge the gap and have proper matchmaking between the supply and demand in the market.
And this is actually quite labor intensive, right? You're having to follow up with these young people to provide them with the orientation, to provide them with the skills and matchmake. How can that be scaled up? I'm just looking at Emmanuel. How can programs, very successful programs like we're hearing now, actually get to all of the youth?
Yes, I think it's very important to understand the skills mismatch and indicators, as mentioned by my colleague from Jordan, like young people not in employment, education or training can provide us with important information on how deep is this mismatch between labor demand and supply. For that, I think that we have clearly put our focus on these needs. I will take the example of the Youth Guarantee Scheme, because as you know, in the EU, it was very high on the political agenda. We have the European Pillar of Social Rights, we have the European Skills Agenda. This year it's also the European Year of Skills. So this Youth Guarantee Scheme is an activation scheme for needs in the EU, and we have used this model also in the neighboring countries. We started in the Western Balkans. We have currently an ongoing program implemented by the International Labour Organization to address these challenges in the Western Balkans. And we intend, as from next year, in January 2024, to implement this also in the Southern Neighbourhood. We have a regional program funded by the European Commission, funded by DG NEAR, precisely on these needs and how to implement these youth guarantee schemes in the region. So that's an example of a forthcoming regional program to tackle this challenge and
to really go systematic and systemic.
Yes, to do it on a systematic approach.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Lee, if we look at the METI program, the Mainstreaming Employment into Trade and Investment, and trying to, and there's a question here as well, the integration of labour standards in trade agreements. Is this a positive step for employment, or, and I'm also thinking about the discussions we had this morning, is it a further bureaucracy step that's going to actually hinder employment at the end?
Of course, I'm working for the bureaucratic organization like the PILO. I hate the bureaucracy, so I think the METI project as a mainstream employment in the trade and investment is precisely address some of the key issues relating trade. One of the background for this project is that if you think about this, trade is all about the comparative advantages. But if we look at the skills, the national skills strategy in the southern Mediterranean countries, surprisingly, they all look the same. So there is no strategic focus on what types of skills should be developed to take full advantage of the economic or trade opportunities. So I mean, STEM, all the country has the same element of STEM, and then some of the soft skills. I mean, this is a standard set of the menu, but I don't think it's working. If we are thinking of the trade very seriously in terms of the creating decent job opportunity, we need to strategy, which means we have to identify what are, in your country, strategic sectors for the potential of the creating decent job through trade opportunities. So this is an important exercise when actually, before actually talking about the skills strategy. So what we need is we can get together, I mean, business communities and the governments, trade, and also the finance and industry, and also the workers and the civil society, youth organization, and also women organization get together to see what are the opportunities. Of course, that requires quite a bit of analysis. And then once we identify what are the potential key strategic sectors, once again, to create decent jobs through trade opportunities, then we can figure out what kind of skills will be needed to actually meet that opportunities. So it's not kind of the other way around. So once we identify this skills gap or skills need, skill demand, then actually we can start how we can provide that skill training opportunities for different groups of people. It could be, depending on strategic sectors, for example, it's in Egypt, for example, there is a chocolate, for example, and rural area. There's a totally different set of skill strategy. When it comes to, I think Tunisia, there is a medical appliance or something, that's different skills. And Jordan, I know that there is some interest in the cybersecurity issues, etc. That's different trade. It really depends what you see your comparative advantage, what is your strategic focus. I mean, from the perspective of trade. And then once we identify, we bring together TVS system, we bring the Minister of Education, Minister of the Labor, all get together to see how to work together. Because it's not a secret, the Minister of Education, Minister of Labor, Minister of Trade, they don't speak to each other at all.
Right.
On these issues, they are influenced. I mean, it's probably, it's the same among the business organization. Of course, one of the secrets of the successful skill development in different countries is that when you have a very strong business association with a strong power of the coordination, they normally doing far better in terms of the skill development. That's the clearly proved historically actually fact. So I think that's why this is simply because if you want to be very successful in skill formation, you need a better coordination or collective action among the business society as well. So this is precisely what we're trying to do. Thanks to the European Commission, we have the project mainstreaming trade, mainstream employment in trade and investment. So exactly take this approach. It's now happening in Egypt and Tunisia and Morocco and Jordan. So we combine that with the specific methodology we call the skills for the trade and economic diversification. That's exactly the working from the strategic opportunities and to the skill development and delivery mechanisms, not the other way around. So we try to avoid the completely supply-demand or wishful thinking approaches skill development.
Ooh, now the question that I've got here, Lami, if I could come to you, is international partners now talk a lot about green and digital skills. Does this really correspond to the requirements on the ground, or is it maybe a bit detached from economic realities? Building on what we've just heard from Mr. Lee, are we imposing green and digital on a economic vision that may actually be going in a different direction, or can it fit together?
Yeah. Actually, I believe it's totally connected, and I do agree with what Mr. Lee just mentioned earlier. Actually, at EFE Tunisia, and as an NGO that is present in 9 countries in the MENA region, our model is really focusing on the key sectors that create jobs and try to really provide the skills for youth to be placed in these jobs. And the first thing we do is really to try to assess what are the markets and the
business.
Yeah, the businesses. What are the sectors that are creating jobs? For instance, in our case, we have the digital sector, we have the agribusiness sector, automotive sector, textiles. These are the sectors that are now just creating jobs. And from there, we sit with the private sector companies. We try to identify what are their needs in terms of skills and jobs, and try to provide specific training, soft skills, behavioral skills, technical skills, specific technical skills, and then try to source candidates, train them, and place them in these jobs, and track after that the retention to measure the impact. So back to the green and digital skills. We have now real need and from the market, specifically in some parts of Tunisia, like in the south, one of the offshoring zones. Now they came to us and they said, we are now trying to be compliant with the ESG norms, so we need your support to bring the capacity of our new employees, but also the staff, to be able to comply with these ESG norms. So it's a reality. The same for the automotive industry. Now we are trying to see what we can do in terms of supporting them to get also compliant with the ESG norms. But also in the agribusiness sector, that is a reality in Tunisia. For instance, we are facing climate change issues like water scarcity and so on. So we are trying to support our agribusiness sector first. I mean, to be also to green the jobs. So we adapted our curricula and added green skills, like some awareness building on environment protection, on SDGs, but also trying to really be compliant also with the norms. And also we are trying to support for the entrepreneurship track, and this is linked to the previous panel, like to connect with startups on agri-tech, right, to help resolve these issues of climate change, on water management, and so on. So we are living that today, so it's reality, and of course we need to anticipate on the new jobs that will be created, on the new skills that will be required. And for that I believe there is a need to more assistance, technical assistance from our partners, since we are all connected. Tunisia is not, and other countries in the southern part of the Mediterranean are very connected. We are in the same fate, so we need to be supporting each other to be to ensure the growth of the businesses.
And I mean, the people you're skilling, they're also going to have to be as adaptable as the markets. How can you create adaptability, not just employability?
Yes, and here I believe the ETF actually shared with us a very interesting study about the soft skills. And actually in soft skills, we have a set of different skills. And for instance, now there are new skills that are coming: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to learn continuously. So these are the skills that we need to embed in the educational programs, but also among youth. The capacity to be resilient and also to adapt to the context, because certainly we will have like new jobs, and people need to be adaptable and really able to move with their skills
throughout their lives. And what we're hearing is that at the moment they're asking for not working very many hours, having lots of... This sounds like a big challenge. Mr. Hijazi, I would love to give this question that's just come in to you. Should it be public institutions closing the skills gap, or should it be the private sector itself? Also, on the question of adaptability, that should ensure that young people have the skills that companies need. Whose responsibility is it?
I think both sides, public and private sector, should work closely to find a way how we can bridge the gap between these skills. I mean, the public sector, they should revise and review the curricula and all the educational material that they are providing for our students and young youth people. As well, they should change the methodology that they are using in implementing or delivering certain messages or knowledge to our people now. They need to practice. They need to be close to the market more than giving theoretical part. And this is exactly what we are doing in the Business Development Center. As well, they should look at the strategies in our country. Lately, before 1.5 years, His Majesty launched the new economic modernization vision. And he focused on different engines. And one of these engines are entrepreneurship and innovation within different sectors, and food security, one of these sectors, green entrepreneurship, another sector, and textile as well, one of the most important sectors that he have highlighted. As well, we have the youth strategy. As BDC, we have most of our programs are aligned with these strategies, and as well, the private sector, the public sector, they should align their strategy with the country strategy and look at what exactly needed. When we talk about green skills and IT skills, this is important.
And this really means that the ministries have to be speaking to each other, otherwise they're not going to be able to align those strategies.
Definitely, and as well, one more thing, His Majesty, all the time he's saying and incentivizing both parties to open a good dialogue, to open a transparent dialogue as well between private and public partnership, in order to make sure that they are working together to reach out an economic growth and helping our young youth people to find decent jobs.
And this is really important, that it's the king doing this, right? Not just one of the ministers, but it's the king who's able to then facilitate, be the spider in the web of the others.
Correct.
Yes, I fully agree with what has been said. Indeed, I think that we really need to build an ecosystem with partnerships, and that's what we are trying to do in our regional sectoral dialogue on employment and labor, together with the UfM Secretariat. So very concretely, twice a year we gather all the representatives of the ministries of labor. A specificity of our dialogue is also to involve social partners. I think that this is also something very important. And recently, based on the ministerial declaration of Marrakesh I mentioned, we have also set up different community of practices. One is on youth employment, as I mentioned. And here it's very interesting because we involve different stakeholders in order to really build this ecosystem. Civil society, social partners, ministries, agencies, skills agencies, and of course private sector. And I think that what is done by the business center in Jordan is very important, because private sector is really key. So we need to have all these stakeholders on board to really be able to design relevant policies to tackle the skills gaps and skills mismatches.
Please.
Thank you. Just building on what has been said, I think the one important aspect we have to remember is that all the skills we are talking about, STEM, or the soft skills, or core skills, which we all believe they are crucial to whatever job sector workers have, they are all portable. So it's not actually fund-specific or industry-specific skills, which means from the business perspective, the incentive to invest in these skills is less than before, actually. Purely apply the business logic individually. So this is a bit of challenge. That's why I'm emphasizing all the business may eventually benefit from this investment, but that cannot be individual action. So that's why I think the conversation we're having here is important, and also conversation you're having in the countries with our other business partners and all other stakeholders are crucially important. The second is when it comes to the public sector, I think also they share quite a bit of responsibility. I just give one example. Theory and rhetoric is one thing, and what we are doing is different nowadays. The one example, I wouldn't mention the countries. There are huge green investment, green infrastructure investment in one of your countries. And I had a chance to look at the the investment expenditure structure of that infrastructure investment, because there is a huge outcry about the skill shortages for that project. Then it turns out in the investment plan, there is no single item relating to the skill development. So I said, look, I mean, this skill shortage is not happening by accident, it's happening by design. So this is the role of the public policy. You have to make sure when you are making infrastructure investment in green transition or digital transition, then you have to make sure there is a sufficient allocation of the funding or investment in people who will eventually move on to that new job opportunities. I mean, this is a very important aspect we have to remember. Of course, as you mentioned, there is two big issues in doing that. One is, of course, this means we need to strengthen the TVET system in your country, but including in Egypt and Tunisia, there is a strong perception about the TVET system. So once you actually graduate the TVET system, they are not necessarily being seen as good one. So there is some perception against it. They do not necessarily fare very well in the job market. Second is the trainer. In the TVET system providing all trainers, they need training as well. Otherwise, they are repeating what they have learned 10 years ago. So that is a very important aspect. Probably you have, of course, a similar experience. This is exactly the challenge for TVET system. It's just not about the training, and it's about the training the trainers.
And we talked so much in the last panel about mentoring as well. It's like we need to have the formal and the informal follow-up support for people who are entering the job markets. Let me just come to you and see if you have any questions or comments, anything you'd like to add to. Yes, please. Let me take the lady there, then my Tunisian friend here, then the lady in green, and then, yeah, and then you.
Thank you and good evening. Thank you for such a rich and diverse day. It was very informative for me. I am an entrepreneur, a businesswoman myself for so many years. And I'm part of the EGB. I'm an EGB member also. I'm, like Mr. Lee was saying about the business associations of the private sector. I do volunteer as a mentor also, working as a marketing and international business development consultant. So I mentor a lot of women entrepreneurs wanting to come into the business and having all those ideas and so on. And from my experience, first of all, a lot of the associations that provide the training and want to help entrepreneurs, they have a sort of a drawback in marketing. They do not reach the target segment of enough people, and it ends up that all the training programs have the same candidates. They just keep evolving, revolving around the different hubs. So we have a problem in marketing, I think, marketing the different training programs to different segments and reaching that kind of audience. For women entrepreneurs especially, we worked with the Egyptian Economic Research Center, if you remember, Bassem. And one of the key findings that helped us, especially in the rural areas, is that women entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs to be, they want to have a kind of a role model who's a woman who's actually made it, and for them would be like a benchmark, encouraging them to be the same. So if they have the right role model, somebody who's already made it, even if they're not mentoring them, but just giving them some advice every now and then and seeing them flesh and blood, I think it helps them, giving them confidence in reaching that step. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful. Yes, please. No, sorry, it's the gentleman in front of you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to underline some experiences we have in the Textile and Apparel Business Association in Tunisia and also in my company. All is a history of mindset of growth, of entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship, continuous improvement, and how we can be better tomorrow. how we can communicate with the government, with the labor minister, with the education minister, how we can sponsorize universities, training centers, professional training centers, and how we can a good and a big player in this ecosystem. Our experience in the Apparel Textile Federation in Tunisia is to build this kind of sponsoring between us, industrial companies, and some universities, some training professional center, and also a lot of our companies built their own training center. So we have our own training center to make the conversion of people who came from universities and is not adapted to our business, to our industry. So we have this kind of reconversion. We have this adaptability and flexibility in the mind in order to reconvert people and to make people happy to select and to choose what will be their job tomorrow.
And you're doing this because you see an economic value in spending money on this, right?
Of course.
Because someone has just written, and it sounded like that, why do companies invest so little in skills development while talking about the skills gap? And you're saying, no, it is worthwhile.
Absolutely.
But some are not, right? Some people are just, some industries are saying it's not worth it.
And here also it is the role of the business association to forest the sharing of best practices,
right,
the sharing of good processes, and to demonstrate by real and concrete examples how we can achieve one or another success, one another good practice. So this is, personally, I would finish with this. I have 75% of female and women in the factory, so we have 2,000 persons, and 1,700 are women. The top management is 95% women.
Woo! Round of applause. Thank
you very much.
And please, could you pass back to the lady in green? Thank you.
The lady in green, that's a nice name. Hi everyone, مساء الخير جميعا. It's really great to listen to all of your insights. My name is Yusra Mishmish. I am based in Amman, Jordan. I am the regional manager for Peace First organization. But like, I'm just gonna put on my young person hat and to tell you that reflecting on this panel, I've spent the past few years scattered between so many opportunities where each organization, whether governmental, whether community, they're trying to give young people the skills, but they simply don't talk to each other, like you have mentioned. And that's really good in terms of diversifying the opportunities, but it's very draining for both ends, from the young people who keep on taking the same trainings, the same skills with different faces, and from the organizations who are putting so much manpower, so much effort into creating the same stuff, and you can feel the duplication. So my question would be around, how do you envision the way moving forward to work on a unified platform, an umbrella, where we can make sure that instead of competing on who does the best service, we would just complete each other's work instead of each person trying to do everything again. Someone would give the training, someone would give the funding, someone would give the education in a systemized way moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for putting that hat on. Yes, the gentleman here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Xavier Mateo. I'm from the European Training Foundation, and one of the things we do is doing some studies on trying to understand why there is this mismatch between skills provision and the skill requirements. And one of the things that we clear conclude is that, as it was said before, we are mixing at the same time different phenomena, from people who are overqualified, who cannot find a job, and then they end up finding jobs in positions which corresponds to lower qualification, to people who perhaps are low skills and cannot find a job because their jobs are found by some other people with higher qualification. And therefore, I think the the measures to tackle the different situations cannot be the same for all the countries. Right. That's definitely clear. So one of the questions is why we don't. It's not there is not a promotion of a higher guidance systems which help really people to find the right measure for each different type of need. And the second thing I wanted to ask is that there's been mentioned several times this issue of we're talking all the time about ecosystems, and we are talking about the success of the youth guarantee and so on. But then at the same time, we listen Mr. Lee saying that the Ministry of Labor and Education really don't work anyway. Why is this happening, and how this situation can be improved? Because we know from evidence that when they cooperate, this is very successful.
Mr. Lee, do you want to answer why they're not cooperating? Or when they cooperate, why? Let's look at the good practice.
It's not an easy question at all, actually. So it's because my answer really depends on the really country specific situation. But what I normally advocating, I mean, this is not actually one single solution. But I think the one way of the coordinating is, in Jordan it's possible, I believe. For example, if you take full advantage of the public employment services, and then you have a great digital system right now, so why don't you use these new digital technologies to bring everybody together? Meaning, you can create the one-stop shop through these public employment services, which will connect all young people to the different training providers, for example. That's one way, because we are living in the age of the digitalization. That's doable. Of course, there are many other options, because in some cases, the government are very pushy. Okay, when you get the funding, in return for cross collaboration with your other partners, for example, I think this is pretty much the same in the Tunisia as well. Just quickly on the difficulties reaching out to the potential training receivers. I mean, you mentioned that as well. Again, this is no easy solution, but one way of handling that is we normally propose, rather than working through this actually the official system of your membership, we normally encourage you to consider working with the local communities. That is a bit of the broaden the basis of the potential beneficiaries, and also that is a good way of contributing, developing the local economies. Where at the end of it, once you have a strong local economy, then you have a much better, stronger basis for economic development. Of course, the growing extra skill needs as well. That's one way, especially in the rural area, and also it works in the urban area as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Merci, Natacha. Nassera Haddad, je viens d'Algérie, je représente le patronat. Je pense que les panels de cette matinée apportaient les éléments, les axes de réflexion et de réponse à l'employabilité des jeunes. Je voudrais à l'occasion remercier l'UPM pour le comité COP qui est un espace de réflexion et qui réunit des expériences diverses pour pouvoir apporter des réponses à ce niveau-là. En tant que privé, il faudrait axer aussi sur les investisseurs et les entrepreneurs qui ne sont pas assez dans l'anticipation en termes d'expression des besoins pour permettre aux infrastructures éducatives, l'enseignement supérieur, la formation professionnelle de travailler sur les nomenclatures de disciplines et de spécialités à même d'assurer un maximum de résorption de jeunes, d'insertion des jeunes dans le marché du travail. Le deuxième aspect, nous avons actuellement une expérience que nous engageons avec ETF sur l'apprentissage. Là aussi, la formation par apprentissage aujourd'hui, elle n'est pas assez valorisée dans la mesure où nous, on se rend compte que nous avons un taux d'insertion autrement plus important des jeunes par la formation par apprentissage. Et ce que nous faisons actuellement avec ETF, les deux associations patronales, nous essayons de travailler sur comment mieux anticiper sur les attentes des entrepreneurs en termes de choix, de sujets de recherche, de sujets de mémoire pour ces jeunes-là qui peuvent améliorer sensiblement leur insertion. Un troisième élément sur lequel j'aimerais insister, le panel que nous avons eu sur l'entrepreneuriat des femmes et des jeunes est un élément de réponse formidable pour l'employabilité des jeunes. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, le salariat n'est plus une réponse, c'est une donnée mondiale, je veux dire, c'est pas propre à notre région. Il faut faire de l'entrepreneuriat vraiment la possibilité de pouvoir construire un avenir à ces jeunes et à ces femmes. Et aujourd'hui, même si les statistiques dans nos régions sont encore en deçà, mais la tendance, la dynamique, elle est là, elle est réelle. Donc moi, la Team Europe que j'ai vue ce matin, cette intelligence collective qui nous a été présentée ce matin, ben je considère que c'est peut-être la task force aussi qui va pouvoir, en termes de dispositifs d'appui, en termes d'actions ciblées sur des groupes tels que les femmes et les jeunes, organisés. Je pense essentiellement, ça a été abordé ce matin, les clusters. Les jeunes et les femmes sont aujourd'hui très rassurés quand ils se retrouvent dans des organisations industrielles parce qu'il y a de la solidarité et parce que les politiques, les institutionnels peuvent mieux cibler leur appui et peuvent mieux cibler leur aide quand ces jeunes et ces femmes sont organisés, soit en association, soit en cluster. Donc je recommanderais aussi qu'on puisse investir cet axe-là pour améliorer et l'employabilité et l'entrepreneuriat des jeunes et des femmes.
Thank you so much. I'm going to take this lady here and the gentleman at the far end, and then I think we'll close the questions and comments. It's on.
Okay, hello.
Short, please, thank you.
Okay, I am Aslı. I am from Asian Businesswomen Association, Vice President with Shaika. Yeah, we came from Turkey. We developed Erasmus Plus project named DAS, this Digital Age Skills, the subject of today's panels. In pandemic times, especially women and young people lost their jobs and they closed their companies, their organizations, and they have to earn money. That's why this project named Digital Age Skills, to develop their skills in softwares, in digitals, to sell their products, to marketing, buying. And this project is not only in pandemic times. The young people and entrepreneurs must learn digital marketing because it's very important, digital marketing. Also, I am an entrepreneur and I want to tell about something. I am working with a village in Turkey. It's Tire, Kahrat. The women farmers, we are developing project and we are trying to make their jobs and products to sell them in software. And they are learning too urgent. We have to put all our skills with especially the villages, the farmers, the women. We made a WhatsApp group with them and they are using the WhatsApp better than us. In 1 week they learned everything. If we give the women and the young people opportunity, they will learn everything very fast.
And what you're also describing is a very clear market meets supply and demand meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you. Gentleman over there, please, for the final voice from the floor.
Thank you for having me, and thank for UfM for having us here. It's a very informative day. I am Bassam. I'm the chairman of Egyptian Junior Business Association. We have a program, an initiative from 2015. It was called Ishtagal, Work by English, and this was from private sector and led by private sector. And we have trained 2,500 student and adult to work in our companies. And what had happened from 2015 to 2022 after the pandemic, we stopped because of funding. This is a very bad situation for us. And a program which was successful and working and providing from the private sector to the private sector. So it's a loss for us to have something with this kind of success. The second hat I wear, I work in education, K-12 education. And in Egypt, we have been developing our curriculum. So we faced from 4 years ago a very bad situation that we don't have the teachers. So I will get back to Lee for training of the trainers. We started a program in our own school, in my school, as a CSR program. It started to train the trainers, to train the students, and not the students, the graduates, to start start their career as teachers for the kids at our schools. And now the program started with 30 students, our graduates from the colleges, and now we are training 360 per year. And our competitors are taking from us. We are. This is why I'm saying, for the people that are asking why the private sector is need to develop the skills of the workers or develop the skills, because you will not succeed. You will not have your own employee now.
Thank you, sir.
One point, because
we need to close. We need to close. But what I'm picking up from what you're saying is that you're able, as private sector, to provide the knowledge on the one hand, but also the scaling up. I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, let's also thank our panelists. This has been almost a huge panel, hasn't it? We've been asking for your experience, and you've given it to us. So thank you so much for that. But the four of you earn our great applause and great gratitude for supporting us here. And with that, let's now come to a very, very important part of our afternoon. Usually one has keynotes at the start. We are lucky enough to have a keynote at the end, or coming to the end of us. Oh, let's have a picture first of all of the panel, first of all, while I'm announcing. Thank you so much. We need just that one picture. His Excellency Valdis Dombrovskis, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, and responsible for everything we've been talking today, an economy that works for people, is here. He's Commissioner for Trade at the European Commission. And as soon as the photo is done, it will be our great pleasure to ask him, thank you, to join us for his keynote. Hold on. Thank you. It's a long way here. His Excellency Valdis Dombrovskis.
Honorable Mr. Secretary General of the Union for Mediterranean, dear organizers, dear participants. I'm very pleased to join today the Trade and Investment Forum. Our countries, our Mediterranean region, are facing very challenging times. The 12th UfM Trade Ministerial meeting, which was scheduled to take place on 19th of October in Valencia, had to be postponed. So today's meeting is an opportunity to strengthen our cooperation on trade and investment. We remain fully committed to enhancing the constructive and positive relationship we enjoy with our neighbors in South and East. And notably also to strengthen the dialogue with the private sector. As the EU's Executive Vice President for an economy that works for the people, I'm glad to address you, social, economic and political partners of the UfM region in particular. You have a vital role to play. In the EU, civil society is across the whole chain of policy making, and we rely on our partners in the UfM region to strengthen this movement as well. I will give you more details on how we plan to make the UfM agenda forward. But before I do so, I'd like to say a few words on common challenges we are facing and how to address them. Our countries are still recovering from the economic shocks following the COVID-19 pandemics and Russia's war against Ukraine. The war has impacted food security, inflation, and energy costs. This has added to tension and risks of trade disruption. Far too much is at stake for us, from everything like regional stability and security and credibility of the rules-based order. While the EU economy has overall shown its resilience despite these geopolitical tensions, some countries have taken greater economic hit. Against this backdrop, trade can be a powerful instrument to stimulate economic progress and alleviate poverty. Therefore, we want to make it easier to trade and invest sustainably in the UfM region. In particular, we can do better in terms of regional integration in the UfM region because for now, trade flows remain weak. These last few years have shown how dependent we are on each other. Disruptions in one segment of the value chain can lead to supply shortages in another. This in turn can lead to delays further down the line. It is an important reminder how important it's to keep supply chains open and invest making them more resilient and sustainable. We have all learned many lessons from this crisis, including the risk of over-dependency on a limited number of suppliers, or the risk of non-sustainable value chains, and the dangers of unilateral, unjustified trade restrictions. Meanwhile, we also need to address the skills gap and diversify our economic and trade flows. I would like to work with our UfM partners to learn from these lessons together. For example, we believe it is key to enhance cooperation in building more diversified and resilient regional value chains, strengthening regional competitiveness, and making trade and investment policies more sustainable and conducive to decent job creation. But for all this, we need the right conditions. This includes political stability, effective implementation of agreements, and a stable and rules-based business environment. If these conditions fail, business operators and investors will not be prepared to take the necessary steps. This is why countries in the region must resist temptation to take protectionist measures, including closer borders, whether for imports or exports. So, how exactly we are planning to taking the UfM trade agenda forward? The regional dialogue on trade and investment with all countries involved remains the main forum to advance work on our common priorities, namely sustainable trade and investment, as well as regional integration. In parallel, technical cooperation will support these goals. When it comes to our priorities on sustainable trade and investment, we are looking in the following areas. Multilaterally, we need to work towards a successful 13th WTO Ministerial Conference in February next year in Abu Dhabi. This is crucial to sustain a rules-based multilateral system that serves all of us well. We should continue joining efforts to address global food security concerns and fight against protectionism, which disrupts global and regional supply chains. This is very important because they affect global and regional agricultural trade supply chains and exacerbate food insecurity, in particular in southern Mediterranean countries. We will work on regulatory convergence and facilitating foreign direct investment to seize opportunities for uptake of green technologies, notably the renewable energy sector. This will contribute to sustainable economic growth, employment creation, and the decarbonization of energy systems. From the EU side, we are open to explore negotiations on new sustainable investment facilitation agreements with those partners in Southern Neighbourhood who may be interested. The so-called CIFAs would help to improve the investment climate and attract and expand private investment. This would support the diversification economies while integrating environmental and labor commitments in a transparent way. In turn, this would trigger decent and sustainable jobs and shared prosperity. As you heard today, the OECD is finalizing its analysis on the feasibility and relevance of potential future CIFAs in Southern Neighbourhood. The domestic investment frameworks in the countries concerned, namely Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia, could benefit from investment facilitation frameworks and policies. CIFAs would allow CIFAs would allow our partners to attract more FDIs and also harness potential positive benefits to realize their sustainable development goals, including respect for job creation and skills. I would also like to highlight that under the Global Gateway Initiative, the EU will be boosting investments in Mediterranean partner countries in order to build more resilient connections with its partners. There will be a focus on the development of climate, energy, environment, transport, and digital infrastructure. Let me also say a few words regarding our second key priority on a regional integration agenda. Bilateral agreements that the EU has in place with UfM partners have positively contributed to growth creation in the region. They are powerful opportunities to modernize and enhance our trade and investment relationships. So the EU stands ready to further explore this path with our UfM partners. Linked to this, our new policy on trade and sustainability in our trade agreements promotes core international labor and environmental standards and their effective implementation. These are equally important elements of sustainable growth and job creation. Furthermore, the adoption on revised Pan-Euromed Convention on Rules of Origin will also be important to enhance regional integration as regards supply chains. We count on our partners to support this revision and vote in favor in this week's Joint Committee. There are also shared views among UfM partners about the importance of fostering trade linkages with Sub-Saharan Africa. This will contribute to further diversify trade patterns and integrate respective continental markets. In addition, our partnership can create opportunities to strengthen trade and attract foreign direct investment while supporting the green and digital transition. We support these ambitions, but they must be linked to sustainable and inclusive job creation. We are working together in order to address the challenges in the region. We build projects around joint priorities and joining forces with partners with international financial institutions playing an important role here. I want to emphasize that our partners spearhead their own policies. We will continue to raise awareness on the benefits of the Team Europe initiative approach for job creation through trade and investment. Today's forum is a good illustration on how to share different experiences. We welcome active engagement from our southern partners to seize all opportunities for determining shared objectives and fostering mutual learning. To address the joint challenges in the region, partnerships with the financial institutions such as the European Investment Bank and European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the private sector are key. Through the use of innovative financial instruments at our disposal, such as European Fund for Sustainable Development, we facilitate access to finance, in particular for SMEs in sectors with strong potential for growth and decent employment. We achieve this by unlocking non-banking financial channels such as impact investment, local investment funds, or microfinance. In order to implement its economic and investment plan for the Southern Neighbourhood, the Commission continuously works on enlarging the scope of cooperation instruments beyond traditional grants, procurement, and budget support operations. Since 2021, 3.3 billion euros of grants have been committed. It is almost half of the 7 billion euros pledged for the 2021 to 27 in the framework of the joint communication on renewed partnership with the Southern Neighbourhood. In parallel, the European Investment Bank continues deploying sovereign loans guaranteed by the EU in the Southern Neighbourhood. Our European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus guarantee will support EIB's investments of up to 8.5 billion euros for a period 2021 to 27. These sovereign loans will aim at mobilizing an equal amount of of additional investments for a total of 17 billion euros. The Team Europe initiative is a perfect illustration of an economy that works for the people as it adopts its holistic approach in job creation. It addresses both the demand and supply sides of the economy, and in particular, it recognizes the potential of young people and women. This initiative brings together actions that promote trade, investment, and entrepreneurship with approaches to strengthen the skills system in line with the labor market. So, dear participants of the 5th UfM Trade and Investment Forum, let me conclude on a positive note. The Mediterranean region has been well known throughout history for its thriving trade in goods and knowledge. We should be pleased to see that despite current geopolitical challenges on both sides of the Mediterranean, we are able to continue our engagement. It is more important than ever to boost and intertwine the economic engines of this region. While making this agenda forward, we are creating incentives for more resilient growth and just and decent jobs. I look forward for a continued strong and positive cooperation in the UfM and on a bilateral basis with our UfM partners for the benefit of our societies at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and how great to see the strong support that is coming from the European Union for your work. Congratulations. And that brings us to the last elements of this long and really, really valuable day. I'd like to just offer a couple of things that I've noticed, and then I'm going to ask Sava Keller from the TEI initiative to come and talk about what this means, this wealth of discussion means moving forward. So what is it that I've picked up? And I just want to, because I don't have to think much, so I can give you what I picked up. So just remember back at the start of the day, the keynotes, and we should be able to also see maybe some scribbles from Blanche as we go through. We talked about jobs connected to trade are better paid jobs. So we know that we're on the right track. We talked about the prerequisites of stability and peace being economic development, trade, and justice. And we were very, very clear on the gaps that we have: skills, gender, green, digital, regulatory governance, and implementation. And were made very clear to us that we need to use the different actors' strengths. Not everyone has to do everything. And that's been a red thread that's gone throughout the day. Don't compete where you don't need to compete. Complete instead of compete. I love that. Then we had a look at the TEI, the initiative, and seen that this is a very strong program with very strong support, both from member states of the European Union and also the financing organizations. And their very clear call was, tell us what your needs are. Be part of this. In panel 1, we had the leveraging job potential of trade investment topic. And we saw that the glass is just half full for the southern region's participation in regional and international value chains. But we saw that there are many simultaneous challenges that we're having to cope with. It felt like the glass was pretty empty for quite a lot of the start of that discussion. But then we realized that actually no one's against the Green Deal. It's just that we need support in overcoming those start difficulties. And we had great examples also in that panel of what works, the getting the SMEs into the value chains in the textiles, Turkey's role as the bridge. And that's why I think we got this very strong support for the UfM as a sort of think tank. That was your suggestion there. We need this think tank to bundle everything, harmonize, simplify. And then we had lunch. And in the afternoon on panel 2, which was looking at women and young entrepreneurs, we were told that we need to have an entrepreneurial culture in all areas of society. And we're seeing huge gaps in the rural areas, but we've still got a lot to do to encourage people to think big, particularly women. Women are not going in there as entrepreneurs thinking big, so we need to think big. So we're talking about skills, and we'll pick that up later on, ambitious mindset, soft, hard skills, but also this enabling infrastructure and ecosystem. We also discussed the interesting topic of when to become an entrepreneur, and I don't think we came to a conclusion there. On the one hand, we need to have people who have experience, but on the other hand, we have no time. We've got people leaving universities now, and we don't want to lose them. So how can we get them to become entrepreneurs? And then the whole question of financing was really interesting in that panel, the need to facilitate hybrid investments, where we're also supporting women investors, local investors, and de-risking where it matters. And our final panel that we just had, which also involved so many of you, on bridging the skills gap, made it very clear that we don't have a skills gap. We've got NEET, and we've got really highly educated STEM graduates, but they're still not getting into the jobs that we need them to go to. And I think the main message here was talk to each other. Someone said it. We need to have public-private, but also interministerial. We need to also go local and facilitate that talking to each other, completing, not competing. And I think that's all I want to say on that. The wonderful keynote that we've just heard is a really strong understanding that we're on the right track to build economies that work for the people. And I think everyone in this room wants to support that. And it's a very different language than I think people were using in the neoliberal times of rapid growth. Who cares about the people doing it? This is a group of people who cares. Thank you so much. And with that, let me hand over for our closing to Dr. Abdelkader El-Kisasi, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the UfM. Thank you so much for closing this meeting.
Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Xavier. Dear colleagues, bonsoir, masa al khair, good evening. Honestly, I am very pleased to be again with you today in this beautiful venue in Brussels, in the beautiful Brussels, in this cold weather, but here in the room it's so hot. You are so enthusiastic for with your shared ideas, insights, and experiences. It was a very important day for all of us in implementing our Marrakesh Declaration. The discussions were very rich and focused on several thematics and topics. Today we were focused on trade and investments, and we believe that the economy, of course, is another way and another tool to make the nations link it to each other's. Specifically in this context, and we have listened not only to ideas and reflections, but also to actions oriented and recommendations proposed, which coincides perfectly with our modus operandi as an organization. You have discussed several gaps today, namely the employment gap, the entrepreneurship gap, and the skills gap, but we all know that more gaps urge smart and sustainable solutions. A coordinated regional coordination also is very important, and we are aware of our role as UfM to bring each other, all these stakeholders. I assure you that more editions of this forum will tackle each and every opportunity, challenge, and tendency of relevance to trade and investment. The Team Europe initiative sets not only a regional reference, but also an example to follow and a framework to act within. And I am pleased to confirm the extent to which our work under the UfM Hub for Jobs, Trade and Investment coincides with the pillars of the Team Europe initiative. I would like to second what His Excellency Nasser Kamel said this morning, that we will tackle stock of the key takeaways from today's discussions, and that the outcomes or the outcome documents for this forum will further inform and guide our strategic and operational compass. Of course, regarding our work program for 2024, it's a very ambitious program, and I trust that we will engage all of you. And again, we will proceed with our efforts to create the jobs through trade facilitation and the investment promotion within our region. Obviously, if we don't figure out a win-win formula for intra-regional trade, we stand to lose as a region in the global trade markets. In the name of the UfM Secretariat, I would like also to thank the co-presidency and the German Development Cooperation and all the partners and stakeholders here present, and of course all my UfM colleagues, namely the important role of Hamid El-Itribi, Mohammed Al-Razzaz, my colleagues also in Barcelona, Salima and Marian, and of course our intern Manal, who contributed positively to make this event a true success. And I also want to thank especially my colleagues in GIZ, who are our colleagues in UFM2, who contributed to make this forum a true success. And of course, I don't forget the translators and the agency and all the colleagues who contributed to bring all these stakeholders. And thanks also to the moderators, and speakers, and all of you. Kindly enjoy your evening here in Brussels and try to visit the monuments of the city. It's a very beautiful capital of Europe. And I wish you a safe return to your countries and looking forward to see you in another opportunities. Thank you all.